The greatest SS rank assassin sacrifices himself after humanity is wiped out, only to wake up 7 years in the past as a weak outcast student. But the real shock? He returned possessing the Absolute Devour System, the exact same demonic power the Emperor of Hell used to kill him. In this video, watch how Chen transforms from the Academy's laughingstock into a one-man army, using demonic powers to brutally crush his bullies and literally shattering the Academy's assessment machine just by unleashing a fraction of his aura. But what happens when he publicly humiliates the top student council leader? And how will he prepare for the hellish invasion that gets closer every single day? In the year 2167, planet Earth witnessed a complete demonic invasion that turned it into scattered ash. In short, humanity fell. Amidst the ruins of human civilization and the sound of ragged breaths, he emerged as the sole resistor in the face of annihilation, standing in a final defiance as the last SS-rank assassin facing bloody death with unbreakable gazes. Recalling the memory of the dark days, 7 years ago, the armies of the Demon Kings abruptly and mercilessly invaded our world. Do you call yourself humanity's last hope? Your entire race is nothing but worthless scum. The beast then prepared, opening its terrifying jaws to devour him as a final hearty meal, as devastating crimson energy began gathering and condensing between the Demon King's sharp claws. Now, I will absorb every drop of your life essence to become my energy. Moments later, the roaring crimson energy torrent unleashed to completely erase him from existence. That bloody storm completely swallowed his body, hiding him amidst a vortex of doom. My little sister, my comrades, my master. Overwhelmed by a massive anger for losing everyone he loved, he screamed in the face of death, "You took everything from me," pledging to himself with absolute resolve to drag the tyrant down with him. "If this is for them, then I'll drag you with me to hell." Ultimate skill, flare of annihilation. The shock of the explosion struck the area, freezing the Hell Emperor in place from the horror of the sudden power. And as the white flare gradually obliterated him, he smiled at death with the bitter smile of a defeated victor. In that final flash, he conjured the image of his sister, whispering longingly, "Sion, I'll see you soon." Then a phantom of his wise master manifested, standing before him in the remaining final moments of his life. Followed by the appearance of his absent parents, in the flash of agony, he whispered with a broken heart, "Mother, Father." Then his soul began tearing with fatal sorrow over his complete inability to protect them and save them from this fate, realizing with a fatal realization that discovering the rifts early would have changed destiny. If only I had been a little stronger. And certain that aborting the birth of the first emperor would have erased the catastrophe. If I could turn back time and prevent the first emperor from appearing. Reaching total certainty that an early confrontation would have prevented the loss. Why did I lose everything so quickly? Immediately after, an absolute darkness swallowed the entire scene, bringing down the curtain on the end of the world. Everything faded for him to return and slowly regain consciousness amidst blurred, distorted vision. As his eyes opened with extreme heaviness and pain, as if waking from a long, dark nightmare. Instead of inevitable death, he found himself lying in his old room, on that familiar medical bed. "I'm not dead?" He began casting confused glances, denouncing the reality of time and space. "Where am I? Wasn't the world destroyed? Where did all these humans come from?" Then he headed toward the window with trembling legs, trying to explore his surroundings and understand what was going on around him, to be shocked that the quiet university campus before him completely contradicted the recent hell of his memory. Struck by the shock of life returning to a world and people swallowed by annihilation before his eyes moments ago. It took me some time to accept this reality, to realize that the impossible had come true by the return of time. I returned to the damn university days, 10 years ago from now. Suddenly, the screen flashed and a cold, mechanical voice of unknown origin pierced the silence of his reverie, as a blue interface announced the completely successful integration of the talent, displaying "Integration of Gluttony Power Complete." His trembling hand nervously grabbed his device's screen to read the data displayed before him. The device's screen firmly confirmed the actual date for him, May 16, 2157. Clenching his fist tightly until his knuckles turned white. May 16, 2157? That means... Realizing that he still has exactly 3 years to prepare, that I am standing now a full 3 years before the first Emperor's appearance. That Fire Emperor will tear through dimensions with his dominant power to bring total destruction to the world, behind whom merciless mutant hordes will crawl, aiming to swallow the earth and everyone on it. Here, his eyes ignited with invincible resolve and a mad desire for revenge and to protect what remained. Crushing the first Emperor is the key to turning destiny. Wrath was the one who opened the gates of hell, and now the golden opportunity is in his hands to annihilate this tyrant before his birth. But the Absolute Devourer interface's flash returned to stir his confusion and questions once again, as that glowing panel remained solidly floating before him, like a mysterious shadow accompanying him since his miraculous awakening. The revelation of the system's statistics before him being the first starting spark toward the anticipated journey of ascent, knitting his brows in surprise. But what's up with this screen called Gluttony system? For in his past life, he relied entirely on his instinct as an awakened. Stats like video games? In my past life, I fought with my bare instinct. For in his past life, he relied entirely on his instinct as an awakened, especially since the percentage of people who obtain awakening and superpowers is only 1 in 10,000, and since awakened academies only accept the elite. The National University here only accepts the talented elite, while he was just an ordinary person without powers. But in the past, I was a bug at the bottom of the food chain, reaching the conclusion that his presence in the medical bed was inevitable. Everyone kicked me, and that's why I'm in the clinic now. His thoughts were interrupted by the sudden appearance of a mysterious icon before him, moving smoothly to reveal the awaited surprise. An interface screen dedicated to the Lightning Assassin class opened, announcing, "Archive file, Lightning Assassin." Lightning Assassin? Isn't that my class in my past life? I can feel the energy coursing through my veins. Realizing that his awakening happened very early in this timeline. Did I inherit my powers and awaken early? Immediately starting to examine his class options through the panel enthusiastically. Let's put this to the real test now. But soon, the interface suddenly disappeared, returning him to his surrounding confusing reality, following his friend entering the room in shock after the door burst open with a sudden slam. "Dude, you're awake? Are you okay?" From his friend's reaction, he came to a quick conclusion that others can never see the system interface. "Damn, what is this? Your bruises and wounds have completely disappeared? How did you recover faster than me when I'm the awakened one here?" Contemplating his friend's face in a silence laden with bitterness, remembering the reality of his friend being killed in the future during the invasion. In the past, his body was brutally torn apart on the 3rd day of the invasion, finally grasping the reality of his return in time. But now he is alive and well. Only now I truly felt the sanctity of the return. His friend suddenly slapped his forehead. "Damn it, tomorrow is the final rank test," confirming that passing the assessment is a fundamental condition for graduation. "I know you haven't awakened yet, but it's important for our graduation. Move, come on." And so the two friends left the clinic heading to the crowded university campus, watching the students training and resting in the courtyards in a surreal scene unbelievable to someone who lived through the end of the world, where the campus was bustling with vitality and activity, and life pulsed strongly in every corner. It's been a very long time since I saw this many living humans. "What are you babbling about? Let's walk around the track to clear your mind of this nonsense." With sharp looks, he remembered his tragic past and the state of helplessness he lived bitterly, strongly determined not to allow the tragedies of the past to repeat. "I lost everything once, and this will never happen again." Making a decisive decision about the necessity of gaining power as quickly as possible to change the future. I must raise my rank as quickly as possible. And because the only way to increase power is to fight mutants and annihilate them inside the Dark Abyss rifts, which the guilds completely monopolize, he wondered about his current rank, where he stands now, especially since most students are classified in rank E, while only the elite reach D, curiously wondering about the awaited rank. I wonder, how will the academy scale evaluate my current energy in the test? Deep down, realizing that he had become much stronger than his previous weak level, he was ready to be fully prepared. But suddenly, a sudden collision occurred. A stray basketball hit his friend's face forcefully, leading to a resounding fall for him on the ground, his nose bleeding and his medical glasses flying away, as they noticed a group of bullying students approaching them with confident steps and provocative looks. The leader stepped forward, insolently bragging, "Yo, isn't this C-Chan and Ma Long? You two recovered pathetically fast, huh?" Wiping his blood in terror. "Damn, our rotten luck, we ran into him again," while he faced the gang with deadly cold glares, devoid of any shred of panic or retreat. The bully laughed to his cronies. "See, I told you these two frail bodies take punches excellently." He then began scolding them with entitlement. "Do you know I'm playing here? So why didn't you bring cold drinks as sacrifices of obedience to me?" Trembling submissively, his friend bowed. I'm really sorry. I'll go buy them right away for you." With an icy gaze piercing the soul, his arm suddenly extended, gripping his shoulder with steel strength. "Stop long. It's not your fault to apologize. Rather, they're the ones who owe you an apology that wipes the floor with their pride." Here, the clouds of memory cleared from his mind, matching the face of the bully before him with the worst nightmares of his painful past. Black memories of his humiliating suffocation in the toilet water surfaced, while their sadistic laughter echoed like the voices of demons. Recalling the horrific moments of their torture under the pretext of stimulating his awakening, pushing him time and time again toward the cold edge of death, he remembered how his friend was brutally beaten right in front of him during desperate attempts to save him in that dark past. An unshakable certainty settled in his heart that absolute evil is never limited to the ravaging rift monsters. Rather, he bitterly realized that the brutality of humans often exceeds the most despicable demons of the abyss he had ever faced. As the gathered students exchanged glances, whispering sarcastically, "Look, Guangchang is going to beat them up again." The tyrant's features ignited with anger at his pride being publicly scratched, prompting his friend to silently plead with him in sheer terror to stop this rebellion that seemed suicidal and deadly. Screaming, the bully's features blazed with blind rage. "What did you just say? It seems you need another lesson." He lunged like a rank 5 fighter to crush his prey. In contrast, he faced this violent rush with icy coldness, despising his opponent's cowardice, whom he now saw as a mere insect, secretly realizing that this bully's influence was nothing but a pale shadow of his leader brother, and that he lacked any actual combat skill. While the bastard's entourage gathered around them, maliciously and eagerly waiting for the usual theatrical crushing of the two boys to begin, the opponent approached, surrounded by a faint magical aura, throwing a punch that seemed to him crushing and enough to end it all. But he rooted himself in place like an immovable mountain, unbothered by the furious tyrant's roar that tore through the air. Arrogantly, the bully challenged him, demanding that he repeat his rebellious words if he dared to do so. An icy, decisive response came from him, demanding the opponent to get out of his sight immediately and without any discussion. At that moment, the bastard lost his mind completely and threw a reckless punch charged with anger, only to end in a shocking surprise that silenced everyone. With a resounding crash, he stopped the massive attack with the palm of his hand in total coldness, as if blocking a weightless, fluttering feather. The rebounding force of the block harshly threw the attacker's body backward, making him stagger and lose his balance pathetically. An absolute bewilderment prevailed, silencing the expectant crowd's tongues, as students whispered in shock. What just happened?" Silent questions began to gnaw at their minds about how an ordinary, unawakened student managed to block a deadly attack this simply. Stepping back, his face burning red with anger at his shattered prestige, the bully screamed, "How dare a weak insect like you challenge me?" A cold, demonic smile formed on his lips after finding a victim to test his powers on, whispering, "Let's try this on you. You are a perfect lab rat." Suddenly, with the announcement of the complete switch, golden sparks exploded, transforming him into a living storm, embodying the skills of the lightning assassin. His friend's jaw dropped in absolute shock and awe as he watched this legendary and terrifying awakening. Amidst the roaring flash of lightning, he raised his hand in a provocative gesture, inviting his opponent to step forward and meet his doom. The opponent screamed in desperation, summoning his skill, Immortal Demon Shield, transforming his arm into a massive, impenetrable rocky mass. Rushing forward with a stone punch like a crushing meteor to end his life, he roared, "I see you've forgotten the taste of my deadly punch." But he evaded the strike with the agility of an unseen ghost, lunging with a sudden counterattack that exceeded the speed of sight. His electrified fist sank with merciless cruelty right into the center of the bastard's face, shattering his defenses. With the echo of a thunderous explosion, a single punch was enough to send the bully flying through the air like a broken doll. The crowd's minds froze in terror where they stood, unable to believe the horror of the overwhelming scene that had just occurred before them. The terrifying and lightning-fast speed of the crushing far exceeded the attendees' capacity to analyze or understand. Falling to the ground spitting blood, he tried to justify his humiliating defeat by screaming, "He managed to ambush and betray me." Following it up with hysterical screaming, he ordered his followers to intervene. "Why are you just standing and watching? I will kill you!" However, the gang stiffened in their places in terror like statues, completely ignoring the orders of his broken leader, for his suffocating energy emitting like a hurricane paralyzed the movement of anyone who even dared to think about approaching. The tyrant staggered to his feet with difficulty, vowing to tear his opponent to pieces in one last desperate attempt. Yet he blocked the rushing attack with deadly coldness, without the slightest noticeable effort, as if he were toying with a child. His electrified fist touched the attacker's arm and burned it, wrenching from him resounding screams of pain that shook the arena. Looking down on him with an overwhelming presence, he confirmed to him in an icy whisper that he was too pathetic to even be a rival. "You are too weak." Followed by a lightning-fast shattering punch that completely crushed the bully's jaw, putting a bloody end to this fight, sending the bastard's heavy body flying through the air with humiliating weakness, like a broken doll that had lost its strings. His trajectory ended with a violent and resounding crash as the opponent's body slammed against the harsh stone wall of the arena, leaving behind a crater and deep cracks carved into the wall, immortalizing the humiliating fall of their arrogant leader. Here, an absolute silence swallowed the crowds, frozen in panic and awe of this mighty brutality they'd never witnessed before. Glued to his spot, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before him, his friend murmured in shock, "Sichin, when did he get so strong?" Drowning in a harsh existential shock at his formerly weak friend's transformation into this terrifying entity standing before him. As for the hero, he ignored all the bewilderment surrounding him, diving into studying his system data and analyzing it in complete silence, secretly confirming his full control while coldly analyzing the situation. "I can switch to the Lightning Assassin class whenever I wish," realizing a shocking truth. "This explains why my normal body is stronger than rank E. Its constitution exceeds it by unclassified leaps." However, the euphoria of this new power suddenly collided with a mysterious problem that surfaced right after the victory. He stared at the interface in confusion, wondering, why haven't my stats changed, and why haven't I gained any experience points despite crushing the opponent? At that moment, an electrified blade flashed and suddenly appeared in his hand, instinctively searching for a true way to upgrade and gain power. He began stepping with deadly slowness toward the collapsed body, the appearance of the weapon sparking the crowd's hysteria and terror at his obvious killing intent. Pointing the blade directly at the opponent's vein, planting absolute terror while his friend screamed in panic. "Chen, wait, what are you doing?" While his eyes sparked with dark menace, his thoughts dove into a bloody possibility that required actual bloodshed to gain experience points, just like before. While his eyes burned, his primal resolve led him to whisper a threat to himself. My primal resolve was guiding me to take this bully's soul and send him to meet his ancestors without an ounce of mercy. But suddenly, a firm female voice pierced the air to bring everyone back to reality, reminding the hero of the strict campus rules. As she stepped forward with a sly smile, she intervened to end the conflict.
"Hey, you know we're on a school campus, right? Don't you think this punishment is enough?"
The vice president of the council clicked her heel on the ground, strictly pledging. "Even though he started the mess, I guarantee you he won't dare bother you two again." With total coldness, he concealed his lightning blade in response to this swift intervention, seemingly complying with the order. The hero wondered to himself about the council's defense of the scum. Why are they trying so hard to defend him? I didn't actually intend to kill him. Realizing that instilling terror is the only deterrent, he thought. But if I don't show killing intent, these parasites will keep bothering us in the future. Meanwhile, the crowds whispered in terror. His looks are truly terrifying. Aren't they the weakest losers? He smiled sarcastically, whispering, "We'll see." Later that night, the scene shifted to the student dorms, specifically inside the crowded dormitory rooms. There, his friend desperately shouted and reacted, trying to convince his roommates. "Why won't you believe me? Chen really awakened. He is actually a mighty lightning assassin." Continuing his emotional description of humiliating the tyrant. "He pinned Guangcheng to the ground and wiped the floor with his dignity. Now no one will even dare to look us in the eyes." However, his roommate interrupted him with sarcastic mockery, doubting the story. All right, and where is our valiant hero now?" He replied simply as he stood confused. I think he said he was going out for a run." The flame mage burst into mocking laughter. "If he has such mythical strength, why the hell does he need to run? Since when do awakened train like ordinary humans?" Here, their other roommate intervened with feigned pity, claiming that his friend's brain had been severely damaged from the beating, delivering a bitter, indisputable reminder. "Listen, Long, the reason the four of us are gathered here is that we have the worst grades in the entire batch. It's an undeniable, irrefutable fact." He started to brag with arrogant pride, affirming the rule. "And everyone awakens only one class in their lifetime." He began boasting about his monopoly on the offensive class. "You two are just support mages, while I possess the only offensive class here." Rejecting that fairy tale with an aspiration for the top and confidently affirming, "I am getting stronger, and tomorrow in the final assessment, everything will be revealed." In another dark spot, specifically in the 5th rank training arena around the experimental rift, the scene was different, where the absolute leader appeared, having just finished his training, leaving behind a terrifying aura reflecting his dominance. Monster blood stained his heavy coat following a harsh training massacre he fought mercilessly, announcing the end of training amidst his followers' absolute silence and their total reverence for his breathtaking prestige. There, the leader found his younger brother standing in anxious anticipation at the exit. The defeated brother appeared covered in medical bandages, filled with a blind malice boiling in his veins. He screamed with intense emotion. "Brother, if you don't do something about this, I won't be able to sleep. He insulted me in front of everyone. He doesn't have an ounce of respect for you or the council." The leader shot him a cold look devoid of sympathy, answering, "I know, you were simply defeated, that's all there is to it," making a decisive promise to settle the score personally in a deadly tone. "I will handle it." The scene shifts, gathering the student council elites in a luxurious lounge around a fine dinner banquet. There, she sat, sipping her drink with biting sarcasm, asking, "But is this boy really as strong as your brother claims?" Showing extreme surprise at how this nobody possesses an alleged mythical power that defies expectations, reminding him of a strict statistic. "There are fewer than 10 students in the 4th rank, and you've recruited them all into your club," confirming the reality of the impenetrable evolution barrier. Aside from that, ordinary students don't have opportunities to enter monster rifts to develop their energies like we do. Based on this absolute monopoly, she downplayed his threat with blind confidence, saying, "No one can match you." Far from that arrogance and under the whips of heavy rain, he was exhausting his body by carrying 100 kilograms running for 20 kilometers, certain, as he panted, that basic training is the key. Basic training is the key to building a solid physical foundation. Only a strong body can unleash the true limits of class energy. Despite this massive effort, he still felt a thirst for evolution and that his body needed more, sorrowfully recalling scenes of destruction. Remembering, in the year 2160, the Hell Emperor Wrath appeared, where he caused the annihilation of millions with a dominant power. In a single moment, he annihilated millions, marking the beginning of the end of the world, and remembering with deadly bitterness who he lost. "And my only family, my little sister, died at his hands." Realizing he was the reason for opening the gates to the sweeping invasion. He is the one who opened the gates of hell for the invasion, so he made a bloody oath in his granted new life. His eyes ignited with invincible resolve amidst the rain, certain of the inevitability of the difficult race against time. He's definitely getting stronger now, so I must evolve much faster than him. Suddenly, a continuous buzzing from his phone interrupted his train of thought and grueling training, as the screen lit up with a name that caused a violent tremor in his heart. Sion, his sister, who died in the past. He caught his breath with difficulty, trying to maintain his psychological composure to answer. "Hello?" Her voice came to him with warm, childish enthusiasm. "Hello, brother. Why did you call me so much today? I was in a competition and my phone ran out of charge." She continued recounting her simple ambition with hope. "Listen, if I win, we'll finally be able to pay off all the accumulated rent." But he drifted off into the cruelty of the past, making her wonder about his suspicious silence amidst the sounds of rain, whispering with anxious surprise. "Brother, is it raining there? Why aren't you talking?" Hiding the truth and remembering his desperate prayers in the destroyed future. Can everything really start over, even if I had to descend into an eternal hell? Then he replied with a shaky voice hidden by a sad smile. "It's nothing, just, it's been a very long time since I heard your voice." She laughed with absolute innocence, saying, "What are you saying? We talked just 2 days ago. We'll meet right after my competition ends. Bye." Then he looked up at the sky, possessed by a definitive certainty. Now, everything has truly started anew. Deciding to double his effort with strength and determination. 3 more laps. I must get stronger as fast as possible to protect everything I have. After 8 continuous hours of hellish training, he returned to his dark room to find his roommates asleep, where he stood under the warm water drops, immersed in deep analysis. I'm beginning to adapt to this body. But the obsession with upgrading dominated his mind. To raise my level, I must enter a demon rift. Here he faced the major obstacle standing in his way. And the guilds monopolize them completely. How will I track monsters then? Realizing with bitterness that depriving the weak of those rifts leaves them as easy prey for the awaited invasion hordes, a flash of thought led him to ask himself with doubt, and what exactly is this gluttony or absolute devour system? Suddenly, the sharp system beep resonated within his mind, initiating an automatic and mysterious boot-up process. As the blue screen announced the completion of loading, "System online, loading," indicating the system's readiness to load complex codes. A system message echoed in his head, "Initiating gluttony system, opening a passage to an unknown dimension." After a blinding white flash, he suddenly plunged into an unknown, completely dark dimension. Crashing violently onto soil dyed the color of blood, he coughed up red dust, groaning with sharp pain. Ugh, what is this crushing landing? As he stood up in the middle of a closed arena, he contemplated his surroundings with awe and apprehension. This is a battleground shaded by an anomalous sky, as red as hell. Then he looked up with utter bewilderment toward the horizon, and a giant tower with savage Gothic architecture piercing the dead clouds stood before me. He was bewildered, feeling his damp clothes and whispering in surprise. How did I teleport from my bed and bathroom instantly to this mysterious landmark in a fraction of a second? But he caught a glimpse of scattered skeletons and narrowed his eyes with extreme caution. These are the remains of massive canine monsters. They must be waiting for something. Soon, the dark soul was breathed into the scattered bones, forming death hounds belonging to the Cloud Warrior class around him. At that moment, he realized his inevitable confrontation, drawing his fists with solidity. Facing monsters means one thing: I likely teleported to a demonic lair or a forgotten rift. He immediately activated the transformation skill to deter the imminent threat that was surrounding him from all sides to devour him. He shouted with focus, and his card materialized with a strong flash. Lightning Assassin. The Lightning Assassin class granted him a 10-fold kinetic multiplier all at once. The Deathhounds attacked him with sudden ferocity and bared fangs seeking to tear his flesh, but he moved like the blue flash, whispering in cold blood. Too slow. Reaping the monster's souls one after another in cold blood with a cutting blade faster than sound. He claimed the easy spoils of battle, collecting the death fang 3 consecutive times in moments, shaking the blood off his blade with arrogant confidence. Annihilating these rank E creatures seems like a stroll for my current restored power. Breathing the smell of blood and rust with complete certainty. This pain and this blood, I am certain of the reality of the battle. This is absolutely not an illusion. He gained 52 experience points following every successful execution of a monster he took down. He smiled with satisfaction as he read his interface. Level 2, I finally discovered this place's ability to hone my level away from the eyes of the guilds. As the system window recorded a 5-fold surge in his stats, he flexed his energy-engorged muscles. My speed and strength have multiplied noticeably in a few minutes. He rejoiced at his secret discovery inwardly with hidden enthusiasm. I found an exclusive demonic lair capable of solo raiding without any competition bothering me, defining his goal with an irrevocable, decisive look. I have resolved to drain all the resources of this dimension and cleanse it completely. He tightened his grip on his sword with strength and determination. And I will test my maximum combat energies here and push them to their absolute limits. Suddenly, the earth split open forcibly, and he evaded a deadly attack with extreme difficulty. "So you are the boss of the monsters here." Clashing with the boss, who initiated a brute attack on him, he settled the grinding battle in his favor with a decisive lightning strike, panting with relief. Ascending to the 3rd level, I jumped to the 3rd level all at once. He looted 18 Deathhound fangs and a glowing orphan crystal as a precious yield of victory, observing his points with intense admiration. "The massive experience surge gained from the boss is amazing. It raised me 2 levels in the blink of an eye." An anomalous phrase, glowing in crimson, protruded above the boss's corpse. Devourable. He knit his brows in confusion and surprise. What is the significance of this unknown option? Denouncing the strange word he was seeing for the first time, his eyes gleaming with a fleeting flash of understanding. Should I connect this to the true essence of the gluttony power I possess? Extending his hand with a curiosity tinged with caution toward the lifeless corpse. Let's try. A terrifying, sudden crimson energy wrapped around his arm like hungry snakes and growled, swallowing the monster's entity to dust in a bloody, swift, and disgusting scene that chills the spine. He stepped back, stunned. I'm shocked! The monster was completely absorbed following the Devour process, until no trace of it remained. The essence crystallized as a holographic card, and he read the card in a low voice. It displays its properties as Frost Constitution, an anti-ice skill. He was stunned by his discovery, staring at his hand in disbelief at what was happening. The feature of looting enemies' classes and skills after annihilating them? This is sheer madness! Terrified inwardly the moment he grasped the nature and danger of this forbidden skill in his world, remembering the nightmares of the past, he whispered with a terror squeezing his heart. This skill is completely identical to the weapon of the Demon King Lan in my destroyed past life, and I miraculously succeeded in acquiring it for myself in this life to be my secret weapon. Realizing the magnitude of the anomaly and the defiance of the universe's laws. This feature violated the absolute cosmic law of an awakened possessing exclusively one class throughout his life, looking at his 2 shadows reflected on the stained ground. To become now the possessor of 2 simultaneous classes in one body, switching between them whenever I wish. Terrifying horizons opened before him, and he smiled with hidden ferocity, vowing, by devouring more monsters here, completing his ambitious plan inwardly, I will accumulate an infinite arsenal of combat classes to become the strongest and greatest of all time, while he looked at the dimension's strange sky in confusion. However, the mystery of granting me this forbidden gift still troubles me and seeks a satisfying answer, staring at the towering structure with cautious anticipation. And what is the truth of this dark tower standing before me that gifted it to me without an obvious return? Suddenly, a crushing pressure descended from the top of the tower, instilling terror in his limbs and forcing him to his knees against his will. The entity resonated with an ambiguous, welcoming voice from the top of the tower. You have finally arrived. I have been waiting for you for an epoch. Emanated majestically clad in black, brandishing 2 purple swords and calling out confidently. Si Shen. Inwardly, with sweat covering his panicked face, I recalled the government classification of powers, from E to the legendary S sitting at the peak, continuing to remember with hurtful bitterness, and my bloody suffering trying to reach the peak S in my previous doom and my death just to touch it. Analyzing his bitter reality before this opponent, while my current power sits at rank D as a maximum and does not exceed it. Realizing the magnitude of the catastrophe surrounding him. The stats of this S-ranked entity standing before me crushed all my weak scales the moment he stood, denouncing inwardly with utter bewilderment. What is the nature of this crazy liar that houses a rank S monster on its very first floors? His confusion growing into terror of the unknown. What's worse, what is the mystery of the entity knowing my personal name with such precision? The entity lunged toward him, and the clash began, engaging in a bloody collision in which he quickly realized his opponent's deliberate leniency in every move. Evading the entity's blade, he thought with suspicion. He is completely avoiding hitting the vital points in my body, as if he is toying with me. But the entity threw him to the ground with effortless touches, like one playing with a small, weak child, glaring at him with a mocking glow, inquiring with total coldness. Still resisting? What's the point of resisting me, you weak human? He grasped the entity's malicious purpose of bringing him to his knees, humiliating him and subjecting him psychologically before eliminating him, offering him with suspicious malice. Join me in guarding this tower. It is a legendary opportunity I will grant you. But he stood on his feet, refusing. Impossible. Decisively concluding his absolute refusal to stay in this eternal hell as a blind guard. The entity was annoyed by the decisive refusal and suddenly slashed his body with his blade to punish him for his insolence, asking with indignation and a blatant threat, "Did you think yourself immune to death because I went easy on you?" Justifying his initial forbearance and leniency. "You are the only visitor capable of reaching the top of this tower. That's why I gave you the chance." Despite his pain, he observed with his eye a purple energy from the entity. He is resuscitating the corpses of the dead monsters to restore the arena anew. The entity's suffocating energy enveloped the arena, granting him a final choice. Choose now. With an absolute and decisive tone of execution. Absolute submission to my rule, or total annihilation, to the point of fading and nothingness. But he, with unyielding solidity, summoned his blade again, resisting the physical pain squeezing his being, replying with a decisive voice tearing the heavy silence. My decision is to eliminate you. The entity erupted in a resounding mockery, his ridicule filling the dark dimension. Ha 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 ha! Truly pathetic and funny. The entity lunged toward his opponent like a rushing arrow that knows no retreat toward its target, and while preparing to engage in close combat with the tyrant in a certain life-or-death battle, his analytical mind caught his opponent's vital flaw, following the exchanged blows throughout the bloody ongoing confrontation, observing his movement with algorithmic precision inwardly. There is an attack delay of fractions of a second before every lunge of his blade. Continuing his tight plan, I will employ this flaw to track the angle of the opponent's wrist and evade the blade one step in advance, glimpsing the boss's fatal weakness, and I discovered a recovery paralysis of fractions of a second following every attack he executes, planning to strike that exposed gap in the absolute boss's defense with all the power he possessed, directing the lightning blade attack at his opponent's heart with all his energy and reserves, shouting, "Take this!" defining his goal inwardly. The goal is to paralyze the boss for precious seconds, bypassing the shortcomings of my rank D in its capacity for direct and instant killing. But the boss's superiority in speed broke the plan, stripping him of the chance for a safe retreat after the attack, activating the Flashmaster skill in panic. I must escape! Multiplying his speed to flee the deadly counterattack, stealing a glance at the sole source of light in the dimension as a final escape route and desperation to save his life. Dashing with maximum acceleration toward the light, wishing to save his life from this predicament that boded no good, only for the exit to suddenly evaporate from existence before him, like a devastating and cruel mirage, evaporating all hope with it. The entity surprised him from behind with terrifying calmness, revealing the illusion of the exit. An illusion. This place has nothing to do with demonic lairs for you to find an exit in it. Praising his quick-wittedness and spotting flaws. Despite that, your analysis and spotting of flaws was impressively perfect and earned my admiration, considering the matter extremely enjoyable and satisfying with a confident tone. You are truly interesting and worth the attempt to be the best. Dropping his mask to appear as a Raksha Star Warrior S, declaring with a resounding voice, "You are the awaited bringer of hope for this world." He was shocked by the identical appearance and features, whispering with terror paralyzing his limbs. It completely matches the face of the Demon King Lan, who destroyed the world in my past life. Inwardly, sweat profusely pouring from his forehead as he drew inspiration from the details of his final battle from his past lives. In my past life, my last fight was against Lan Yu before the destruction of the world. His breathing accelerated, recalling with dread those details. I remember well Lan's seamless switching between his multiple combat classes to raise his overwhelming level during the battle, continuing to remember the nightmarish images etched in his memory. He fought me then in the form of an invincible giant icy bird. Then he clenched his fist with strength and sorrow, only to embody later a flaming warrior, burning the earth and everyone on it, knitting his brows with suppressed anger. Then turning into a massive plant monster, swallowing life from its roots. Amidst those multiple transformations in his memories, he realized an extremely terrifying and shocking matter, looking up with total bewilderment to discover the shocking truth. There was a specific form that was the strongest among them all, staring the entity standing before him in absolute shock. It literally matches the appearance standing before me now, the Raksha. He was struck by lightning as he finally deduced the terrifying truth. This means that Lan Yu devoured the Raksha through the power of gluttony and acquired it in the past. His eyes widened in indescribable terror to grasp the shocking truth. And now, after this gluttony power has merged within my own being, touching his chest in complete bewilderment, to be certain that this entire dimension, including the monsters in it, resides inside my own body. Looking at him with obvious admiration and praise, he interrupted his thoughts. Not only are you amazing under crushing pressure, but you possess sharp intelligence as well. You have proven your solidity, boy, and your complete right to the gains of this secret place. Raising his head in bewilderment and questioning. My right to all the gains of this place? What do you mean? From the void emerged a dazzling golden energy taking the shape of a legendary key, which he pointed to. This is the Void Key of rank SSS, the sole key to breach the closed gates of the demonic tower, with a voice echoing like destiny to clarify the truth of the confinement. Lan Yu devoured the fiercest and most brutal demons in bygone eras, and all of them are now confined inside this tower, behind those gates, inciting him with a bloody, vengeful tone. Breach the doors and devour them all. Turn them into fuel that multiplies your energy and power limitlessly. Gripping the key with a trembling hand, inquiring with doubt and confusion. And why do you do all this? Why do you support me and grant me this power when you are ultimately one of them? His eyes blazing with deep-seated malice, justifying his position. Even among demons, there are moral and bloody differences. The massacre of the Demon Kings annihilated my entire clan to satisfy their endless greed. Looking at him with hope, I have waited an epoch for my awaited chance for revenge, and the prophecy of that unknown man was true. You are the only hope. Interrogating with confusion and anxiety about the identity of this prophet. That man? Who exactly are you talking about? Pointing toward the giant tower, confirming the hiding of answers. All the certain answers hide behind its walls. Go and look for them yourself, when you are ready. His body began to glow and blur, granting his energy to exact retribution from the enemies. Now, take all my energy and exact retribution for us from all of them. Denouncing with bewilderment and terror the inevitability of acquiring this massive energy. Take your full energy as a rank S demon? Giving him orders with enthusiasm and anger before he vanished. From this moment on, you must be an unstoppable, compelling force. Breach the tower and devour its contents, so the world becomes under your feet. Warning of the cunning and ferocity of the demons lurking inside. The demons inside will not show you mercy as I did. They are the most cunning and fierce, emphasizing the necessity of conquering them all to sit on the throne of the world. You must conquer them all to sit on the throne of the real and parallel worlds. Adding strictly, and to continue marching to devour all the remaining demon kings successively, one after another. His entity began its inevitable fading into the void as purple light particles, his voice trembling with enthusiasm, declaring, "Only a resolve like this is the sole qualification to contain my absolute energy." A mighty and violent energy torrent flowed through his arm, illuminating the entire dark dimension with a bright purple glow. The system interface announced his leap to the 10th level following the Absolute Devour, reading the glowing notification. Ascending to the 10th level. The system confirmed its precious spoil of his abyssal bone. Obtained demonic abyssal bone ×2. He stared into the void where he had been, pledging to carry the will of revenge, swearing with a low and firm voice. I will carry the will of revenge with me to the afterlife. The Star Warrior card crystallized, showcasing the acquired destructive skills as he contemplated it in bewilderment. The Skeleton Hollow skill and the Triple Gravity Disaster, these skills are terrifying. He clenched his fist and swore to make the perpetrators pay double the blood tax. And I will make them all pay double the blood tax, inevitably. A night from hell ended as he jolted from his sleep suddenly to the noise of his roommates in the crowded university dorm. Getting out of bed, surprised by his return to reality amidst the colleagues' rush. I'm in my room again? Feeling his intact body free of wounds and scars, doubting the reality of what he lived with confusion. My wounds are completely healed? Was that whole terrifying nightmare just a dream? The system screen settled his doubts, confirming he retained the 10th level and the spoils, reading with deep relief. The system confirms everything is real. The spoils are there. Wondering inwardly about his new classification after this supernatural nocturnal surge. I wonder, what is my current classification compared to the Academy's standards after reaching the 10th level? His thoughts were interrupted by his roommate's call with a provocative voice, looking at him with a mocking and sarcastic tone, folding his shirt slowly. Yeah, Si-Chen, you finally woke up, you valiant hero. Citing their friend's exaggerated bragging last night. Last night, Ma Long was bragging about your supernatural strength as if you were a god of war, mockingly challenging him about his alleged intention to monopolize the dorm leadership. Do you intend to monopolize the dorm leadership from me, or what with these fairy tales? Laughing mockingly, urging him to test his classification to reveal the truth of his abilities. Come on, let's let the official assessment today reveal the truth of your alleged abilities before everyone. Boasting and gesturing with his hand, noting the class disparity within the single low rank range. It's true we're all in rank E, but don't forget the class disparity between us, boasting of his medium classification compared to his lower classification. You are just scum in the lower rank while I am in the medium rank. That's a reality, confirming the widening combat gap that allows him to crush 10 of his likes. The combat gap between us allows me to crush 10 of you at once. Do you understand that? Stepping ahead of them arrogantly, anticipating a potential promotion in his upcoming test. And maybe today I'll get an official promotion to the higher rank and leave you here. He approached and whispered enthusiastically to him to motivate him to snatch a higher rank to deter the colleague's mockery. Chen, do your absolute best today. Get rank D to terrify him, silence his mockery, and shut his mouth forever. He simply received the support with internal sarcasm and total calmness, without any reply. The students from the dorm reached the assessment courtyard, crowded with students and examiners from everywhere, amid an atmosphere charged with anticipation of the test and the tension of knowing the upcoming destinies. Spotting the rudeness of the bullying followers blatantly pushing the crowds out of their way and whispering with fear, "Damn, it's Guangjin's gang," initiating a tactical retreat to avoid friction. "Let's get out of their way to avoid trouble. Step back." The two friends froze in terror the moment the bullying gang's glares collided with them directly. We're done for. However, the gang suddenly froze in their tracks like motionless statues. Absolute terror swallowed them the moment they caught a glimpse of him walking calmly behind his friend, bowing to him with public submissiveness and a trembling voice before everyone, welcoming his majestic presence. "Mr. Si Chen, welcome to your honorable presence." Shocked, his eyes widening, showing his doubt in the truth of the victorious friend's claims. What? Why are they bowing respectfully to Si Chen? Were Ma Long's claims last night actually true? He bypassed them with complete disregard and calm steps that paid them no attention or glance. But the calm did not last, as a member of the student council abruptly intercepted them, mockingly hinting at yesterday's incident. "I heard someone here started a fight with Guang King yesterday," mocking him, boasting of the kinship. "Do you know, you fool, that he's President Guang Ting's younger brother? You've gotten yourself into trouble." The attending students whispered with disdain, dubbing the interceptor the president's pampered dog. "Oh my god, it's Zhang Zhen, the president's pampered dog from the student council." A student whispered in surprise at his targeting of an outcast student. He's classified in rank D. Why is he targeting a weak outcast student like Si Chen? Bragging about possessing a sense that distinguishes the strong from a distance, approaching him. "You know what? I possess a very strong sense of smell that distinguishes the strong and their classifications from long distances," rudely insulting him, describing his aura as pathetic weakness lingering at the bottom. "But all I smell from you now is the pathetic stench of weakness of an outcast student lingering at the bottom who will never amount to anything in his life." But the sarcastic response came like a slap. Chen answered him with icy coldness, mockingly asking if this opponent was crossbred from a bloodhound lineage. A blind anger ignited in the opponent's eyes, the leader's face flushed with blood, ready to pounce and crush this rebel after his public insult. But the leader's intervention stopped everything, as Longshang's calm and cold voice suddenly cut through the arena to stop his raging dog before he could strike. He issued a sudden, fair decision. The leader announced his personal responsibility for his brother's reckless behavior, clearing the hero of any consequences for the time being. Zhang executed blind obedience. He retreated submissively, bowing with absolute respect in compliance with his master's direct orders without any discussion. A silent confrontation began, as the leader cast searching, cold, and piercing looks towards the hero, attempting to probe his depths and discover his secret. Zhang responded with a visual challenge. He exchanged looks with the leader with total steadfastness and a cold fighting spirit, without blinking or taking a step back. They were interrupted by the assessment call. The professor's voice boomed through the loudspeakers, announcing the start of the official assessment and ordering students to step forward according to the established numerical sequence. The leader showed ultimate disdain. He withdrew quietly from the arena, believing in his heart that the hero was just a nobody who posed no real threat to his ambitions. Meanwhile, there was a high-level observation. The official Ling Yu was watching the tense scene with great interest from a high window overlooking the arena. Her companion raised a question, expressing his surprise at why a high-level official would be interested in watching a trivial dispute between mere ordinary students at the bottom. She replied with an amusing prediction and a mysterious smile, expressing her expectation that today's assessment would carry shocking surprises and an unprecedentedly entertaining show. As time passed, the calling of the roommate came. Shang Zhu's name was announced over the loudspeakers after a long and tense hour since the start of the tests. He stepped forward with blind confidence. The conceited roommate walked with excessive confidence towards the platform, determined to explode his alleged energy and dazzle the gathered crowds. He entered the testing booth. Shang stepped into the isolated testing chamber, which was equipped with the latest magical measurement devices. It was a sophisticated, simulated environment. The assessment rituals were conducted in a virtual environment that accurately simulated a low-level demonic rift to ensure measurement precision. In the center sat the measurement heart, Heart, a massive crystal device dedicated to absorbing and precisely measuring the maximum magical energy secreted by the student. The task was to discharge energy. The harsh test required the awakened to discharge their entire essence of power all at once into this device. He began the attack. Xiang struck the device with his magical mace's aura with all his might, standing waiting for his result with pride. The measurement process began. The crystal heart absorbed the explosive energy, immediately passed it to complex assessment devices for analysis. The decoding process launched. Advanced processors analyzed the essence of the pure energy released by the roommate to calculate its actual power. The disappointing result arrived. The screen lit up coldly, announcing his classification in the middle tier of rank E only, shattering all his ego. But there was a missing indicator. The observer certified the preliminary result, waiting for a crucial and additional indicator determined by the system to be uploaded. It is the future potential indicator. The device anticipates the student's maximum future evolution ceiling, which is considered the true gold standard for talent. He possessed a limited ceiling. The roommate's result determined that the maximum future evolution he could reach in his life was rank C. He felt bitter disappointment. The roommate's dreams of reaching rank D today evaporated, realizing his stagnation and that he would remain at the bottom for the next 2 years. He received consolation from his companions. The rest tried to comfort him in silence, while the calling of names continued to echo in the arena without stopping. The confirmation of failure came. The results of the 2 companions, Shang Yu and Ma Long, matched expectations, rightfully falling to the bottom of the low rank E. Suddenly, an exceptional result appeared. A violent shock froze the trio and all those present before a staggering and unexpected number that suddenly appeared on the giant screen. The first D illuminated. The first rank D result of the year illuminated, sparking a mad cheer and cries of admiration among thousands of students. It served as a barrier breaker. Another student reaped rank D as well, with terrifying future potential that touched the threshold of rank A. This caused collective frustration for the companions. The trio sank into total despair, as this student was the 8th to reach rank D, while they remained in the depths of oblivion. Staff bewilderment pervaded the place, as the Academy administration was surprised by the unprecedented number of elite students this year, which exceeded all possible expectations. Amid suffocating anticipation, the observer stood ready to announce the single name that the entire arena was waiting for with bated breath. The feared name echoed through the loudspeakers, the call for Guang Cheng, the absolute and strongest leader of the student council. A mad cheer erupted. The arena roared with thunderous applause and a warm welcome for the young lord of the great Empire Guild. In contrast, with total coldness, Chen stood watching the blind celebration of the crowds from his dark corner with icy looks devoid of any emotion. A terrifying question floated in everyone's minds as the crowds anticipated the new horizons and numbers the leader would break today, especially after 2 years since he reached rank D. Isolation imposed itself as the scene shifted to the heart of the glass testing booth, completely isolated from this external noise. The machine's readiness was announced. The demonic heart device began to prepare and flash to measure the dominant aura possessed by the student council leader. With silent pride, the leader stood tall before the assessment device, ready to display his power and prove his absolute dominance over everyone. With a cunning tactical trick, Guang decided to suppress a large portion of his actual energy, preferring to hide his true trump cards for future battles. Driven by blind confidence and the absolute certainty that even his restricted and suppressed energy was entirely sufficient to immortalize his name as the first in the Academy's history, the data analysis process began as the device's complex algorithms processed the leader's formidable energy with extreme precision to display the final result. The observer's bewilderment occurred as he was shocked by the reading of the unique and anomalous color spectrum of Guang's energy, which had never been seen before. The screen flashed with a legendary result, announcing his reaching the upper tier of rank D, with terrifying future potential touching the ceiling of rank S. An explosion of the field occurred. A mass hysteria swept the arena, celebrating the leader combining present strength with a future of rank S, which is considered a form of the impossible. The entourage's celebration began, as Zhang and the rest of his followers cheered with euphoria and pride for their master, who had just shattered all the Academy's records. While a comrade's paralysis struck everyone, Ma Long and his colleagues froze in their place from shock, completely unable to comprehend this overwhelming historical achievement. An academic alert was announced. Senior staff hurried to submit urgent reports to the High Command, considering the young leader a rare national treasure that must be protected by all means, granting him doubled influence, especially with the constant reminder of him being the legitimate and sole heir to the dominant Empire Guild.
This served as a media earthquake. It was certain that the result of this assessment would headline every national news agency before tomorrow's dawn. From a high observation point, the duo watched with admiration mixed with suspicion the unprecedented emergence of multiple extraordinary talents in a single batch. The dean's question was raised, as Yuan Long asked the official Ling Yu if her personal presence today was due to her prior knowledge of Guang's true power. She replied with a flat denial, as the official coldly confirmed that she did not carve out her time and attend merely to applaud the achievements of this young leader.
She showed a hidden intention. A mysterious smile appeared on her lips, revealing another secret purpose she considered far more important than the leader himself. The true goal was, the official's curiosity was entirely and passionately focused on seeing the performance of this forgotten student, Chen. Finally, the awaited call came, as the loudspeaker boomed with the name of Si Chen, the student residing in the shadows whom no one had paid any attention to. Yang greeted him with preemptive contempt, attacking the hero with biting words, warning him against causing a new and humiliating scandal for their room. He issued an insulting warning, considering that Chen's inevitable failure would serve as the final crowning of their room as the biggest pathetic joke in the Academy's history. With ugly arrogance, the leader continued his boasting that this pack of outcasts and weaklings bring nothing but shame to the prestigious academy. Here, the comrade's defense emerged, as Ma Long roared angrily in the face of the conceited one, demanding he swallow his words and wait for the silencing result. He had a blind certainty, absolute and total confidence that his friend's energy, which he saw with his own eyes, would inevitably blow the minds of these doubters. Meanwhile, tension and doubt prevailed, clear anxiety among the rest of the comrades, and their silent skepticism regarding the actual result expected from this mad challenge. With confident steps, he moved with icy steps. Chen stepped into the closed booth and advanced with complete coldness towards the assessment device. The machine's terror occurred. In an impossible phenomenon, the demonic heart device seemed to actually tremble and shrink in fear as soon as it sensed the hero's destructive aura. He began gathering energy as Chen took a strict attack stance, ready to discharge all his restored demonic power into this device. Accompanied by a logical analysis, for the hero realized perfectly that proving his power to join the great guilds is the only survival gate for any awakened. This arena was the theater of merit, and the definitive certainty that this final assessment is the golden and only opportunity to seize recognition and prove absolute power before the entire world. A grand prize awaited the victors. The members of the first-place team would be recruited immediately and directly into the ranks of the great Empire Guild. Here, a hidden purpose was revealed. This power test was not just a hollow display of ranks, but a crucial preliminary step to sort alliances and form the strongest combat teams. Polarization began. The leader Zhang hurried to include the new awakened Lin, who had just obtained rank D, into the ranks of his powerful Master's Alliance. They were overcome by premature ego, boasting about securing the crown of victory in advance after their amazing success in gathering 3 rank D awakened into one conquering team. Talent hunting was the true and greatest goal of this assessment, merging the elite and strongest elements in preparation for the final and deadly epic. Meanwhile, the weak were clearly rejected. Those with low classifications were isolated into fragile teams, becoming mere bloody offerings ready for the coming slaughter. In the meantime, increasing anxiety prevailed. Mao Long and his comrades' doubts escalated due to their friend's suspicious and worrying delay inside the testing booth. A silent black screen remained. There was no data or response from the giant scoreboard until this moment. Biting sarcasm arose. The crowds began to mock and laugh, believing the hero's energy was far too weak for the sensitive device to pick up. The leader directed a final contempt. He decided to leave with his complete team, looking down with disdain at all the outcasts remaining in the arena. He gave a signal to depart. The leader Guang motioned for his team to leave after this boring show for him had ended. Suddenly, a resounding surprise struck the arena. The screen glowed with a bright light, revealing the hero's numbers exactly as the gang turned to leave. It was a staggering digital shock. Chen's classification was clearly announced in the upper tier of rank D. Mass bewilderment occurred. The crowds and comrades refused to believe this impossible result glittering before their wide-open eyes. The victory cheer rose when Ma Long broke the silence with a mad shout of celebration, proud of his friend's hidden power that silenced everyone. The arrogance of the conceited was paralyzed. The shock froze the blood of the leader and their follower in their veins, completely silencing their arrogance before these numbers. But an emergency warning flashed. A red light filled the booth, announcing a malfunction in data stability and requesting the system to re-evaluate immediately. The hero realized it was mere raw power. His basic human body, devoid of activating any class energy, alone equaled the peak of rank D.
Here, he decided to raise the challenge. Chen calmly proceeded to activate one of his many combat classes to escalate the result and test the machine. He began with a simple initial activation, summoning the aura of the Hell Cloud King, which was merely the weakest class in his dark arsenal. A mad leap occurred. The screen jumped frantically to adjust the assessment suddenly, leaping from D to the middle tier of C. Double confusion prevailed. The crowds were shocked by this mad and sudden change in the automated assessment readings, which are never wrong. In a state of opponent's denial, Zhang screamed in panic at the top of his voice, justifying this result by the existence of a catastrophic failure in the Academy system. Academy terror spread. Senior staff froze in their places, certain of the collapse of the system's algorithms before this terrifying and unprecedented fluctuation. The machine began to suffocate. With repeated sirens, the demonic heart suffered and groaned under the weight of this formidable pressure. The hero made the decision to reveal. He decided to show his true, terrifying face to find his actual power ceiling and destroy any remaining doubts. He released the Absolute Curse. Chen unleashed the mighty Rakshas Star Purgatory class, letting his energy explode without restriction. The device began to crack. The solid demonic heart split forcefully, unable to absorb the massive flood of energy sweeping through it. A nightmarish aura emanated. The arena ceiling split under a dominant and dark purple energy, suffocating the breath of all present without exception. Fear gripped the enemies. Guang and his gang stared at the dark sky in absolute panic from this sudden hell that swallowed them. Everyone realized it was a new history. The comrades were witnessing today the birth of a true legendary entity emerging from the womb of their miserable and despised room. The probability screen drew a golden future. It struggled violently under the weight of the energy to display the amazing rank S. A second shock hit them. The observers' screams rose in terror at the appearance of another rank S legend on the same day and in the same place. Pride was crushed. The arrogance of leader Guang evaporated entirely, leaving him paralyzed and helpless before this terrifying display of absolute power. A red alert was launched. All screens turned the color of blood, releasing consecutive warning flashes of an imminent catastrophe that would sweep the place. A total collapse began, with the official announcement of the entire system falling and the giant machine beginning to shake violently, signaling an explosion. At the last moment, the screen uttered the impossible rank. The legendary SSS assessment appeared clearly before the system completely collapsed for exceeding its maximum capacity. The arena witnessed the collapse of officials. One of the senior academy staff fell to his knees in weakness, screaming from the horror of what he saw with his own eyes. Suddenly, a resounding explosion occurred. The glass assessment booth shattered and its shards scattered, turning in a single second into a flaming pile of ruin. Staff panic prevailed. There was a mad rush by the professors to retrieve Chen's body, amidst hysterical screams warning of the melting of the machine's magical core. Smoke intrusion began, in a panicked and desperate search through the flaming rubble, hoping to find any pulse proving the hero remained alive. With the clearing of the thick dust, the catastrophic scene began to clarify very slowly before the chief observer's terrified eyes. The observer's finishing shock hit him when he saw the legendary demonic heart turned into a mere fragile gray shell, completely drained of any energy. One of the observers hurried to provide a flimsy justification, explaining the sudden burning of the device by its wear and age due to continuous and intensive use by thousands of students. But there was a silent realization. Chen was fully aware that he was the true cause of devouring the machine's heart following the momentary release of his terrifying energy. Reaching a terrifying certainty by discovering that his forbidden ability, Absolute Devour, is capable of devouring and absorbing the energy of machines and inanimate objects as well. In a scene resembling an angelic exit, Chen left the flaming wreckage with calm steps, completely safe and without a single scratch touching him. He decided on a test of insight. The hero quietly activated a new visual ability to test the limits of his piercing vision amidst this stunned field. Superhuman vision was granted to him as the Star Purgatory Eye enabled him to penetrate auras and read the hidden ranks and actual levels of everyone present with precision. He realized it would serve as a secret weapon, that this piercing insight would penetrate the darkest plots of tyrants, guiding him like a compass in this false world. Here, the leader's secret was exposed. The insight showed Chen that Guangsheng was suppressing within him a massive energy far exceeding what he had displayed moments ago. A suspension of assessment was announced. The Academy administration was forced to stop the rest of the tests immediately, raising the white flag before this sudden ruin. Official censorship was practiced, as it was announced over the speakers that the hero's mythical result was merely a technical glitch in the device, and the assessment was postponed until the following day. But this did not prevent the comrades' celebration, as Ma Long and his bang ignored these flimsy justifications and began celebrating madly the brilliance and hidden power of their friend. A rude accusation interrupted them as the follower Zhang Jian stepped forward, shouting angrily, accusing the hero of intentionally sabotaging the measurement device to hide his true weakness. The follower's anger exploded, expressing extreme resentment at wasting his master's precious time in the student council because of this trivial incident. Chen reached the end of his patience. Blue lightning sparks began to dance hiddenly between his fingers, preparing to strike and silence this annoying leader. The intent to crush manifested in him. The hero thought with cold seriousness of annihilating this bully right here and now to relieve the entire world of his hollowed shatter. Suddenly, the leader's intervention occurred. Guangshen stepped forward to stop his follower with a gesture of his hand, describing the hero as the mysterious new colleague in their team. This was the follower's jolt. Zhang froze in his place in a state of total bewilderment and disbelief at his master's unexpected declaration. It was a booby-trapped invitation, in which the leader presented a diplomatic and cunning offer to officially join Chen to his elite team in the final assessment test. And he tempted him with promises of the summit, confirming that they would be able together to sweep all records and top the Academy's hierarchy undisputed if they united their forces. The comrade's surprise prevailed. The eyes of the hero's friends widened in amazement at his receipt of a personal and direct invitation from the strongest and most influential leader. A burning malice ignited in Zhang's chest, for his anger stemmed from his realization that including this hero would inevitably cost the expulsion of another member from their complete team. He was driven by blind jealousy. The follower deeply resented that the free and precious elite seat was granted to an outcast student residing at the bottom of the academy. But he showed total submission, surrendering completely to his master's absolute will and realizing with bitterness his true position as a mere pawn being moved on a chessboard. With a fake smile, the follower swallowed his wounded pride, forcing himself to welcome the hero with a slight bow and a manufactured smile that almost tore. But a flat refusal came, as Chen shocked the entire arena by kicking the leader's golden invitation away with extreme coldness and without a single shred of hesitation. Mental paralysis struck everyone. The follower Zhang was completely unable to speak or move before the horror of this insulting slap delivered to his master publicly. They witnessed the cracking of ego. The leader's fake calmness collapsed to be replaced with a dark and gloomy look as he struggled to comprehend this insolent rebellion. He delivered another icy slap as Chen silenced the followers' anger with total coldness and a provocative disregard for all their influence and status they bragged about. He issued a final warning, alerting them in a tone that made the skin crawl not to cross his path again before turning his back coldly in preparation to leave. The withdrawal began. Chen left the arena with confident steps accompanied by his stunned friend Ma Long, leaving the follower behind him burning with the fire of his helpless malice. Terrified whispers arose. The crowds were left in a state of shock, whispering in fear about the madness of this mysterious boy who dared to insult the most powerful council leader.
And after his refusal to join the leader's team, the arena turned into a theater of speculations. A student whispered to his colleague, his eyes shining with enthusiasm. "Did you see that icy refusal? Si Chen must be targeting the first place for himself. Everyone was expecting exciting drama, and here it begins." While a female student laughed gloatingly from afar, whispering to her friend, "Did you see the faces of Guang's gang and the bullies? Oh, the embarrassment. They thought they were the masters of the hall." Her friend nodded in admiration. "Our hero was really very brave to stand up to them like that." Following that, a follower shouted with intense anger and emotion beside his leader, "Damn him! How dare this scum insult you in front of everyone?" The leader replied, calming his follower with total coldness, "It's fine. It seems the boy has his own plans. Let him be for now." Based on this frightening calmness from the leader, the gathered students began to slowly disperse from the university courtyard as each team withdrew to discuss their plans. On the administration balcony overlooking the courtyard, the director struck the balcony's edge with deep sorrow. "What a loss. The opportunity for a historical alliance is gone. I was hoping they would form a team to set a new, unbeatable record for the school." The vice president stood beside him, smiling with coldness and cunning as she watched the hero from afar. "Do not grieve, Director. With this sudden turn of events and his refusal to join, things have become much more interesting than we expected," explaining to the director in a malicious, analytical tone. For someone with the ego and influence of Wang Ting, that public refusal wasn't merely a tactical choice, it was a blatant declaration of war on his pride, concluding her words with a warning and confident look. "And we all know that the council president is not someone to be played with or insulted without consequences." In a far corner of the courtyard, the follower slammed his fist into his palm with continuous rage. "He's only arrogant because of a passing error in the power test, and he really believes he's rank C?" In a far corner of the courtyard, the leader stared into the horizon with a cold, deadly look. And what if the test wasn't wrong? I swear, even if it's true and he really possesses that power, I won't let anyone take the first place from me." His follower smiled maliciously, flattering him. "Boss, he's just an inexperienced novice while we train in secret. Why don't I teach him a harsh lesson on your behalf so he knows his true place?" But the leader turned to shoot him a deadly look that pierced his soul and froze him in place. "Do I look like someone so base and petty that I'd send someone to beat up an outcast student?" The follower trembled and stepped back in panic. "No, I didn't mean that. Slip of the tongue, boss." Then the leader turned and left with coldness and boredom. "My mood is ruined by this nonsense. I'll leave alone." Pausing for a moment, he glared at his follower over his shoulder with a sharp, underlying look. "And whatever stupidity you commit after I leave, I have absolutely nothing to do with it." At this point, the follower noticed that strange tone a bit, and his thoughts paused for a moment, processing the words in his mind. His eyes widened in understanding, and he smiled a demonic smile after catching the underlying green light, bowing with fake respect. "Heh, I fully understand your message, boss. You have nothing to do with it at all." Just 10 minutes after plotting the scheme, one of the followers ran, panting toward his senior follower. "Boss Shan, I just watched him. Si Chan has already left the school." Catching his breath and eagerly explaining. "I heard him say he's going home, and he left the campus quickly without even eating in the dorm cafeteria." The senior follower crushed an empty soda can under his foot, smiling with malice and euphoria. "Even luck and heavens are on my side to present him as easy prey." Adding with an evil smile and eyes gleaming with revenge. "Outside the school walls, everything is permitted, and I can deal with this boy and crush him without any consequences from the administration." Meanwhile, our hero was walking in complete calmness, unaware of the cheap bully's plot to trap him in the dark alleys, as he walked in a nearby street, completely lost in his thoughts. These bullies are nothing but insects compared to what's coming. His heart squeezing in secret as he remembered the destruction of the future. "In the past I lived, an elite guild of the strongest found a powerful, nightmarish demon while on a routine raid mission in the Holy Lands." Continuing to remember the terrifying details with a shudder. He was called the Emperor Wrath, and before they realized the magnitude of the disaster, the monster annihilated the elite team and the entire guild in the blink of an eye, clenching his fist with strength and sorrow. And since that ominous day, the monster emerged from its rift and began destroying and burning the human world, his eyes igniting with invincible resolve. And to find the lair of this creature before its emergence, I finally devised an infallible, tight plan. But to execute my plan and abort his appearance, I first need a massive amount of money to start. Based on this plan, he headed directly and with confident steps to the Grand Methyl Monster Exchange, looking closely at the luxurious building before him. Here is the largest center and auction for selling materials and equipment in the future. Realizing in secret the importance of his step, I know very well that weapons and equipment are extremely important and make the difference between life and death for the awakened, and this place is my best bet for gathering wealth. Inside the exchange, he stood before the appraisal counter, emptying a pile of ivory fangs. With a sharp voice, "I want this batch appraised and sold." The expert appraiser stared at the pile with bulging eyes, then looked at him with disdain. "You're just a university student. Where did you get an item like this?" He replied with total coldness and indifference, pointing to the pile. "A monster dropped them after I killed it." While the appraiser remained confused, having never seen the likes of it, the young female employee approached and recognized them immediately with professional enthusiasm. "These fangs aren't ordinary. They're the fangs of the sanguine monster." Completing her explanation with obvious eagerness. "It's the rank A cloud monster. They can be melted to craft rare weapons, or ground to—" But the arrogant appraiser interrupted her with disgust and rudeness. All right, I get it. Rank A items are useless to me. I'm only dealing with rank D items and above, and I'm not obligated to know this junk." Bitterly complaining to himself about his luck. "Damn this day. The good and wealthy customers have completely disappeared." Continuing his internal grumbling with sorrow. "At this rate, the promotion I'm waiting for is still very far out of reach." Turning to the young employee, deciding to leave it to her. "Take this transaction, rookie. You handle everything concerning this student," and turned his back to leave arrogantly. Moments after completing the transaction, the employee handed him a heavy bag of money with a polite smile. "Here you go, sir. Do you need anything else?" He checked the bag to see he had received $18,000, thinking with relief. This amount is barely enough to cover the overdue rent for now and get by. Then he looked at the employee with confidence. "Yes, I have something else I want appraised." Suddenly, his right hand began to glow with a mysterious gleam. From the midst of the glowing void, he summoned a giant demonic sword, pulsing with an extremely powerful and evil purple aura that suffocated the breath. The employee's jaw dropped and her eyes widened in total bewilderment before the stunning weapon. "Oh my God! What an amazing sword!" Thinking with absolute fascination as she contemplated it. Even without having seen a weapon like this before, its suffocating aura confirms it must be at least rank B, or perhaps A. The appraiser suddenly returned after feeling the energy, laughing with biting sarcasm. Rank A. Rank A weapons cost millions. I've worked here for years and haven't seen one in my life, and this weapon is definitely not one of them. Suddenly, a man with blue hair and a piercing look appeared, interrupting with a calm and measured voice. "You are right. This weapon is not rank B or A." The appraiser jumped, cheaply flattering his boss. "My boss truly has a piercing eye. I just told her, what valuable things could a poor student like this bring, other than junk?" But the boss revealed the surprise, ignoring the appraiser, looking at the sword in absolute bewilderment and a voice trembling with awe. This weapon was forged in the deep lands of Purgatory. It's an artifact from the legendary Rank S equipment. The declaration shocked everyone, and the duo froze from the sheer shock while the appraiser screamed. "Impossible! Rank S?" The boss stepped forward, ignoring their bewilderment, shaking his hand with exaggerated warmth and enthusiasm. "We are very honored to have you in our exchange, sir. I welcome you as our very special guest." Gesturing with extreme respect, inviting him inside. "Please, come with me to the VIP room. Any request of yours will be fulfilled immediately." He walked behind him, smiling a faint and confident smile inwardly. He swallowed the bait completely. The man has finally appeared, exactly as I planned, his eyes shining with malicious triumph to assure himself. It turns out that man's name is Chen, the leader of the Methyl Guild, and he is the first essential piece in my grand plans. Chen and the Methyl Guild president, Chen Jai, stepped away from prying eyes into the luxurious and quiet VIP room, where the president sat, his eyes fixed on the legendary sword resting on the table. "Sir, this weapon defies description. May I ask what amount you are requesting in exchange for relinquishing this unique piece and your equipment?" Answering with complete confidence and coldness. 1 million. The president's eyes widened in obvious bewilderment, his composure completely shattering before this figure that underestimated the value. Leaning forward enthusiastically, he spoke. "Do you realize that rank A weapons sell for millions, while this rank S piece will ignite madness and a war in the market? Its value could easily exceed 10 million and will cause utter chaos." Sipping his coffee with absolute steadiness, he replied, "I never intend to sell it. I want to use this rank S weapon as collateral for a $1 million loan. I will repay the full amount after exactly 1 month. The president found the idea strange in secret, beginning to analyze the situation. Pawning a legendary weapon for a paltry sum? This complex planning is far from the mind of a simple university student. Continuing to think with hidden admiration, this young man realizes his foresight and plans to retrieve his sword shrewdly. He truly possesses wisdom far beyond his years, as his eyes shined with wild curiosity about the origin of this client. Is he the scion of a rebellious wealthy family, or a genius hiding his true power from the world? Whatever the case, this young man is not ordinary at all. Certain that he was facing an exceptional person, with calculated steps, while his guest continued to sip his coffee calmly and confidently. Setting his cup down, he pledged firmly, "I will repay the original loan amount in full after exactly 1 month, with 10% interest the following month. What do you say?" Turning to the female employee, he dismissed her to ensure the complete secrecy of the negotiation. "Xiaoli, could you leave us alone for a minute?" After her departure, the president decided to reveal his cards and conclusions, smiling smartly and cunningly while staring at his guest. "Sir, let me analyze your exact situation." Leaning back in his chair, he continued, "If I'm not mistaken, you study at the National Awakened University and are in your final year, graduating soon." Narrowing his eyes with a sly smile. "To my knowledge, the annual graduation exam will be held exactly 1 month, and the first place prize is 1 million, which entirely matches the loan amount and repayment date you suggested." Nodding his head, hinting at a deep understanding. "It seems you have absolute confidence that you will snatch first place in this difficult exam." Concluding his analysis with a piercing look. Resorting to pawning such a valuable item as collateral means conclusive proof of one thing: you are going through a stifling and sudden financial crisis. Confirming confidently, and you found no solution but this bold step as a last resort to provide immediate liquidity to deal with this emergent circumstance. After brief thought and facing his guest's total silence, he decided to take an unexpected step that turned the tables in his favor. Leaning forward, he offered confidently,
If that's the case, I will lend you and give you $1.5 million in cash immediately with total exemption from interest for the entire month. Justifying his generous offer seriously. Consider this a token of friendship. I wish to build solid bridges of trust and a friendship with you, not just a passing deal that ends today. Raising an eyebrow in hidden surprise inwardly. This sudden generosity is unexpected. While the president confirmed his commitment to the absolute secrecy of the meeting, tactfully stating his only condition. I will only ask that you give our exchange priority and make it your first choice in your future dealings, and I will guarantee you major discounts. Exchanging looks with him in silent admiration inwardly. He deduced my identity and goals from simple information, and instead of exploiting my crisis, he offered a deal that intelligently and foresightedly builds a long-term strategic partnership. Continuing his thoughts and future expectations. No wonder, this man will make the methyl market the largest globally in the future thanks to his ambition. Then he extended his hand and accepted the offer, shaking his hand, realizing inwardly. To defeat the tyrant Wrath, I will definitely need powerful and smart allies like him.
To add definitive formality, the guild president hastened to document what is known as the binding rock contract for both parties. The bank transfer notification arrived on his device. 1,500,000. The agreed-upon funds were immediately transferred to his account. Expressing his professional concern, the president spoke. "But sir, if you pawn this legendary weapon here, what will you fight with in the graduation exam?" Offering help. "I can lend you alternative rank A or B gear and equipment if you wish to facilitate your task." Turning calmly, thanking him, and smiling confidently. "Thank you, but there's no need for that." Suddenly, his hand glowed again. Internally, speaking with supreme, terrifying, and unshakable arrogance. "I have another weapon, no less powerful or rare than the one I just left." Surprising them by summoning the second legendary Raksha-class sword. The president and the employees froze from profound shock that this mysterious young man possessed 2 pieces of this terrifying legendary level. Meanwhile, he headed to leave with steady steps, leaving behind a silent bewilderment enveloping the place. Whispering in bewilderment, the president turned to the employee. "Xiao Li, for your excellent handling and service to this exceptional client, you are promoted to the position of supervisor immediately." While his arrogant appraiser colleague lamented the loss of this golden opportunity, he suddenly stopped before exiting the gate and turned gently. "By the way, I would like to purchase an additional item before leaving the exchange." After completing the purchase, he took a taxi heading to his next destination, towards the unknown. Upon his arrival at the Longchang long-distance bus station, and while he was waiting, harsh memories of his past suffering with extreme poverty swept over him like merciless, violent waves, his heart squeezing inwardly as the memories gnawed at his mind. I remembered my graduation days before I awakened, and how I worked arduous jobs after the guild's continuous rejection of me. Drowning in his sorrow, remembering the hardship, we struggled to provide the minimum for living and to pay the rent. Sighing bitterly, my sister Sion and I lived an austere and miserable life. And he remembered that painful moment when his sister was accepted into the prestigious International Fine Arts Academy, and how her dream dissipated. With a sorrow squeezing his soul, he recalled her scene, saying, "I remember how she tore up the acceptance letter under the pretext of not wanting to move away from me," continuing his hidden pain inwardly. But I later learned that her true motive was to avoid burdening me with additional financial loads and abandoning the dream of her life. Until he snapped out of his reverie belatedly and looked at his watch in panic. "Damn it, I'm late for my sister's probable arrival time." Suddenly, a familiar call interrupted him, piercing his ears and transporting him through time. Shouting sharply from behind him, she scolded him.
"Big brother, how many times have I told you that waiting is at the exit, not the entrance? Why are you standing like an idiot?"
Complaining while dragging her heavy suitcase.
"You never focus."
He stared at her slowly in total bewilderment, his eyes widening as he felt the weight of 7 years of long separation in her face brimming with life.
"Come and help me carry the luggage, instead of standing frozen like that."
Instead of replying, he rushed to hug him with massive force and extreme emotion that almost broke her ribs from the intensity of his longing. She froze, surprised and shocked by his exaggerated and unusual reaction, unaware of the magnitude of the tragedy, and thinking to herself. She didn't realize that this hug compensated for the separation of 7 harsh years in past lives and certain death. The emotional moment ended very quickly, and she pushed her brother, annoyed and joking.
"Hey, are you trying to choke me to death at the station?"
Throwing her bag at him with an inquiring smile.
"Why are you acting weird lately? Did you get a romantic rejection or what?"
He denied with confusion and a tearful smile. No, nothing like that.
Urging him to return and enthusiastically recounting.
Let's go home. The exam was crazy, and I faced some funny situations. Let me tell you everything.
He watched her as she spoke with deep happiness and gratitude, filling his thirsty heart, and secretly promised himself with an irrevocable bloody oath.
In this life, I will not allow any force or entity on earth to strip you of your happiness or make you suffer again.
In a dark corner of a gloomy alley, Zhang Jin and his gang hid with their weapons, lurking like shadows of death. Pointing towards the path, he coldly ordered his men. This is the path he usually takes. Hide, and as soon as he appears, we will pounce on him. Pressing on his blade, glares of evil flying from his eyes, he vowed with deadly malice. I will make him taste the bitterness of revenge and make him pay a very high price for provoking me. Meanwhile, a follower whispered with anxiety, trying to dissuade his leader from recklessness. Boss Zhang Jin, isn't it dangerous for us student council members to be involved in this assault? What if we get exposed? He silenced him with a fiery glare, declaring his intent for total destruction. Damn that. I only intended to discipline him, but for an F-rank scum student to overstep and act like he belongs to the S-rank, it disgusts me. Recalling his previous words with bitterness and insult, and mocking his voice with biting sarcasm. You're annoying. Shut up and don't speak to me again. How dare he? His anger finally exploded as he ordered his men strictly. Step aside. I will crush him personally and break his bones until I deny him the chance to attend the graduation ceremony. He then drew his dagger with absolute coldness and showcased his aura boastfully. I am the best assassin of the Cloud class in the Institute. Just wait, you trash.
The scene returned to the siblings, immersed in a relatively calm atmosphere. She looked at him with spontaneous apprehension, asking with playful malice.
Big brother, you've been acting strangely for 2 days. Are you nervous about the graduation exams? A simple person like you doesn't usually get carried away by emotions like this.
Reminding him of his words with a bright smile.
Didn't you used to say, believe in yourself, for opportunities will come sooner or later? Where did those tips go?
Her gentle words formed a lifeline for his troubled soul. As soon as they entered a narrow alley, she began humming her favorite song freely, ignoring the world.
A wonderful star launches across the galaxy.
While he listened to her silently and warmly, he drifted into his thoughts, admiring her innate intelligence. Scion is very smart. She noticed my change immediately, but she still ignores the truth of my awakening and thinks we are still struggling with poverty. He patted her head to reassure her with warm calmness. I promise, I'm fine, Scion. But she considered it a masculine denial born of pride, concluding with hidden irony in her heart based on her readings.
He's still denying it. As I read, men build emotional walls as they mature. Looks like my brother has finally grown up.
The siblings delved into the alley, seemingly oblivious to the hidden surveillance following their steps with extreme caution. A masked follower whispered from the dense shadows. Boss, the target is accompanied by a girl. He smiled with deadly malice, expressing his joy at this luck. This is perfect. The alley is completely free of cameras. It is our perfect stage today. Despite his apparent calm next to his sister, he sensed the incoming danger and the hostile glares with clarity that tore through the silence, whispering to himself, without changing his cold features, creeping killing intent and hostile energy approaching. A cold anger ignited in his chest upon realizing their identity. Student council members, what audacity to follow me to my safe haven. He pulled his earbuds from his pocket with deadly calmness, without slowing his steady pace. He placed the earbuds very gently on her ears to isolate her from the impending massacre, saying, "Here, listen to this," justifying his action with a calm, reassuring smile. "I've been addicted to this song lately." She blinked in surprise at his newfound interest. "Since when do you care about music?" But she gave in to her curiosity and adjusted the earbuds innocently. "All right, maybe music will help me understand your strange psychological state."
At that moment, he committed to deliberate silence and stopped walking like a statue of ice. He turned slowly backward with a cold, non-human gaze scanning the dark alley. It's time for cleaning. Activating his investigative ability in secret at lightning speed. Instant level analysis. Rank E and Rank D. Meanwhile, she was completely isolated in the pure world of music, drowning in unprecedented musical tranquility that separated her from her surroundings. Then the team began their hostile and coordinated movement within the dark alley, advancing one after another and drawing their weapons, in blind response to their lurking leader's orders. He recalled his tragedy in secret with calmness and resolve. In the year 2060, I lost my family, and I wasn't granted the chance to return until 2067 to meet my sister. This reunion after 7 years of hell. Thunder energy gathered around him, and violent lightning bolts exploded, announcing his raging anger. How dare you come and pollute this holy moment? The team lunged all at once, screaming bloodthirstily, but he vanished in a lightning flash to appear among them with supernatural speed before they touched the ground, delivering a resounding and lightning-fast kick that could not be blocked in any way. The kick sent one attacker flying high into the air and shattered his ribs with a clearly audible sound, which froze the rest of the opponents in their places, completely unable to comprehend the horror of the scene, while she continued humming behind him in deep peace, ignoring the battle taking place. A star launches in the night sky. He clenched his hand wrapped in dancing lightning without any pause or hesitation for a moment and swept like a destructive storm toward the closest man to him, screaming coldly, "I will crush you all." Opponents fell one after another like weak autumn leaves under the barrage of his crushing blows, precise as a machine, as the first fell, followed by the second, then the third in the blink of an eye, and blood splattered everywhere, painting a portrait of death. The attackers were completely unable to resist or show any ability to respond. A desperate attacker attempted to throw a stray punch from behind, shouting in collapse, "Take this!" He caught his hand with an iron grip, solid as a shackle, without even turning to see him, pressing with crushing force to shatter his bones with a lightning strike, emitting a horrifying cracking sound. "Ah, my arm!" He followed it with a violent and terrifying punch that landed directly and harshly on the shattered face. The punch sent the attacker flying away like a rag doll, and he slammed with extreme cruelty against the stone wall of the alley, prompting his leader to retreat in terror, reeling from the bloody scene that unfolded before him like a curse. He broke out in cold sweat, wondering in bewilderment, with a trembling voice. What the hell is this? Where did this horror come from? Staring with wide eyes, unable to grasp the reality of the superpower before him. How can trash be this strong? His confidence and arrogance evaporated completely into thin air, and a paralyzing fear took hold, shackling his trembling limbs. He screamed with a voice trembling in terror, trying to gather his broken and scattered courage. "Don't come closer!" Summoning his meager energy and claiming power in desperation. "I am the best assassin of the Cloud class. I will not be defeated." Launching a final attack with desperation and recklessness, pushing all his remaining energy toward him. But he didn't blink, and with a single brutal strike, he crushed him, completely smashing his face and blocking his attack. The knockout blow sent him high into the air, losing his balance and all his senses. And before his defeated body, heavy with wounds, hit the harsh ground, he followed him like a ghost and delivered another, more brutal and fierce aerial strike. The strike shattered what remained of his teeth, and blood sprayed from his mouth like scattered rain in the alley, finally falling to the ground like a lifeless corpse, unable to move or utter a single letter. While he stood over him like a ruthless tyrant, with eyes glowing with terrifying demonic redness and silent contemplation, reminding him with cold, icy breath of his previous warning.
"I warned you earlier about bothering me."
Asking him with a sharp gaze, declaring his anger had reached its unbearable limit.
"Which part of that simple warning was too difficult for your stupid mind to understand?"
In the dark alley, nothing remained of the bully gang leader's arrogance but debris. He sat weakly leaning against the stone wall, weeping bitterly and coughing up copious amounts of blood, his bones completely shattered.
"My ribs, all of them are shattered. My legs, they're paralyzed. His rank assessment, it was real. He is absolutely not rank D. Ugh, I'm so sorry."
Engaging in a humiliating crying and apologizing, begging for survival after his courage vanished, while he advanced with steady steps, grabbing him violently by his collar to raise his blood-stained face.
"Shut up completely. If you make a single sound from now on, I will kill you here and bury you in this place."
Threatening him with death with a coldness that made breaths freeze. Then he drew his electrified blade, pressing his sharp knife against his opponent's face with terrifying gentleness.
"I want you to look closely into my eyes."
Instilling indescribable terror in the tyrant's soul, making his body tremble. He contemplated the blue light reflected in his icy pupils, trembling in absolute terror inwardly.
His eyes do not lie. He will truly kill me without blinking an eye. How can a miserable university student possess such a terrifying, nightmarish killing intent? What the hell has this monster faced in his life to be this cold?
He pulled the blade away slightly, looking at his collapsed opponent with a gaze completely devoid of humanity. "Listen to me well, and engrave every letter my tongue will say now into your miserable, weak memory." Continuing in a tone dripping with threat and death. "Scum like you and your followers are worthless to me, and I can dispose of you and erase you from existence easily, as if you never were." Pressing his other hand on the wound with extreme cruelty. "Cut off any thought or dream of bothering him again, and I warn you against the consequences of approaching my younger sister or following her steps." Whispering with a voice like death touching his opponent's vein. Any appearance of your men or you before her again means liquidating you finally and with no return. I will make you disappear one by one, forever. Do you understand? He nodded his head in mad hysteria, shedding tears and saliva. Yes, I understand. I swear I understand. Drowning in his final humiliating tears, he left his opponent to fall to the ground, drowning in the blood of his collapse and loss of consciousness, and turned, walking away with a coldness that pierced the silence of the alley toward the unknown.
Far from the smell of blood and iron, she was waiting, wiping a warm tear that suddenly fell while she was listening to the song. Why does this song make me feel a mysterious loneliness and intense isolation? Looking toward the horizon with deep emotion, thinking to herself. Only a few days have passed since our reunion after my absence, but the sudden change in my brother's behavior makes me feel as if he has lived an eternity of suffering and pain away from me. Sighing with deep sorrow, saying, I am overcome with sadness, feeling his deep, mysterious loneliness, despite my constant closeness to him, and my attempt to stay by his side to protect him. As soon as he saw him approaching, she initiated with gentleness and tearful joking, putting her hands on her hips. Brother, are you trying to use this gloomy song as a way to elicit sympathy like this? But he interrupted her by presenting an elegant small box bearing a luxurious logo, which struck her with complete bewilderment, tying her tongue and freezing her words. He smiled with brotherly warmth, extending his hand with the box. I got this for you, Scion. This gift was picked especially for you. The moment she opened the box, her eyes widened in absolute shock. Oh my God, is this the Dragon Model 3D Magic Pen? But it costs more than $10,000. Where did you get its expensive price? Did you rob a bank? Happiness flooded his heart seeing her bright features, whispering inwardly, his eyes gleaming with an old sorrow. In my destroyed past life of the year 2060, I stood helplessly and miserably unable to protect you, or achieve your simple dreams, before I lost you. She tried to return the box with hesitation and fear. It's very expensive, brother, and I don't like it that much. Maybe we should return it and save the money. While he secretly pledged to himself to provide all means of happiness for her, putting his hand, stained with the gang's blood, behind him so as not to ruin her innocent moment, speaking in a reassuring tone. As long as you like it, that is completely enough. Don't think about the money. Meanwhile, the gang in the back alley were groaning weakly in a pitiful state, paying the price for their recklessness and empty arrogance.
Then they returned to their modest little home, and she began trying her new magic pen with overwhelming childish enthusiasm filling the place. She skillfully drew an illuminated holographic fish swimming in the air, laughing and jumping with joy.
Wow! I can't believe the precision of this pen, and its actual work is this amazing! It's exactly like magic!
While he sat at the wooden table eating egg noodles with gratitude. As long as I see this smile on your face, this is my sole purpose in the world, and the egg noodles you make with your hand are undisputedly the best.
But she stopped playing and looked at him with financial concern.
But brother, we still have to pay the accumulated rent expenses, and you are squandering money like this, with unbelievable generosity suddenly.
He smiled with complete confidence appearing on his features. Don't worry about that at all. I paid the rent for the whole year. At dawn today, she was stunned by the shock of the massive amount transferred to the landlord. He continued eating his food with feigned coldness to hide the truth. I made the money from a small project and a private investment I started with an old friend of ours, and we made some quick profits. She stared directly into his eyes, realizing the truth inwardly.
My brother is very bad at lying. His features expose him clearly, and I am absolutely certain he is hiding many big secrets, but I won't care.
Contemplating his comfortably relaxed features, sensing happiness.
I sensed a true and deep happiness pulsing on his face now, which I haven't seen on his face for many long years.
She noticed a warmth and sincerity in his current smile that was completely different from all the gloomy sadness and fears that preceded this day. Deciding to stop questioning him, she approached him affectionately and simply placed her warm hand on his shoulder.
All right, I'll believe you this time.
Advising him with extreme gentleness and compassion.
Whatever the size of this project, just don't exhaust yourself too much. I don't want to see you in pain.
He exchanged the smile with gratitude and warmth that washed away all the blood accumulations that ran in the alley hours ago to begin a new phase of confrontations.
In the Great Student Council Hall, urgent official news arrived as a member stood holding the medical report with fear. The report has arrived. Zhang Jin suffered severe fractures involving 60% of the bones in his body. In continuing with wonder and astonishment, the doctors completely ruled out his recovery or ability to move before a full month passes. Who would have thought a rank E student possessed this audacity to challenge and crush our men? The president of the student council and the one with the greatest power and the final say was the next speaker in this emergency session, while the vice president of the council sat on the luxurious sofa sipping her drink with indifference and disregard. His absence from the upcoming graduation exam doesn't matter. Zhang Jin was just a boastful insect. He put down his coffee cup with dismissive coldness, his eyes radiating an icy light. My team has become stronger and faster without these weaklings and deadweights hindering our ascent to the top. At that moment, the massive wooden door opened, and the recruitment services director at the National University and the council president's uncle joined the place. He advanced with serious features and a tone full of malice. You are mistaken if you underestimate the matter, Guangting. I will seriously warn you of the threat of this boy, Si Qin. Opening a secret electronic file and explaining. I personally examined the results of the hidden rank assessment, and the records confirmed that Si Qin is the only student in this entire batch who actually outranks you. His pupils widened slightly with a shock that caught his pride off guard. What? He outranks me? Shocked by discovering that his opponent's rank officially proven in the Magic Corps is C. His internal tension increased, knitting his brows with sharpness and anger at this information that shook his academic throne and his image. His uncle warned with extreme strictness. You cannot allow any nobody to steal the spotlight from you. Narrowing his eyes, thinking of precautionary solutions to prevent surprises. We must secure our position in any possible way and under any circumstance. Proposing his cunning backup plan. If things go wrong, I will intervene to include my niece Ling Yu in your team to ensure total crushing and close all loopholes. He interrupted him with an arrogant and terrifying smile, restoring confidence to his features. Uncle, you exaggerate your worry and fear of a nobody. Leaning back and asking disapprovingly. Do you really think I revealed my full true power or my cards in that superficial automated rank assessment? His eyes ignited with an oppressive light like an invincible tyrant. I swear before you, on the day of the practical combat exam in front of the Union officials, I will show everyone, and Si Qin, who is truly the strongest in this world. Displaying a terrifying, mad confidence in possessing skills and trump cards he hadn't revealed to any measurement system yet, to end the discussion in the room and pave the way for a bloody clash.
In the evening, he showered in his university dorm under the flowing warm water drops, recalling the achievements of his intense long day. He closed his eyes, analyzing his body comfortably. The strenuous physical training of carrying 100 kilograms was successful, and most importantly, my pressing financial crisis has been completely resolved. Drafting his post-graduation plan inwardly. I drew up my post-graduation plan and securing the million prize designated for first place, and I will use it to pay off the loan mortgage debts. Thinking about his future and strategic alliances. Adhering to the contract with Chen Jai and the Methyl Exchange is essential to serve my future interests and build major alliances. Then he clenched his fist with hellish resolve, vowing, less than a month remains, so I decided to raise my level additional times and develop my abilities before the exam date to be ready to annihilate Wrath. Closing his eyes completely, ready and prepared to connect and bracing to enter his holographic system in his isolation, the system announced its activation in his mind with a familiar mechanical voice. System initialization, starting gluttony system. He returned to the same digital space with a much deeper and more precise awareness and understanding than the previous time he entered it. Walking toward the virtual throne confidently, reviewing his overall assessment and his glowing updated statistics in the blue space before him, contemplating the data with total coldness and evaluating his reality. My weakest available class currently is Cloud King, and it is classified as rank C. His pupils widened slightly, seeing the second option. But the Raksha class surpassed the system's standard limits and sits at the legendary rank S, and I am still ignorant of the limits of its true power and how to fully assimilate it. Looking down with slight disappointment at the mystery of the rest. As for the remaining two classes in the Forbidden Archive, I acknowledge my total ignorance of their capabilities and features so far. Then he took a glowing item from his digital inventory and decided. The rank SSS Time Rift key. I will resolve to test the power of this mysterious key today. As soon as the tool was activated, a massive door similar to the nightmarish giant gate tearing the fabric of space with its darkness opened before him. Violent, black, and unstable energy waves flowed from it, making the gravity and air around him extremely heavy and suffocating. He advanced with a bold and steady step toward the heart of the dark gate without any retreat or an ounce of fear in his heart. Disappearing inside the dark flash, his eyes blazing with mad enthusiasm. The Tower of Darkness. I wonder what horrors and nightmarish scenes this place hides. I will devour them all.
As soon as Chen crossed the tower's threshold into the wastelands of the falling stars, he entered a world where the familiar laws of physics completely vanished, where his body was subjected to a massive and crushing pressure immediately upon his arrival, as if the air itself had suddenly turned into heavy lead.
Falling to his knees, he panted heavily with blood pouring from his nose. The gravity here is insane. My body is heavy, as if a mountain is pressing on my chest. Breathing with difficulty, he analyzed his environment with forced rationality. I can estimate this. The surface gravity in this place is equivalent to 10 times the normal gravity. Turning around in shock, he stared into the void. The door I entered through has disappeared. This means that opening the portal requires defeating the floor boss. But under these conditions, my power has dropped to only 30%. Gritting his teeth, he tried to stand up. I must quickly adapt to the new environment of this place before I am completely crushed under this weight.
Here, a terrifying roar pierced the silence as shadows gathered to form a terrifying entity. The rank B phantom lion monster had appeared, spreading a suffocating, oppressive aura. Summoning his interface with coldness and combat readiness. So you are my opponent here, a rank B monster. Let's begin. He immediately switched his class to the 10th level of the Lightning Assassin, causing lightning to emit from his body, marking the monster as his main target. He began his attack with chi, trying to launch himself like an electrified arrow, but his movement was unusually slow due to the crushing pressure. Biting his lips, he evaded the monster's counterattack with extreme difficulty. Damn, because I am not used to the hypergravity, I barely dodged that strike. So he charged his weapon with lightning to launch a swift attack to end the battle, hoping to relieve the burden on his body before a total collapse. Although he struck the monster's body, the system interface notified him of failing to achieve a vital hit or cause any significant paralysis. Analyzing the situation with disappointment and indignation. I missed? The high gravity weakened my speed and made me lose my attack accuracy completely. Receiving a strong counterstrike, he was thrown backwards in pain. It knocked me to the ground. The assassin class has become useless in these harsh conditions. Watching the monster's comfortable movement, he wondered to himself, while this monster moves with complete ease, does this silent power reflect the true level of the creatures of the Abyss Tower?
Facing a monster completely adapted to its environment, our hero realized that speed was no longer the solution. He unleashed a dense purple energy wave during the monster's attack. Here, the system announced the completion of his class transformation into Raksha, the Abyss Demon. Emitting a terrifying purple aura, he stood as firm as a mountain. If speed doesn't work, then I will face you with the strength of warriors. Clenching his fists, he sensed the flowing power. I will rely on the warrior class in close combat to take advantage of the massive strength and endurance bonuses it grants. Indeed, the effectiveness of the monster's attacks and powerful strikes vanished before the solidity of his new and devastating class. Smiling fiercely, he grabbed the monster to slam it to the ground with crushing force. If you like this high gravity, let me double it for you by exploiting the downward impact. Taking advantage of the harsh environment to make the crushing force reach its absolute peak in his decisive attack, delivering a devastating punch surrounded by the purple aura. On this floor, and with this weight, the power of my punch is multiplied 60 times due to the effect of gravity. A violent shock seized the monster, and the scene filled the battlefield with absolute awe and terror at the magnitude of the power. With eyes blazing with anger, he delivered his finishing blow. Die! A massive explosion destroyed the surrounding area following the activation of the 3-phase gravity disaster. Immediately after, he fell to the ground, afflicted with total exhaustion and unable to move due to the draining pressure. The monster was finally killed, and the system granted him 12,000 experience points as a reward for his arduous victory, which led to his direct promotion to the 11th level due to the massive gained experience points. Then he lay on his back and began evaluating his new abilities while struggling to catch his breath. Panting, his eyes focused on the system interface. I understand it now. Every star on my card acts as a multiplier for the base stats. Analyzing his data with inner satisfaction, I deduced that increasing the number of stars means gaining much greater power after a direct class transformation, confirming his new certainty to himself. This proves and confirms that the Raksha rank overwhelmingly outperforms the Lightning Assassin thanks to the number of stars. Marveling while looking at his exhausted body. But it's astonishing to completely drain my energy facing just one rank B monster. Getting confused and looking around searchingly. Wait, where is the Devour option? The monster disappeared without the Devour ability mark showing up after I eliminated it. Trying to stand up slowly, he searched the horizon. And why hasn't the portal leading to the next floor appeared? His confusion was cut short by the detection of a sudden movement that sparked his bewilderment and turned the atmosphere of the place upside down, as a new, giant gate opened unexpectedly and abruptly right behind his back, revealing countless hellish eyes that began watching him in an eerie, absolute silence from within. His eyes widening in absolute terror, his body stiffened. Don't tell me that the previous monster was just the beginning and that the floor boss hasn't appeared yet?
whispering in despair as he saw the shadows creeping. The monster I almost died to kill was just an ordinary monster. Suddenly, the monsters launched a violent collective attack, mercilessly gnawing at his body, leaving him in a miserable physical state in a matter of seconds. And only at that moment did he realize the true meaning of the Raksha class, closely tied to the unending pain he was promised as soon as the door opened. As the continuous attacks of the Phantom Lion's followers completely tore his body apart in moments of pure agony and unbearable pain, he became covered in blood, all simultaneously hearing a mysterious inner voice urging him to seize everything and endure this absolute pain to the very end.
Only to wake up abruptly in his dorm room, discovering that what happened in the tower was just a vivid and horrifying nightmare. His body was trembling violently, covered in cold sweat, with heavy panting, as if he had been running for centuries to escape death. Panting and clutching his chest in pain, his eyes bulged. The pain of my muscles tearing and my flesh separating from my bone, it felt unbearably real. Regaining his composure, with eyes filled with resolve and determination. There are no shortcuts. The path of the Abyss Tower is arduous, and I have only just begun my journey.
And so the scene shifted swiftly to the Great Hall of the National Awakened University on Friday the 20th of May in the year 2057, where teachers and students crowded into the hall amidst an atmosphere charged with intense anticipation and tension in preparation for the awaited graduation assessment. A student whispered to his peers with enthusiasm and excitement. "Did you hear? News has been circulating about the attendance of top guild union officials for this graduation combat assessment." Another student replied with understanding and deduction. "Ah, that explains the strong turnout and the change in the annual assessment rules, which previously did not require a specific team size or rank. The new rules imposed a minimum team size of 5 members on the condition of having at least one member with a high rank A or above, while he calmly observed the situation." Supervisor Schwan, the recruitment director, announced strictly over the loudspeaker. "Students, attention! Your final rank data has been sent to your wristbands. I demand you form your teams quickly." Immediately, classification windows and holographic screens appeared with glowing clarity before the eyes of all the students in the packed hall, which spread murmurs and a state of chaos throughout the hall, as everyone began checking their ranks and statuses with scrutinizing and anxious looks. And there, his friends were completely shocked the moment they saw his specific and surprising classification on the displayed list, where the screen clearly revealed that he had only obtained a low rank A, sparking extreme objection and shock among his friends. Ma Long screamed in shock while looking at his wristband in astonishment. "Chen, what does this mean? I'm surprised by the decline in the result. How did your classification drop to just a low rank A?" A female student whispered to her friend in surprise. "Look at Chen. His classification dropped from the previous rank C to currently a low rank A. It's truly strange." This general confusion drew attention towards him amid students' doubts and questions about a glitch or malfunction in the Magic Corps' assessment system. A student stepped back in disgust, dismissing the idea of adding him to his team. "I was thinking of adding him, but after knowing his low rank, I see he's dead weight compared to President Guangting's team." Another student mocked with biting sarcasm audibly. "Exactly. Who would gamble and risk their future in the graduation assessment to include a loser with a low rank like him?" A third student pointed gloatingly at him. "He previously rejected Leader Guangting's invitation. He will surely regret and mourn his rotten luck after this shameful result came out."
On the other side of the hall, Supervisor Shun watched this embarrassing situation from the podium with a malicious smile and cold glares directed toward his nephew, Guangting, criticizing the situation to himself with veiled sarcasm. "My useless nephew, when will you learn? You lack the experience to correctly use influence and power and manipulate simple human nature." Narrowing his eyes cunningly, he decided to settle the matter. "I will teach you a harsh lesson. I have decided to eliminate this rival of yours from the competition entirely. This whole current situation and the low classification were orchestrated and planned by me so that he would be unable to even participate and form a team."
In the university hall, where the survival of the fittest policy manifested in its ugliest form, the supervisor grabbed the megaphone to announce in a warning tone,
"Students, use your time and form your teams as quickly as possible."
A large crowd of students rushed toward Guangting, trying to win him over, as a first student shouted enthusiastically while pushing his way through. "President Guangting, please include me in your team. Choose me." They surrounded him in complete supplication as a female student begged him with a trembling voice full of hope. "I have been in the student council for 3 years. I won't be a burden, I promise. Take me with you." Some even went too far in groveling for acceptance, as a second student bowed forward in despair, screaming, "Mr. President, my healing class will be a massive weapon for you and the team. Accept me as a supporter, or even as your errand dog." Until his companion shouted in annoyance, harshly pushing the applicants back. "Shut up! Back off, all of you! We only have 1 vacant seat. We won't take trash."
After half an hour passed, the alliances were settled, and the holographic screens in the hall flashed, announcing through the smart wristbands, teams complete. The hall buzzed with the sounds of elite teams exchanging wishes for success, while the weak were left to face their grim fate.
In a forgotten corner, our team was swallowing the bitterness of isolation as he looked at his wristband with sorrow and pain. Even after asking everyone in my desperate attempts, no one wants to join us. We are still just 4. His teammate replied with obvious disappointment and extreme tension. At this rate, we won't even be able to enter the graduation exam. We are threatened with total disqualification because we haven't met the quorum. Looking at his leader's assessment screen in turmoil and disbelief. This is insane! How did the sudden drop in your classification happen? Only some high-rank E students are left, and none of them accept us. The other teammate slammed his fist into his hand angrily. Registration requires 5 members, plus a highly rated rank E member. It seems the administration is deliberately targeting our room to impose these impossible registration conditions. While he watched silently, his eyes narrowing coldly. We have no other choice. The combat assessment is our sole opportunity to prove our competence after this deliberate marginalization, realizing in secret with a piercing look that, collective excellence in this test is the only ticket to a promising professional future for all of us. Explaining to his comrades calmly, the density of monsters in the rift is related to the number of team members, so no one wants to carry dead weights, which eliminates the advantage of large, randomly stacked teams. But despite this logic, all students continued their reluctance to ally with those holding low classifications, fleeing from inevitable failure. The situation worsened with the presence of the 3 weakest students in the entire institute inside one dorm room, making them completely outcast.
Amidst the tense atmosphere, a shout broke the isolation from an arrogant student calling out loudly and provocatively, "Hey, Shangzhu, we are 1 person short. Come and join us." Continuing in a condescending and warning tone, "You certainly don't want to stay with the low-rank E trash in your room, do you? If you don't join us, you will be immediately disqualified with them for not meeting the quorum." He watched the situation silently, realizing the danger of the path, inwardly calculating the danger. At this rate, we will be completely outcast and permanently disqualified from the assessment if he agrees. Certain in secret that, inwardly certain, collective rejection will inevitably lead to our disqualification from the competition circle and the destruction of our only chance to evolve. With calm dignity, but the requested teammate turned around calmly to reply disapprovingly, "Thank you for your offer, but I refuse it and apologize," and raised his head with dignity, surprising them all with his strictness. Strict and dignified. "Our room agreed a long time ago to take the test as a team. I will not abandon my roommates regardless of the consequences." The arrogant student got angry and mocked bitterly. "Shh, what an ungrateful bastard. We considered you just a filler anyway. Stay at the bottom." He glared at them coldly, warning them against the consequences of underestimation. The anxious teammate glanced at the assessment screen, with eyes overflowing with extreme anxiety and despair. "Almost impossible. Everyone has found teams. What do we do now?" Pulling his hair in extreme tension. "The top rankers are gone, and the teams are complete. It's impossible to fill our only vacancy to reach the minimum allowed for registration."
Then he fixed his gaze toward the upper platform, discovering the threads of the plot. Recruitment Director Guang Xuan is watching us from the Guang Ting family, logically connecting the events in secret. The kinship connecting the recruitment director to my rival is as clear as day. His features stiffened with determination and defiance. Deciding to change the historical graduation law? The dirty manipulation of my true classification to make me an outcast? Do they really think I am such a big threat that they secure this relative this way? Whispering with resentment about the crudeness of the targeting. I will take this assessment no matter the cost, and since you target me so shamelessly, an icy energy flowed from his body, flooding his surroundings, signaling an imminent fierce storm. The hidden system interface popped up, announcing successful transformation to the new Raksha class. A beastly energy and massive pressure erupted from his being, deciding with a definitive, irrevocable look to end any form of diplomacy. Declaring confidently, his voice dripping with coldness and threat, proving competence is not limited to test papers and fake regulations. Official tests never monopolize the standards of measuring true power. Signs of shock clearly appeared on the features of the recruitment director as he watched this sudden rebellion. His teammate turned around in bewilderment, trembling and taking a step back. "Hey, what are you doing, man? What's your next move?" Reminding him in a confident tone amidst the restlessness of the surrounding crowds. The Academy and its ancient history encouraged live duels to prove competence. Smiling with absolute ferocity, I will challenge Guang Ting in front of everyone. Launching individual challenges is the most effective, albeit most provocative way to prove worthiness with absolute power. His rising aura forced the crowds to step back in awe as he maliciously hinted,
Once he is crushed, this arrogant elite will pant to join our team out of fear, even if some of them try to evade the duel. Asserting with complete conviction, it's impossible for him to refuse this public challenge while surrounded by his followers. While the rival maintained his absolute composure, feigning indifference, the scene grew tense with exchanged energy-charged glares, signaling an imminent violent clash between the two rivals. With a surprising graceful shift, the charged stillness of the arena was interrupted by a soft female voice asking clearly as she approached smiling. Si-Chen, is your team still looking for members? You have a vacant seat, right? Continuing confidently, causing everyone to turn to her in bewilderment. I would like to participate in the graduation assessment with you to complete the number. The vice president appeared confident, smiling coldly to reassure them. I reached rank D in middle school since I was young, so I promise I will never be a burden to you. His companions were tongue-tied from surprise as his friend wondered to himself, drowning in confusion. Since when does he know the vice president of the council, and what is the connection between them for her to support him like this? A follower of the rival sharply denounced the situation, stammering in shock. Damn it, the official is going to join trash like him? While shock completely tied his leader's tongue, the director's face frowned and turned pale with anger at this sudden turn of events, threatening his cunning plan. Students' rumors and whispers erupted in surprise at the decision of the outstanding exchange student ranked as vice president to support these outcasts. He objected loudly and angrily, trying to save his plan. Miss Ling Yu, as an exchange student, you do not have the right to participate. You have no legal right to engage in our academy's internal assessment. Furthermore, we have no documents proving your current classification. This is a blatant violation of the rules. But she faced his claims steadily, as if she expected this response.
Suddenly, a deep, booming voice pierced the arena's silence, shaking the entire hall as the principal appeared out of nowhere in support. Recruitment Director X is absolutely right. The director paled with panic, and the students gasped in shock following this sudden appearance of the ghost principal of the institute. The principal looked at the vice president with overwhelming majesty, interrogating her motive. You are here as a guest for a short period. Why involve yourself in this test by barging in suddenly? He analyzed the situation in secret with intense focus. When did he appear? I thought he was of the solid warrior class. How does a principal of this combat class possess the complex instant teleportation technique? The principal strictly hinted. Your participation will disrupt the balance of parity in the test, don't you agree? She replied with indifference and a brief provocative apology. Oh, what a pity. He secretly activated his skill stealthily. Inwardly stealthy. I will use the exploratory purgatory insight to penetrate the classifications of the principal and this mysterious newcomer. But he became apprehensive and retreated mentally. Damn, total failure. I cannot read the rank of either of them. Their system is completely encrypted against my absolute system.
The director hastened to flatteringly support the principal's position under the pretext of upholding the regulations, sweating profusely. Exactly, Principal. We must uphold the strict regulations of the assessment at any cost to ensure integrity. The principal directed his words to the director in a tone carrying a strict, veiled threat. Our mission and message at the National University is to hone the super elite and provide a fair platform to showcase their talents. Continuing his decisive statement with absolute passion, the institute must be transformed into a sustainable mine for honing mighty talents to prepare them for the upcoming global arena. Strongly denouncing and warning him, the graduation exam is the major turning point. If any cadre is deprived of this historical opportunity due to administrative complications or exceptions, how will we maintain our prestige as a supreme academy? Terror permeated the director's limbs as he wondered to himself with suspicion and fatal fear. Is this senile old man directing his words at me? Has he realized and then covered my demonic manipulation of the system data? Deep down, he bitterly disapproved. It doesn't matter. I won't clash with him, but how did the principal and this newcomer ally to support a mere marginalized student like him? Opting for a tactical retreat, leaning on his absolute certainty of their relative's victory in secret. It's fine. The victory is sealed for us anyway. Reassuring himself with malicious comfort. Internally reassuring. The elite teams are complete, and our team is at the top, while he is isolated with the weakest student links. Let them participate to be crushed. Announcing in a dramatic retreat to the principal. You have spoken the truth, Principal. The recruitment department misjudged. I announce the cancellation of numerical and classification restrictions. Incomplete teams are allowed to participate and their legitimacy is accepted. The doors are open to everyone. The electronic system immediately approved documenting the team's registration, and the holographic screen of their team flashed, announcing Team Complete. Joy overwhelmed the comrades as his teammate jumped for joy. Yes, we can finally take the test. You are the team leader. Take the banner. He calmly took the leadership banner in response to their request. The principal observed the situation and the new dynamic with a mysterious smile, whispering to himself, "You are very interested in this boy. Quite interesting." Drawing an intellectual comparison in his mind, internally comparing. On one hand, we have the strongest team in history, and on the other, the youngest bottom-ranking ones. Eagerly anticipating what will happen. Internally, eagerly anticipating. I wonder which crawling path they'll choose, and which rift they'll storm. I await the final results impatiently. The supervisor signaled the start, announcing, "Now team leaders have the right to choose their dungeons and the rift to be stormed from the central panel." As soon as the system opened, the central screen flashed with shocking news along with a loud alarm announcing the submission of the choice, and the red square lit up sharply next to their team to announce the immediate settling of the choice. A widespread wave of bewilderment swept the crowds upon discovering the speed of their team's lightning-fast and entirely unexpected initiative. Massive chaos erupted, interrupting the supervisor as the students fixed their eyes on the screen in screaming shock. What? This fast? Their team is already chosen? Damn it, did they really choose that rift? Panic struck the roommates. They grabbed him, crying in terror and begging. "Have you gone mad? Go back immediately and cancel the choice. For hell's sake, man! Do you realize what nightmare you just chose?" While he stood frozen in his place with the firmness of ice, ignoring his comrades' panic, and prepared to storm the eye of the storm that he had ignited with deadly steadiness.
In the crowded assessment courtyard, the supervisor's voice echoed through the megaphone, explaining strictly. "Listen closely. The combat assessment is the pivotal turning point for students, where they fight live, rated battles inside actual dungeons for the first time." Continuing in a warning tone. "The system imposes an immediate deduction for every surviving monster, necessitating absolute precision alongside power to ensure reaping the perfect score, which is 10 points for a complete clear." Pointing his hand at the assessment screen, confirming. "Eliminating the dungeon boss grants an additional clean 20 points without imposing penalties in case of failure." Emphasizing the crucial time factor. "The time factor dictates finishing the tasks within 1 hour to guarantee the allocated 20 points, with a progressive deduction for any delay." Explaining the rank multipliers precisely. "The dungeon's rank determines the total points ceiling, as an F-rank dungeon's points do not exceed a maximum of 75 points. Raising his voice with motivating enthusiasm. "Whereas the maximum for an E-rank dungeon rises to a full 100 points. Announcing the awaited grand prizes. The elite winning first place will be rewarded with official immediate offers to join the Great Imperial Guild." Concluding his announcement with blazing enthusiasm. "And the MVP will be crowned with a direct administrative position, along with a financial prize estimated at 1 million yuan. A first student whispered to his colleagues with enthusiasm and awe. "Do you remember the legendary historical record of 90 points? It was set by the genius currently leading the guild. The E-dungeon is very difficult." A second student nodded, confirming with certainty. "Any squad needs 3 rank D fighters to compete for it. I think Guangting's team will inevitably shatter the record." Suddenly, a sharp alarm blared in the hall. The system screen shocked everyone with an early, lightning-fast confirmation of a team's selection. A third student screamed in bewilderment, pointing at the screen. "What? A team has already chosen its dungeon this fast?" The hall erupted in bewilderment the moment the team's name was announced. The students' eyes widened in terror as they read the screen. Damn, it's Si Chen's team, and what's worse is his suicidal choice of the unprecedented rank D dungeon in student history. The screen displayed the system notification in bold red letters. Team leader selected Dungeon D, awaiting members' vote. A sarcastic student laughed mockingly amidst the chaos. "Ha! He must have messed up and pressed the wrong button. They're a low-rank E team. This is a disastrous technical error." His friend grabbed his head and shook it in bewilderment and terror. "Si Chen, have you lost your mind? Are you insane? Do you realize what you just chose?" While their teammate froze in terror, calling him an absolute madman and lamenting. How did I end up in a team led by a total lunatic?" He looked at the screen with fear, his hand trembling over the reject button. "Is it too late to withdraw immediately?" His friend screamed in his face sharply. "Man, did you really think this through? This is a rank D dungeon. It's straight suicide and throwing us to our doom." He replied with icy coldness and a steady gaze piercing the soul, settling the argument. "Yes, I thought about it carefully. This is my decision, out of awareness and deep thought." Another decisive notification flashed from the system, and a second alarm blared across the expectant hall. The system announced with a mechanical voice, "Guangting's team quorum is complete.
and registration is successful. Faces paled again following the system's confirmation of the appearance of a second competing D dungeon. Students screamed with enthusiasm mixed with sarcasm. Oh my god, Guangting's team also chose a rank D dungeon to compete. This year is going to be epic. A female member of the opposing team looked at his team with disgust and mockery. Those losers don't possess an ounce of power, and they know they'll be at the bottom of the rankings, continuing her mockery with arrogance. So they're making this desperate, showy move just to grab attention before their inevitable bottom placement. Another member mocked, predicting their collapse. Their team will collapse and withdraw before even entering the dungeon. I advise you to withdraw early, you scum. Amid the mockery and sarcasm, his friend fell silent, contemplating the strict aura of determination dressing his leader's features, wondering inwardly about the emergence of this leadership aura. Since when does he possess this terrifying leadership aura? He was always dependent, continuing his thoughts and recalling their memories. We spent the last 4 years together, and I relied on him completely, smiling with bitterness and satisfaction, declaring his total loyalty to his leader. I will stay with you to the end, in loyalty to our years of companionship, and presses the confirm button. His teammates sighed with indifference and pressed approve. Whatever happens, we're inevitably in last place, whether in rank F or D. Preferring to explore the latter and try his luck, everyone turned to wait for the final member's hesitant decision. He jolted with feigned anger, denouncing his marginalization. Hey, I'm the boss and the strongest in the dorm here. How can I be the last to agree? Settling his joining enthusiastically and pressing forcefully. We're graduating anyway, so let's fight fiercely and go to hell together.
The system announced with a mechanical voice. Chen's team registration, completely successful. He looked at his comrades with seriousness and gratitude, apologizing. Sorry guys, for dragging you into a rank D dungeon. Justifying his suicidal move clearly. I chose the rank D dungeon as an inevitable endeavor to snatch the MVP title. Continuing strictly. And I had to drag you with me on this dangerous path, appealing to them with a decisive tone. So, let's fight as one body and crush the highest rating. His rival stepped forward with a decisive and terrifying competitive coldness, monopolizing the title. Si Chen, the first place, and the MVP title are mine alone. A charged silence fell over his team as our hero slowly turned toward his arrogant challenger. The rival stared with a flare. There cannot be 2 masters of this school, confirming the impossibility of having 2 masters. The vice president watched the scene in bewilderment. This is the first time I've seen Guangting with this unaccustomed seriousness on his features, telling herself with certainty. I am now certain the conflict between the 2 poles has emerged publicly and blatantly. The director nodded with admiration. Today's youth possess incredible audacity and courage. But she doubted his capability and hesitated. But Chen's choice of the rank D dungeon is arrogance and overconfidence. Even if he is rank C, it's impossible for him to clear it alone. Noting the multipliers. The rank D dungeon's triple multiplier is the largest, raising the maximum to 150 points, confirming the doubled difficulty. But its difficulty is doubled compared to rank E. This choice is reckless, based on the team's weakness. The director sighed, agreeing with her and ruling it out. You're right, the possibility of closing the power gap in just 1 month is highly unlikely. Settling to wish them luck. I just hope they present an honorable performance, nothing more. The time limit dwindled to 17 days before the awaited and decisive test. While the elite trained in luxury, he subjected his team to grueling physical training outside the comfortable magical simulation rooms. His friend fell to the ground, panting and vomiting from exhaustion, complaining with fatigue. Chen, the grueling physical training is too exhausting. Denouncing their deprivation and comparing it to a race. Everyone is training in the magical simulation rooms. Why are you making us run like we're in a triathlon? He stood over him strictly, cutting off the complaining, his eyes blazing. Simulation rooms remain an artificial environment, no matter how precise and realistic they get, confirming with a firm voice. When you enter a real dungeon and face terrifying monsters reeking of death, that will trigger an unknown terror that completely paralyzes your movement, asserting with complete conviction. Survival there does not depend on the theories you memorized. The moves will evaporate from your head. What will save you is only your raw instinct. Leaning down and gripping his friend's shoulder firmly, justifying his reliance. The physical endurance, explosive power, and response speed we are building now, concluding his sentence with indisputable strictness, are the fundamental pillar of honing instincts which will keep you alive and facing the real danger. Considering the school's simulation useless. Live combat and direct confrontation is the only path to evolution, complaining about the elite's monopoly with suppressed anger.
The elite with influence and privileges monopolize training opportunities in actual dungeons to maintain their power and widen the gap between us. At the same time, the opposing elite team was actively annihilating monsters inside an actual dungeon, moving with deadly precision to consolidate their dominance and widen the gap from the rest of the students increasingly and terrifyingly, exploiting their wealth and class resources acquired since birth to deprive others of them with extreme selfishness. His teammate was frustrated by their capability as marginalized people, asking,
So what can marginalized and weak people like us do to face this elite?
He faced them with steely resolve and stared at them steadily. By breaching the Imperial Guild, we will shatter this class barrier before their eyes, considering the test their only ticket to survival. This test is your only ticket to rebel against the authoritarian privileged, pledging to harness his energies with absolute certainty. It is my personal opportunity to crush them, and I will harness all my energy to fulfill my promise, screaming with definitive certainty about the inevitability of their collective fight. So we will fight together, and we will snatch victory, no matter the cost. And so the harsh training continued, 15 days before the decisive exam day that will change the course of destinies. Inside the unknown Dark Tower dimension, he panted and prepared with solid, unbreakable resolve. I must exceed my limits. He found himself wrestling fiercely with the predatory phantom tigers that filled the floor. He lunged, brandishing his electrified blade, roaring, "Take this, you filthy beasts!" He threw all his weight and energy into the battle, but the tigers proved their overwhelming superiority and terrifying numbers. A phantom tiger pounced from the blind spot in the barren wasteland of stars, striking with its claws. He received the crushing blow and fell to the ground, coughing blood. "Ugh, this place is never merciful. The tigers here, they are crushing me. This confirms the damn lethality of this tower." This triggered the critical countdown, with only 10 days remaining until the decisive and fateful assessment. In physical reality, he subjected his team to relentless hellish training, standing strictly. "Hurry up, don't stop, move or you will die." In contrast, his nightly progress inside the tower witnessed a fast leap, standing amidst the phantom corpses. "I've started getting used to their speed." He managed to take down several tigers with excessive ease. In a parallel and comfortable dungeon, the leader continued hunting monsters non-stop, smiling coldly while slaughtering a monster. "Every drop of blood here increases my power." The remaining time shrank and compressed to only 5 decisive days. He and his comrades focused on grueling weight training, with his friend screaming while carrying the weights.
I'm dying. My body's tearing apart.
The remaining time shrank to only 3 days before the awaited confrontation and destiny. The leader displayed his new form before his team, showcasing his terrifying aura. "My power has doubled. The first place is secured for me." Time shrank to only 2 days from the awaited date that would determine destinies. Inside the tower, he finally succeeded in annihilating the tiger boss, and the system interface flashed in blue. Ascending to level 16. He jumped up, victorious and ready, standing amidst the tiger corpses, panting, ignoring his bloody wounds. Only 1 day left. The real battle starts tomorrow. The promised day arrived on June 17th, and the tense atmosphere launched in the Institute's arena, signaling the start of the assessment. A robotic bird hovered before the students, announcing with a loud mechanical voice, "Welcome, examinees. I am your automated monitor and guide for the test." He tightened his grip on his combat gloves, preparing to storm the battle. "It's time." His team was cloaked in serious and very strict features, as his friend whispered to their teammates seriously, "No room for recklessness today." The robot released the resounding official starting signal. "Please check your shackles, combat equipment, and magic bracelets. The test has officially begun." At that moment, very luxurious cars crowded in front of the Institute in the administrative courtyard, from which stepped a man in a black suit with a clear aura of authority that imposed itself. The Institute director rushed to him, bowing in respect, and initiated a handshake with extreme warmth.
Welcome back, President Guanlin. It turned out to be the leader's father, as one student whispered to his friend in absolute bewilderment. It's Guanlin, the co-founder of the Imperial Guild. The students watched the scene in shock and bewilderment as another student whispered, "What prestige? But who is in the car behind him to make the director and the founder stand like guards like this?" A student was stunned by the surprise immediately upon the arrival of the arriving personality, represented by a man with blonde hair and a woman with sharp looks, screaming in disbelief. Impossible! It's Carl Cavendish, the vice president of the Global Guild Alliance!
Absolute bewilderment swept the crowds of students for the arrival of the High Alliance leadership personally to their humble institute. The students realized that a visit by a personality of this weight justified the complete evacuation of the administrative area that day to secure their attendance. Circulating certainty among themselves. The presence of the Global Alliance means one thing. Whoever catches their attention today will change their fate forever. In the Supreme Monitoring Room, the recruitment director reviewed the statistics before the Alliance leaders with total professionalism. We officially have the participation of 184 students divided into 28 combat teams, detailing the choices with precise explanation. The vast majority chose rank F, and 3 teams ventured into rank E, and there are only 2 teams that dared and stormed the deadly rank D. The Alliance leader widened her eyes in sharp bewilderment at the audacity. Dungeon D? It's extremely dangerous and reaches the extreme degree, even for professionals. Did you warn the students sufficiently against targeting it? He justified with a malicious and reassuring smile. Of course we warned them, but their lack of experience makes them reckless. In fact, even rank F is considered a sufficient challenge for most of them. Look. The broadcast moved to F layer and he commented, but suddenly the lair boss appeared, showing the spiny salamander crushing them, and he commented. But their collision with the lair master turned the tables and made them taste woe. And on the E layer screen, the danger escalated, and he continued coldly. As for rank E, the ordinary monsters there equate the power of rank F bosses. A suffocating atmosphere loomed in E layer, before armies of giant spiders swarmed all corners of the place, spreading terror. A student screamed in terror and despair at the shock of the terrifying difficulty.
Help! There are too many of them! I can't escape!
He confirmed confidently to the Alliance leaders. The impossibility of clearing E-layer for the vast majority of students is clear and evident. The leader mobilized and stood up with deep anxiety. This is impossible and deadly for the students. Where is the immediate evacuation and safety plans detection? He reassured her with absolute confidence and a calm smile, explaining the security system precisely. Don't worry, ensuring the safety of the students is an absolute priority. The Imperial Guild forces are mobilized outside, and the magic bracelets they are wearing are integrated with instant teleportation technology, pointing to the screen proudly, which just proved its effectiveness inside the perilous Dungeon F, where a student was shown on the broadcast screaming, "I withdraw! Take me out of here!" Secret sat down and nodded with intense admiration, praising the Institute. A wonderful system and perfect protection. I am truly anticipating with great passion the performance of the teams storming rank D. While he watched the broadcast with malice and underlying gloating toward his rivals' team's screens secretly. Those fools and adventurers. It will be a pathetic show, and they will withdraw soon, inevitably and surely. Then, the broadcast shifted to the high-risk cloud forest peak of rank D, where his team was located amidst thick fog and towering grim trees, as his friend screamed, terrified and pointing upwards. "What are these things moving above? They're terrifying!" The terrifying monster materialized before them, and the system interface flashed with a screaming warning. Phantom Bat Monkey, rank D, Cloud Assassin. He analyzed the enemy instantly, with cutthroat coldness. Cloud-type collective aerial attack monsters. Their speed is insane. Beware of surprise lunges. The team barely understood until shadows of successive monsters emerged from the thick cloud forest like a flood. Armies of rank D monsters launched towards them with lightning-fast, deadly speed. He launched the alert call to repel the attack with a decisive, booming voice. "They've come! Dodge immediately!"
The phantom bat monkeys landed like living missiles right over their heads, seeking to tear them to pieces. Thanks to their grueling physical training, the body of every member reacted with raw instinct, and they succeeded in evading the successive lunges with amazing speed. They survived by a miracle from the tearing claws that nearly ended their lives. His teammate was stunned by their success, panting in disbelief. "Oh my God, I just survived a Dungeon D attack!" While his friend couldn't believe his own survival. I didn't die! Suddenly, a lifeless monster corpse fell before their bewildered eyes, then the second, then the third in a row. They froze in their spots at the horror of the fast and sudden unbelievable scene, for he had crushed 3 rank D monsters in the blink of an eye, and his electrified blade was dripping blood while he stood firmly and proudly among them.
At the peak of the rank D cloud forest, the battle wasn't just a test, it was a true massacre. He shouted strictly while watching the bats lunge. "Just defend yourselves and dodge. Your current abilities can't even scratch them. I'll handle them all." In a lightning flash, his blade glowed, shouting, "God of Flash!" And he vanished from his spot with a burst of speed beyond the reach of sight. The comrades began a desperate struggle, panting in fear. "Oh my God!" The friends struggled desperately to avoid the successive monster attacks from the sky that left them no room to catch their breath. One barely survived. Sliding and evading a deadly claw, he lost his balance and collided with a tree. Then his eyes widened in realization. "Damn! My body is moving on its own! Now I understand the true meaning behind Chen's grueling training on explosiveness and reflexes." While his teammate looked at him with frustration mixed with bitterness and understanding of his own weakness. He knew beforehand that we didn't have the strength to help him. He didn't rely on us. He only aimed to keep us alive. Damn my helplessness. I'm the dorm leader. Continuing to blame himself with silent anger. How did I end up as a deadweight clinging to Si Chen's back to pass graduation? He mixed shock with his frustration, grasping the truth of his weakness before the real hell. Meanwhile, he swept through the arena like an electrified hurricane. Lightning Blade!
Obliterating the monsters with precise, absolute strikes that fell them one after another without mercy, like a dance of death. A new wave of rank D monsters pounced toward him from every direction with the intent to crush him completely and tear him apart, while he tore through their ranks with supernatural prowess that sparked terror, beheading a monster in cold blood. Next, he watched the scene with intense focus and shock, analyzing inwardly. I'm watching his movements, recalling Ma Long's testimony about Chen's terrifying strength last night, admitting to his absolute strength. And all my previous doubts completely vanished before the certainty of the live battle before me now, analyzing his terrifying precision. This prowess never belonged to an academic student. This dominance and precision rise to the level of a seasoned warrior honed by bloodbaths hundreds of times over. When did he become this terrifying? He swallowed his anger of helplessness, admitting to the legendary widening gap between them and acknowledging him as a sudden pillar of trust and their only savior in this hell. His reverie was interrupted by a warning scream as his teammate shouted in terror. "Xiangju, watch out! Attack from behind!" Warning of a treacherous attack by a phantom bat. He bent with an acrobatic flip, shouting, "Damn it!" and evaded the attack before regaining his combat balance with difficulty. He summoned his energy with solid resolve. "I will not die here," and tightened his flame-ignited fists in preparation to retaliate. He shouted at his comrades with sharpness and anger, refusing their remaining as dead weights. "Do you want to stay as dead weights, watching while Chen fights hell alone?" Continuing to motivate them warmly. "We are not helpless spectators," emphasizing enthusiastically on the collective nature of the test. "This is a collective test. I won't let him monopolize the starring role of the scene entirely. Attack!" His scream ignited the fuse of resolve in his comrades' chests as he slammed his hands on the ground with mad enthusiasm. "I'm with you," supporting him immediately. He launched his skill, challenging the monster to taste it. "Ivy bindings, taste this, you freak." The roots flowing from the ground shackled the monster with temporary success, causing the monster to scream angrily and roar. But the monster roared and shattered the restraints brutally as he spat blood after the recoil force threw him far away. "It's too immune!" The situation reached a critical point, with the monster preparing for a deadly lunge at him who had fallen to the ground. His friend intervened unexpectedly with all his energy, directing his spell at the monster. "Your turn is over! Take this! Frost Storm!" Freezing the monster in its place, he shouted with exhaustion, motivating his friend. "I froze it! Xiangyu! Double attack!" The two tightened their siege on the paralyzed monster, and he summoned his roots again as they shouted together at the same time. "Now!" calling on him to seize the decisive moment. "Xiangju, finish it now!" He charged his total energy into his fists, shouting, "Take this, explosive flame projectile!" The projectile hit the monster's face with precision, creating a resounding explosion and a monstrous pained scream. Boom! But the smoke cleared to reveal a monster still standing as he gritted his teeth with frustration. Damn it! The strike failed to end the life of the immune creature! He continued bombarding the monster with a relentless barrage of explosive projectiles, shouting, Die! 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 The flames drained the monster's endurance, forcing it to scream continuously under the weight of the burning and destructive pain. He screamed while bleeding near the collapse of his defense. Hurry, Jew! My defense is collapsing before the monster's fierce resistance! He fell to his knees, panting heavily, announcing he had reached his maximum limit and helplessness. I have reached my maximum limit! I can't maintain the freezing anymore! Faced with this imminent collapse of everyone, he gathered his maximum energy to form a giant fireball, burning the air. Please, hold on for another second, he shouted with sharp decisiveness, announcing the release of his final knockout blow. This is it, my final knockout blow! Engaging a sweeping attack and a giant explosion that blew up the area and annihilated the monster completely, turning it into scattered ash. The explosion dust cleared to reveal a robot hovering to excitedly announce the news of their taking down the Phantom Bat. Congratulations! You have just successfully cleared a Rank D Phantom Bat! The three collapsed to the ground and stretched out on their backs, panting from extreme exhaustion, stunned and disbelieving at the miracle of them taking down a Rank D monster. He was surprised with sincerity and admiration inwardly at their resilience and impossible achievement. They really took it down. Willpower truly creates miracles. He panted, smiling with exaggerated pride, addressing his leader. Did you see this impossible achievement, Chen? Boasting with a confident smile about the ease of the illusory task. It was so easy. Didn't I tell you? We aren't dead weights? He smiled calmly, evaluating their performance with sincerity and kindness. Your performance wasn't bad at all. The robot continued its announcements, confirming the total clearing. Clearing of all ordinary monsters complete. Clearing percentage 100%. 10 points added to the team. In the supreme monitoring room, he was stunned behind the screens, jaw dropped, dropping his pen from the magnitude of the unexpected surprise, asking with shock, unleashing his utter bewilderment. What? Impossible! How could these failing students of the low rank E take down a rank D monster that exceeds them in level? This defies the laws of power. The principal and the leader's father shared the same fascination and shock, exchanging looks in stunned silence as they watched the live broadcast of what had just happened. Amid all this bewilderment, a deep and mysterious smile spread across his face as he watched him exclusively, quietly praising the amazing performance and impressive admiration for this young man. What an amazing and impressive performance by this young man! The precision of his attacks, his calmness in directing his team. Amazing! Hinting cryptically at how similar he was to a legendary figure from his past inwardly. This dominance on the arena, he reminds me of someone from the distant past. In the high monitoring room where the threads of power intertwine, he stared at the screen with subtle, dangerous satisfaction, whispering as his eyes gleamed with sick cunning. His name is Si Chen, isn't it? I will remember this name well. Vowing to memorize it by heart, these quiet words stirred the resentment of his colleague, who turned and glared at the recruitment director with a fiery, sharp-as-a-blade look, demanding an explanation. The director was rattled with bewilderment and terror at the intensity of the look, sensing the weight of the pressure crushing his shoulders and nearly choking him. He rushed to save the situation with fox-like skill, diverting attention toward another display screen while exclaiming excitedly, "Everyone, look here, the other team that chose Dungeon D, Guang Ting's team," inviting the attendees with fake enthusiasm to observe the elite team which had reached the middle of the dungeon and penetrated it with eye-catching skill. The Alliance Secretary General praised with intense admiration. Exquisite organization. The coordination between them is flawless. Confirming that their collective performance rivals the fluidity of professional teams, he leaned forward with interest and admiration, praising, "Oh, interesting. The graduation class this year is truly exceptional." The director flashed a malicious smile inwardly, certain with cunning. The actual battle hasn't started yet, and the pre-arranged play will ensure our candidate takes first place. In the depths of Dungeon D, the elite team raided with decisive caution the gloomy vine cave area, which was teeming with poisonous and repulsive vine soldiers. One of the girls played the melody of death with her instrument, screaming, "Wither, hymn of withering!" Stripping the monsters of their stamina and speed in the blink of an eye, she ordered her colleague to move, who activated the purple astral fusion energy and compressed the monsters into a single mass, calling out with reverence, "I've gathered them into one mass, Mr. Leader." At a perfectly timed and carefully studied moment, the leader materialized in the heart of the battle, brandishing his blade ignited with hellfire. He exploited the helpless cluster of monsters before him with maximum ruthlessness that knew no mercy, launching a crushing attack without hesitation while roaring powerfully, "Crush!"
delivering a devastating blow to the trapped and paralyzed monsters. The blow resulted in a fiery space explosion that swallowed the creatures all at once and turned them into scattered ash. His mighty aura continued to glow amidst the ashes, revealing a terrifying, tyrannical power that refused competition. One of the followers watched the scene with confidence and relaxation, recalling the prior training. "These monsters are the exact same ones we were secretly training to fight. It's become second nature to us," making the confrontation closer to a prearranged play. They became certain of the success of their blatant manipulation of the assessment, confirming the advantage of influence. Life becomes much easier when you possess influence, and they were certain of securing first place indisputably, as his younger brother ordered them enthusiastically. "Come on, it's time to kill the boss and continue the advance." His team continued their relentless bloody advance toward the most dangerous parts of the dungeon, the Dark Cloud Forest Peak, overcoming the savage obstacles to finally step onto the peak of the ridge where the fog slowly dissipates. His friend complained, panting and placing his hands on his knees with exhaustion. "I can't believe it. We really reached the peak of a rank D dungeon alive." The vision revealed a colossal, tyrannical monster called Cloud Soldier Snow Monkey of rank D. His teammate wondered with bewilderment and panic about the identity of this terrifying boss, while his other teammate trembled, backing away and admitting fear. "A single strike from him will crush me to death. Damn it, he's looking at us." The monkey devoured the smaller creatures nearby with excessive brutality before aiming its icy, deadly glares towards them. His friend was struck with absolute terror, screaming in panic at the monkey's predatory glares that froze his blood in his veins. The snow monkey crawled towards them and growled in anger with heavy steps that shook the ground under their trembling feet. Terror seized the three members, and they fled without thinking, while he froze in place with a calm that precedes the storm. He pounced unexpectedly toward the monster with supernatural speed that the naked eye could not perceive, and charged lightning energy into his blade, launching a direct, thunderous attack toward the massive body to tear it apart. The force of the impact forced the giant monster to retreat a step backward, groaning with sharp pain. He vanished again in the blink of an eye, to appear like a ghost right behind the monkey, and showered it with a barrage of explosive blows in succession, depriving it of any chance to retaliate or defend. The snow monkey's body shattered in mere seconds into scattered pieces that gradually melted into the air, completely annihilated, leaving behind nothing but frost and nothingness. His friend watched the scene stunned and shocked, unable to comprehend the ease of the battle. Did he just kill it this easily?
A system notification emerged, announcing they had obtained fur and only 200 experience points. He grew suspicious and knit his brows at the meager loot and paltry experience for a rank D dungeon boss, realizing inwardly the existence of a hidden agenda and some trap lurking for them. His deep doubts were interrupted by an excessively enthusiastic scream from his teammate. "Guys, look at this!" Pointing with his trembling finger toward a mysterious tree hollow filled with shiny crystals that stole the sight, guessing greedily that it contained a vast fortune. "This giant monster must have hidden all the mana crystals here. Their size indicates that they are at least mid-grade." He drowned in illusions of imminent wealth as he rushed like a madman. "If we extract and sell them, we will live wealthy for the rest of our lives." He tried to warn him with a desperate and decisive scream. "Stop! Don't touch it!"
Lest he swallow the deadly bait. But it was too late. The hand of greed reached toward doom and touched the trap. The touch led to a destructive energy wave explosion resulting from the latent and deadly ice explosion bomb technique belonging to the Cloud Mage class of high rank and supernatural power. The destructive explosion threw everyone into the air with merciless brutality that left nothing behind. The entire team was frozen into solid ice blocks the moment they hit, shattering the accompanying robot with them to completely cut off the broadcast connection from the outside. He watched the scene behind the screens with a malicious, gloating smile as he saw the lost signal, gloating over their fall into the deadly trap, describing them as a burden with a condescending tone. They fell into the trap. High-rank monsters are very smart. Once a failure, you will always be a failure and a burden to society, and this marks the end of your journey. He warned with seriousness and strictness of the deadly danger to the students' lives, and the director agreed with blatant hypocrisy. Yes, definitely, student safety is our absolute priority, demanding the termination of the assessment and the summoning of rescue teams, but the principal objected with calm and a piercing look, demanding the team be granted more deserved time, confirming with firmness and certainty. The bracelets monitor their status constantly, and their vital signs are completely stable. He added to silence the hypocrites. And the absence of any withdrawal indicator from their neural data means they are fighting. Therefore, the option of withdrawal must be left to the examinees themselves. In the ice arena, where dense fog covers the place, his friend struggled desperately to maintain his consciousness with difficulty, resisting the bitter cold that gnawed at his bones, while he trembled and sneezed. Cold! The weather, it's bitterly cold! He thanked his belonging to the cloud class with bitterness. Fortunately, I am of the cloud class. That granted me slight resistance to the cold. Otherwise, I would have been completely frozen like the rest.
From the heart of the dense ice fog, the echo of a monstrous laugh resonated, and a terrifying entity materialized with an aura that crushed everything they had previously faced of horrors. He realized with absolute shock and terror that widened his eyes that the defeated monkey was nothing but a puppet and a curtain for the bigger game, and that the true and monstrous master of the dungeon, the actual nightmare of rank D, had just arrived to devour them completely.
His eyes widened in pure shock as he stared at that terrifying, foggy entity, muttering with terror covering his features.
This is impossible. I read about this thing in the monster encyclopedia.
His body trembled violently as he added with a broken voice.
It's the Cloud Mage, a creature specialized in ice attacks and crowd control. It's cunning and enjoys torturing its prey slowly. It's the Ice Bone King.
He panted heavily, grasping the gravity of the situation, and said,
The previous ice bomb wasn't an ordinary trap. It set it up to divide and ensnare us.
He looked sorrowfully at his completely frozen comrade and screamed desperately.
It's a rank C boss. I can't face it alone. I must wake him up.
Then he dashed forward at his maximum possible speed. In the midst of his dash, he thought to himself with feverish determination,
I must thaw the ice off Chen immediately. If I free him, we'll have a slim chance of survival.
But suddenly, an ice blade shot out like a lightning-fast arrow to pierce his leg with merciless cruelty, making him let out a resounding cry of pain.
Ah!
He collapsed weakly onto the cold ground after the burning pain completely paralyzed his movement and brought him down. At that moment, the monster echoed a hollow, mocking laugh, enjoying seeing its victim fall before it, writhing in weakness. A red flash illuminated his vision as the system issued an emergency warning due to his continuous bleeding, and a cold message appeared before him. General warning. Rank C boss emerged. Final probe deployed. He ignored the pain squeezing his body and screamed firmly in refusal.
Impossible! I won't withdraw!
Determined to free his comrade no matter the cost in blood, he crawled with extreme difficulty, gathering what remained of his exhausted strength, shouting,
Absolute cleansing! I will free you, Chen!
But before he could finish activating his skill, the monster fired another ice blade that pierced his body with double the cruelty. The cruel system message appeared before him again. Cleansing failed, and he fell once more from the intensity of the tearing pain. The monster continued its mocking and provocative laughter, watching its prey struggle and bleed in vain. Amid this hell, the system repeated its urgent warnings with a robotic voice. Warning, pulse is critical. Severe arm injury. Do you wish to withdraw? He thought to himself with pain mixed with memories. Withdraw? Running is what always kept me in the back, weak and outcast like the shadows of others. He continued his internal dialogue with bitter oppression. I've always been treated as if I were an insignificant nobody, living amidst everyone's mockery and ridicule. We put our lives on the line to get here, and faced too many hardships to back down. He grit his teeth tightly and thought to himself with unprecedented resolve. Returning to being weak hurts more than these fatal wounds. I will never turn back. He raised his trembling, blood-soaked hand, screaming in refusal of total despair. I will never give up. I refuse this miserable end. He mustered all his remaining energy and scattered mana and screamed with all his might. Absolute cleansing! Directing his final skill toward the ice restraining his companion. He knew perfectly well deep down that freeing him now was their only and final chance to survive this nightmare.
The boss exploited his complete distraction with his final desperate attempt and prepared a massive, deadly attack to finish him off and erase him entirely from existence. But he did not retreat. He continued pumping mana and screamed with a force that shook the surroundings. Ah! Completely ignoring the imminent danger threatening his life with certain death. In that defining moment, his companion suddenly opened his eyes, shattering the solid ice surrounding him, sending it flying like shrapnel with a sharp, cold look. He moved with blinding speed and said to him, "Hold on to me." Then he pulled him forcibly out of the path of the deadly attacks in a fraction of a second. The ice monster was taken by surprise and froze in its tracks, shocked by the reaction speed that exceeded its expectations. He carefully propped his injured companion against a safe rock, away from the direct danger zone. The battered companion coughed up blood from his mouth, saying with exhaustion and a faint smile, "In the end, you had to break the ice and free yourself with your own power." He interrupted him with complete calm while inspecting his severe wounds. "No, you helped me a lot and bought me time. Are you okay?" To which his companion replied, "I'm not in mortal danger. I stopped the bleeding, and I will hold on." He warned him with deep concern, panting, "But Chen, this Bone King is a rank C boss. It's extremely powerful. We can't let it freeze us again." A sudden, terrifying sense of approaching mortal danger interrupted them, so they quickly turned around to find the monster preparing a crushing attack that leaves nothing behind. The creature gathered a massive, dark ice energy, screaming with a voice that shook the cave. "Giant Ice Explosion Bomb!" The boss's sick, hysterical laughter echoed throughout the place, as if announcing the end of this game. He screamed in terror and shock. "What the hell? How did it summon a bomb of this terrifying size? There's no space to escape. We're doomed." A massive, devastating explosion resounded, ravaging the entire area and turning it in the blink of an eye into blinding, total whiteness. As the flying ice dust slowly cleared from the air, the monster appeared standing in its place, continuing to laugh madly, thinking it had crushed them and turned them into frozen pieces. But its laughter stopped abruptly, as if choked in its throat, replaced by features of shock and disbelief, for its eyes detected a faint, mysterious glow emanating quietly from amidst the thick, dissipating smoke. The vision cleared to reveal him standing firm as a mountain without a single scratch, while the system screen flashed before him. Class activated, Frost Physique, which doubled his resistance and completely blocked the attack. The monster took a step back in shock at the failure of his ultimate attack, growling with denial and anger. "What?" his companion asked in utter bewilderment from behind him. "Chen, this brute strength, what happened to you? Weren't you a lightning element assassin?" he added with widening shock in his eyes. "Don't tell me you're one of the rare ones who possess dual classes." He looked at him with a terrifying calm, saying in an emotionless tone, "I'm sorry. I misjudged the situation, and because of me you were exposed to mortal danger." His eyes gleamed with lethal resolve, adding with mountain-crushing confidence. "But this ends now." He switched his class again in a fraction of a second, causing the ominous system message to appear. Class change complete. Abyss Demon Rakshasa. His transformation was fully complete, appearing in a savage, majestic form that sends shivers down the spine. Then he slowly drew his weapon, signaling death. Finally, he announced with a voice as sharp and cold as frost, "I will end this battle right now." He surprised his comrade with a terrifying and unprecedented transformation, for his aura changed once more, revealing a power that transcends all laws of reality. His friend's eyes widened and his voice trembled as he thought to himself with bitter honesty. The rules are as clear as the sun. Every awakened possesses only one combat class in their life. The only exception is the appearance of an awakened with dual classes out of every 10 million people. There are only 10 of them in the entire world. The major guilds fight and pay billions to recruit anyone who possesses dual classes, let alone what I'm seeing before my eyes right now. He froze completely like a stone statue and screamed in hysterical bewilderment. "1, 2, Chen, did you just summon 3 combat classes?" He pointed with his trembling hand, counting in a breakdown. "The first is Lightning Assassin." Then he took a step back, continuing with a shaky voice. "And the second is the Cloud class." He stared at the dark figure standing before him, asking in panic. "And the last is this terrifying class. Raksha? Amid this clamor, he gathered his maximum energy, changing the color of the atmosphere around him, and said with decisive sharpness, "I will end this right now." He lunged with lightning speed, leaving behind a trail of blue light mixed with shadows. In a moment of fatal realization, the monster abruptly stopped moving, finding him suspended above him like inevitable destiny. His friend watched the scene with bated breath, saying in shock, "The monster's terrifying aura has completely vanished before Chen's presence." He continued in absolute awe. The king's confidence and arrogance have turned into true, trembling terror before Chen's sword. He lunged with a decisive strike, letting out a cry that shook the foundations of the place. Triple gravity disaster! Die! With a single strike, the battle that seemed impossible ended, completely crushing the monster in the heart of the cave. The king's remains and ice bones scattered in the air like black snow. He violently plunged his sword into the ground, announcing the end of the fight with his usual calmness. The golden system message flashed before his eyes. Victory. EXP plus 5,000. Level up to 17. The notifications kept pouring in. Obtained. Icebone skewers. His comrade approached weakly, then fell to his knees, saying, "Damn it, I should have expected that. You crushed a rank C boss with a single strike as if it was nothing." He asked him in icy calmness, "By the way, do you have enough energy to free our two colleagues?" To which his friend replied in shock, "Damn, I completely forgot about them." Then he ran quickly. "Hang in there, guys." He exploited everyone's distraction and looked toward the king's head where the hidden Devour sign appeared. He activated the technique immediately, and a bloody red aura emerged surrounding the boss's remaining pieces. He began absorbing the energy until the earth-shattering system notification appeared. Devourer complete. He immediately obtained the class Ice Chi Master and said inwardly with relief, "This is the first boss class acquisition outside the dream." He looked toward his companion, who was freeing the rest, and thought calmly, "The monitoring robot is frozen, and this hid my true abilities from the administration. We can get a perfect score without my secret being exposed." Suddenly, a strange flash appeared before him. The system announced, "Class level up. The Lightning Assassin gained an additional star for stat enhancement." His eyes widened, and he asked himself in bewilderment, "An additional star? Does raising the class level increase the star multiplier like this?" Scene 3. The elites struggle, and the myths snatching. Elsewhere, the opposing team was engaged in a cruel, bloody confrontation against the boss monster, Giant Man-Eater, rank D. The Gravity Boy screamed in despair while trying to pin the monster. "Is this really the power of a rank D boss? I can't hold it down any longer. Finish it off right now." The archer fired his arrows, panting with frustration. "I can't deal any damage. Its body is hard as steel." The Gravity Boy suddenly lost his control, so the monster broke free and knocked everyone away with a single crushing blow. The archer coughed up blood and said, "We haven't faced anything this powerful in our training. What do we do?" The Gravity Boy looked toward their leader and said, eager and desperate, "Guangting is our only hope. Is your energy fully charged?" He continued gathering his energy with his team's support, then said with arrogant confidence, "This is enough." He drew his blade and lunged with lightning speed like the light of a comet, piercing the monster's body skillfully. Explosive blade technique. He shouted decisively, "Tear!" And the boss's solid body exploded into scattered debris in seconds. The team cheered with joy. "Great job! You are a living legend, boss!" The monitoring robot announced coldly, "Congratulations to Guangting's team. You successfully cleared Dungeon D. Total time 35 minutes. His brother said with happiness and boasting, "Only 35 minutes! It is impossible for anyone to break this record." The Gravity Boy added joyfully, "This means our score is a full 150 points. We set a university record." He returned his blade to its sheath arrogantly and said, "Let's go. Let's hurry toward the exit and check the leaderboard to announce our dominance over first place." After emerging victorious, he looked at his luxurious watch and said with blinding arrogance, "It will take at least an hour for the rest of the teams to clear the simplest rank F dungeons." He observed the arena with condescending looks, completely ignoring the cries of the injured and the withdrawn, and added in a loud, provocative voice, "Anyone in the rest area right now is just a quitter and a coward." A gloomy atmosphere weighed down by despair prevailed in the arena, where one of the students collapsed on his knees, crying and begging hysterically, despite coming out unharmed. "Please, don't kill me." Beside him, another female student collapsed crying, trembling as she said, "It was terrifying. Those monsters almost tore us apart alive." He turned towards this miserable scene, smiling with obvious mockery and gloating. At that moment, his cunning eyes caught the glimpse of Chen and his companions, sitting in complete calmness in one of the dark corners. He mocked them loudly to draw everyone's attention. "Oh, isn't this Chen's team? You withdrew early, you cowards, huh?" He advanced towards them with provocative steps and said sarcastically, "Where did your previous arrogance go, Chen? It turns out you are very weak." But he met him with a calm and silent look like the ocean. He didn't even bother to reply to his provocative words. Guang Ting interrupted his reckless brother, ordering him with decisive firmness. "Chen, come here immediately and stop this chattering." He adjusted his clothes with great care and said with anticipation, "The vice president has arrived. Stand behind me politely to greet him." At that moment, a man of overwhelming prestige appeared, advancing with confident steps and clapping warmly, saying, "Wonderful, absolutely wonderful." The vice president of the alliance continued in a loud, resonant voice, "I have witnessed an exceptional performance today at this institute."
He was accompanied by a high-level delegation, including the principal, the recruitment director Hyun, and Guan Lin. Guang Ting thought to himself with joy and triumph, "A man of such great authority is approaching to congratulate me personally." In moments that shook the shoe shine holder's cantankerous, he hurried to extend his hand, smiling with a respectful bow, and said, "It is a great honor for me to meet." But the shock was cruel and crushing, for Carl completely ignored him, walking past his extended hand as if he didn't exist. He headed directly and with brisk steps towards Chen's team, saying with a wide smile, "That was truly amazing, boy." While the young master's hand froze in the air like a foolish statue, Carl patted Chen's shoulder with admiration and added, "Absolute brilliance and unparalleled creativity on the battlefield." He announced with a fascination that shook the place, "You cleared a rank D dungeon in just 21 minutes. This is a record time that is difficult even for professional teams to achieve." Guang Ting's eyes widened in shock and thought to himself in deadly bewilderment, "What? These outcasts finished a rank D dungeon in just 21 minutes? This is absolutely impossible." Despite this immense praise, Chen maintained his icy calmness and began to analyze the identity of the man standing before him in silence and caution. He thought to himself with focus and caution, "This is Carl Cavendish, the second most powerful man in the entire world and the vice president of the alliance personally." Carl asked with a wide smile full of interest, "You are Chen, aren't you? My trip here was definitely not in vain as long as I have discovered a rare talent like you." Then the vice president turned towards the Guang family and said with cold diplomacy, "Ah, right. The young master of the Guang family did well, too. Like father, like son, Guang Lin." The father bowed with a strained, courteous smile and said, "You exaggerate your praise, sir." But deep down he was burning with anger and thought with resentment, "Damn this humiliating situation." And Carl quietly asked for permission to leave and said, "Well, it is getting late and I must return to resume my work." The principal whispered to him with indescribable joy, "We have found a true treasure. Discovering two exceptional geniuses in one batch is something that does not come a day every day." Recruitment Director Zwan stepped up to the podium and announced in a loud, echoing voice, "I will now announce the final results. Since both teams achieved a full 150 points, I declare a tie for first place, and all members are qualified to immediately join the Imperial Guild." Chen's comrades erupted in celebration and joy as Ma Long hugged Xiang Yu, screaming with tears of joy, "We did it! We've entered the Imperial Guild!" While Chen remained standing with his usual calmness. On the other side, the opposing team celebrated securing their prestigious seats, but their leader was drowning in suppressed anger, and a bitter feeling of defeat was tearing his pride apart. Zwan continued his official announcement, saying, "Also, the two leaders, Guang Ting and Chen, will be appointed to senior administrative positions within the guild." He concluded his speech with shocking news. "As for the MVP prize, estimated at 1 million coins, it will be divided equally between them."
causing the features of both leaders to drastically change upon hearing this. He furrowed his brows in slight annoyance, calculating precisely in his mind. Only 500,000? I promised to pay back the full million within a month. I must find a way to gather the remaining half. Meanwhile, his rival broke the absolute silence and screamed with blind rage. I refuse this humiliating tie! First place must belong to only one person! He stared directly into his opponent's eyes with a fiery challenge and said in a resounding voice, So, Chen, I challenge you here and now to a one-on-one duel to settle this matter.
This sudden and bloody challenge shocked all the attendees in the arena, leaving them in a state of absolute bewilderment. The Alliance officials and the Institute's administration froze from the sheer magnitude of the uncalculated surprise. Zwan whispered to his nephew with suppressed anger and fear of a scandal.
The test is already over. What is this nonsense you are spouting? Accept this tie and don't embarrass us in front of the Vice President.
Umbriel intervened with a calmness that erased all this tension, and his eyes gleamed with lethal confidence. He asked directly and without any evasion. So, if I win this duel, do I get the full million prize to myself? The director was surprised by his quick and practical response, saying in bewilderment, What? Did he just agree to a suicidal fight? His rival replied with mad enthusiasm and blazing anger. The victor takes it all. Take it all if you can truly defeat me. Upon hearing this exciting development, Carl stepped back from leaving and smiled with passion, saying, Interesting, it seems the entertaining show is not over yet. An atmosphere of enthusiasm and anticipation ignited in the arena once again, as everyone held their breath in preparation for the clash. Their gazes met with a spark-igniting challenge, and he asked with his terrifying calmness, Then tell me, how do you want us to settle this duel? Inside the luxurious office of the guild, he leaned back in his comfortable chair with a wide, admiring smile, saying in a tone full of satisfaction, At first, I thought you would only get first place, but I never expected you to break all the records and achieve a perfect score. He nodded his head in relief and continued confidently. Your picture is now headlining all the news broadcasts. It seems I have invested my money in exactly the right person. Consider me your secret investor. As for the $1.5 million, you are completely exempt from repaying it. It is a grant from me to you. He met this generous offer with a cold, superficial calmness, hiding behind it a sea of precise thoughts and calculations. He looked up and said with firmness and an indisputable, piercing gaze, Oh, no, I must repay every penny I owe. He took a slow step forward and added in a steady voice, Today, I came here specifically to tell you 2 important things. He clarified his first demand seriously. The first matter concerns the deadline. I request that you grant me an extra week for repayment. Implicitly indicating that the tie result had reduced his share of the prize money by half, he added with unwavering confidence. So, I will engage in a tiebreaker match to settle this tie with the other top achiever. It will take place in 1 week at the Demon Lair, which is a dangerous wild lair outside the Institute's walls. At that moment, the Guildmaster's smile completely vanished, and he said with shock, his eyes bulging, What? You are just students. Are you going to enter the real Demon Lair? He continued with deep concern as he stood up from his chair. But you haven't received any professional training to survive there. This is certain suicide. It is an extremely dangerous place. But he stood before him like an iceberg, unaffected by a single word. He reassured him with absolute calm and confidence. There is no need for all this worry. I will obtain the remaining half of the prize as soon as I win, and I will give you all the rare materials acquired from inside the lair as generous interest in exchange for delaying the repayment for 1 week. He listened to this crazy offer and thought to himself in utter bewilderment. He is not even afraid of entering the real demon lair filled with death, and all that truly occupies him is repaying his debt? He continued his thought with terrifying certainty. This boy is an exceptional and terrifying being who surpasses all my imaginations and expectations. Suddenly, his tone changed to become more serious and dark, narrowing his eyes as he said in a low voice, Now, we come to the second matter for which I came, which is a much more important matter. The remaining details of his speech were deliberately obscured, leaving the scene restricted to observing the radical change in the reaction, where the features of the Guildmaster gradually shifted from curious interest to a strong shock and hidden terror.
This deliberate concealment left a heavy, suspicious mystery hanging over the room, foreshadowing the revelation of a grave secret that will turn the scales of the upcoming events and battles upside down. At the same time, the scene shifted spatially and temporally to a sunny afternoon at the middle school, where she yawned with great relief as she stretched, saying with childish joy,
"Ah, the final exam is finally over. Summer vacation officially begins now."
While casually scrolling through her phone, she suddenly stopped and whispered, remembering,
"Oh, right. Today is my older brother's graduation day."
Her gaze softened and filled with nostalgia as she contemplated a picture of her brother on the phone screen, recalling a warm scene from the recent past when her brother ran towards her with rare enthusiasm and said,
"Scion, I have just been accepted into the National Awakened University."
The young girl hugged him tightly and said with overwhelming joy,
"Wow, brother, you are truly amazing. You will become a wonderful and strong awakened like Mom and Dad."
At that moment, he pledged with determination filling his eyes, "I will join a major guild and make a lot of money to ensure you a safe life and a better future." He added in a deep voice burdened with responsibility, "And perhaps I will then be able to uncover the truth behind our parents' mysterious disappearance." She rejoiced in that moment, fascinated by the strength and determination of her brother, whom she considered her absolute hero. Then the happy memory transitioned to collide with a harsh recent moment when she remembered his face when he said with a tired, broken smile about his delayed awakening.
"It's okay,"
he added, trying to hide his deep pain.
"It seems I just need to work harder to make up for it."
She returned to reality, sadly realizing that behind his constant calm was a heavy pain tearing him apart, thinking to herself,
"My brother has always been the most dedicated and hard-working, but he was the only one who failed to awaken."
Seeing all his peers succeed around him must have made him feel a cruel and bitter loneliness. She completed her thought with held-back tears.
"Yet he hid his pain with a fake smile to spare me the worry. He never showed his brokenness and weakness in front of me."
Her sad daydreaming was interrupted by her friend running towards her with breathless enthusiasm. She said with intense eagerness,
"Hey, Sion, did you hear the latest resounding news? This year, the Awakened University produced two very rare geniuses. Both achieved the impossible perfect score, and even the vice president of the Alliance praised them personally."
Then she asked her with innocent spontaneity,
"Doesn't your brother study at that university too?"
Before she could answer, an arrogant boy with pink hair interrupted them, saying with slimy calmness, "Good afternoon, Xiaoyun. I have booked an expensive private room at the Zifeng Tower tonight. You will be free to have dinner with me, won't you?" Her friend asked in bewilderment at this offer.
"Huh? Since when do you know the handsome rich schoolboy?"
While she refrained from answering and looked down with frustration and distress. Without uttering a word, she fled, running away from them, tears gathering in her eyes. Her friend called out from behind in extreme astonishment.
"Sion, where are you going?"
She thought bitterly as she ran.
"Everyone around him is making great achievements, while my poor brother can't even awaken. How cruel this world is."
She wiped her tears and resisted her sadness with a firm decision. "I must hurry home now and cook him a huge feast to console him and lift his broken spirits." Night fell, and he sat quietly in front of a table full of various carefully prepared delicious dishes. He asked in surprise as he looked at the food, "Sion, when did you manage to cook all this massive amount? The food looks truly amazing." She sat in front of him, maintaining a warm silence laden with consolation and hidden pity. Meanwhile, the television in the background was broadcasting an important news report, as the anchorwoman said in an official tone. "Breaking, Dongxing University's assessment concluded today with the graduation of exceptional students," she thought to herself as she watched him eat. "As I expected, my brother is pretending to be strong and solid in front of me again. The failing the graduation exam is undoubtedly a fatal blow to his future, but as usual, he doesn't show his brokenness." Her thoughts were interrupted by the anchorwoman's voice continuing enthusiastically. "Where we witnessed the graduation of two genius champions who achieved a perfect score for their teams in a historical precedent," she added. "And Mr. Cavendish praised their amazing performance, but he singled out with favor and admiration one of the two leaders who had a flawless performance." Then the anchorwoman announced the earth-shattering name. "It is the young student Si Chen." Her eyes widened in absolute shock that almost stopped her heart, and she glared at the television screen in bewilderment, completely unable to comprehend. She whispered weakly and in disbelief as she looked at her brother sitting in front of her. A perfect score? The student Si Chen? My brother is the genius they're talking about? The scene suddenly cuts to transport us to a dark, cold location where a father stands furious as a demon over his son who is thrown on the ground and covered in his blood after a severe beating. He screamed with blind rage that shook the walls. This stage I prepared specifically for you and your brilliance, and the audience came to see your coronation. But you, idiot, ruined all the arrangements. You lost to a nobody and became a pathetic failure. His pride was completely crushed under his father's cruel words and blows, and he remained thrown on the ground, helpless and broken, unable to reply. He issued his final verdict with strictness that accepts no appellation. As of this moment, you have been stripped of all your decisions and freedom. Then he revealed his dark plan in a low, scary voice. I have arranged everything in advance for the tiebreaker match scheduled next week at the Demon Lair. He announced his taking charge with a look dripping with evil. I will handle this matter myself as long as you are helpless and weak. Whatever the price and whoever dies, the Guang family remaining at the top is an inevitable and absolute matter.
She slowly turned towards her brother, her eyes widening with curiosity mixed with deep shock, asking with a trembling voice,
Brother, the Si Chen they just mentioned on TV, is it you?
He raised his gaze from his plate with icy calmness, answering with a confident, decisive smile that leaves no room for doubt. Yes, that is correct. What is the matter? Her hand trembled violently from the sheer magnitude of the shock, dropping her spoon to fall onto the wooden table with a resounding noise that broke the silence.
Clatter!
Her gaze froze in absolute bewilderment, thinking to herself as she struggled to comprehend the scale of his impossible achievement.
This is unbelievable.
She continued in her heart with tongue-tying astonishment.
My dear brother, in the cruel graduation exam, not only did he lead his team to victory, but extracted direct praise from the vice president of the Global Alliance. He really did it.
An astonished, heavy silence fell over the entire room after the shocking confession, as if time had stopped. She slowly bowed her head, hiding her eyes burdened with conflicting emotions that words failed to describe. Then she silently wiped the hot tears of joy, so this great truth could finally settle in her conscience. She thought to herself as a bright smile returned to adorn her lips.
My foolish brother, he has finally reached the top. He surpassed everyone in a single step.
The scene abruptly cuts to the night of June 17th, the day of the decisive assessment. Inside a highly luxurious secret dining room, the vice president relaxed in his comfortable seat like an absolute ruler. He cut a slice of Wagyu beef with utter coldness and said, As I expected, the Wagyu beef in this country is the best. What is the status of the investigation, Yuan? From among the shadows of the dark room, she stood with a deadly calmness that reflected her professionalism and danger. She advanced slowly and pushed a coded black file across the luxurious table, saying in a low voice, This is all the secret documents we have gathered. She continued with strict seriousness. That blazing target has left no significant trace behind throughout the entire past year. She added with flawless practical coldness. I absolutely believe that our close monitoring of the target has been exposed. He ignored this intelligence failure with complete indifference, saying, Good job. Have some meat first and rest. But she completely ignored his invitation and firmly prepared to announce a new fact that turns the scales. She changed her tone to a warning seriousness, narrowing her eyes like a hawk, saying, But there is something else. Recently, I identified an extremely dangerous individual. He just contacted you. She explained the extent of his danger in a terrifying whisper. In this very short time, his record-breaking evolution rate, she finished her words in a blood-freezing tone, breaks all familiar laws of natural life in a completely unnatural way. The scene shifts radically to take us to the depths of the Tower of Darkness, where he panks amidst mountains of ghostly monster corpses, muttering, I've spent more than half a month on the first floor of this cursed tower. I exterminated almost every monster here.
He continued with relief as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. Now the burdens of the harsh gravity have completely vanished after I finally adapted to it being 10 times the normal gravity. At that moment, the luminous system screen popped up to display his stats. System, Level 17, Class, Lightning Assassin. He contemplated his blue interface, thinking deeply. The Lightning Assassin class gained an extra star after the graduation exam. This means repeated use increases proficiency, even though my classes haven't reached their maximum limits yet. He continued his precise calculations. So I invested that star in enhancing the speed attribute without a shred of hesitation, as it is the most important weapon for any assassin.
The system confirmed this upgrade immediately. Speed times 4 equals 740. He smiled maliciously and said,
My speed multiplier has jumped to a mythical number. My current speed equals an experienced rank A assassin. But despite his mighty speed breaking the sound barrier, he found himself fiercely cornered in a deadly angle. He was surrounded by a ferocious pack of ghostly lionesses, while the true danger lurked quietly behind them. He stared with sharp eyes at the massive monster lurking far away and said through gritted teeth, And yet, I am still unable to land a single strike on the floor master. Without prior warning, the lionesses pounced abruptly towards him like a storm of claws and fangs. He moved like a flashing blue lightning to dodge their attack, and during the bloody clash, he detected a terrifying combat tactic. This tactic was related to the Lion King himself. Whenever he found a loophole to overcome him and reach him, he thought angrily as frustration gnawed at him. This king's ability is strange and very provocative. Whenever I try to attack him, he evaporates instantly right before my strike hits him directly. He realized bitterly that the boss does not dodge like the rest of the monsters, but teleports instantly to evaluate the battle and direct it from a safe distance. He rationally analyzed the pack's tactic amid the chaos, saying, The lionesses change their positions with mathematical precision and continuously. He continued his rapid analysis. They maintain a steady defensive and offensive formation. 2 engage with me directly, and the rest lurk as a defensive line to intervene. He narrowed his eyes in anger and provocation, while the king simply manages the battle from afar like a cowardly chess commander. He became absolutely certain that the master controlled every string in this battle, and in the midst of a lioness rushing towards him to devour him, he blocked it with terrifying quick reflexes, directing a devastating thunderbolt towards it with a deafening buzzing sound. Bzzzt! The pure electrical strike settled into its open mouth, and victory seemed close and within reach, but right before landing the finishing blow, the lioness evaporated in a mysterious pink flash, leaving him striking a mirage in the air. He was struck by the scene and thought with shocking realization, This again. The teleportation skill is not limited to the boss alone. He continued with widening shock. All the lionesses possess it. Whenever I am about to kill a lioness, it vanishes and appears unharmed next to the cursed king. He finished decoding their tactic, and in the very next moment, a replacement lioness rushes in to tempt me to attack, to completely drain my energy.
He growled and unleashed raging lightning storms again in a desperate attempt to tear apart this perfect coordination, directing rapid slashing strikes unseen by the naked eye, but to no avail, no matter how perfect they were. The ghostly monsters always disappeared with supreme skill a fraction of a second before his charged blades touched them. The terrifying matter seemed as if the movements of the entire pack were governed and directed by a single connected mind. The fierce claws rained on his body with consecutive strikes, forcing him into a continuous retreat and defense, and whenever his counterstrike locked onto its target, the lionesses instantly vanished like smoke. The ferocious pack swapped roles with absolute fluidity through the pink teleportation portals, imposing a suffocating siege around him that left no loophole to breathe or counterattack. He continued his precise and rapid blocking of their endless attacks with stubborn persistence, but the pack's vicious cycle proved unbreakable, and he said while panting in pouring sweat, "Attack, disappear, reposition, attack again. It is an endless cycle designed to drain my strength to death." He poured sweat as the bloody rhythm of the battle escalated, while keeping his hateful gaze fixed on the cowardly Lion King. He realized with clear bitterness and thought, "This cunning scoundrel manipulates me as he pleases and has turned me into a prey in a losing war of attrition."
He retreated a distance backwards, and in a moment of sudden mental clarity, he realized the fatal flaw in his combat approach. His eyes widened and he thought, asking intelligently, "Wait a minute, why am I trying to outmatch them with speed? A rapid attack is useless to strike enemies who teleport to avoid direct confrontation." He decided to turn the tables and completely change his strategy without delay, and the system announced with a blue flash, "Class change." Solid ice crystallized around him like an impenetrable shield, completely transforming his appearance as a cold, terrifying energy that froze the air in the room. His eyes glowed with a scary blue flash, and he smiled with deadly coldness, saying, "Since you do not wish to face me head-on like assassins, why don't I use a mage class to deal with you and impose my absolute dominance over the battlefield as a mage of mass destruction?" At that decisive moment, the system announced the success of the ominous transformation. Class change complete. Level 17. Class Ice Lich Master.
He soared high in the sky and unleashed a large-scale magical spell, shouting in a resounding voice, "Frost spikes!" A dense barrage of giant ice spikes rained down like deadly rain, pounding the earth with destructive force. The successive ice explosions turned the battlefield into a white hell, forcing the ghostly lionesses to scatter and retreat aimlessly. He observed this utter chaos from his high altitude and thought confidently, "The power of the mage class never lies in direct engagement, but in dominance, crowd destruction, and absolute control over the course of the battle." He focused entirely on his direct attack towards the cowardly Lion King, unleashing a concentrated barrage of ice towards him with deadly precision. As he expected, the monster evaporated instantly, as usual, to escape the deadly strike, and appeared far away in a spot he thought was safe, breathing a sigh of relief for his temporary survival. But he was one step ahead of him. As soon as the monsters gathered to escape the bombardment, an inescapable massive vortex of ice energy swept over them. He smiled with an icy coldness, certain of the success of his plan and the tightening of the trap, and said, "And once I push you all inside my kill zone." At that moment, the Lion King sensed inevitable doom and glared at the sky in absolute terror. His eyes caught him crystallizing a giant, terrifying explosion of energy right above their heads. He prepared his bomb, saying with a soul-shaking voice, "Ice explosion bomb," and announced with a decisive, merciless coldness, "You will have nowhere to run." The Lion King let out a desperate roar after it was too late. Roar! He threw his bomb with a decisive strike, and a terrifying, blinding explosion resounded the moment it hit the ground. The explosion flooded the entire area with freezing energy and a sweeping white glow that swallowed everything. The bright light slowly cleared, revealing a scene where the Lion King and his entire pack were frozen like motionless glass statues. He immediately switched his class without wasting a second, and the familiar system message appeared. Class change complete. Level 17, Abyss Demon, Rakshasa. The glowing pink sword of Rakshasa appeared in his grip, and he descended with inevitable nightmare towards the ground. He announced with total confidence as he lunged, "The battle on the first floor of the Tower of Darkness ends here completely." He delivered a crushing sword strike and said, "Triple disaster overload mode." The glowing blade split the frozen monsters effortlessly, tearing them apart with a strike of total annihilation. The monster statues shattered one after another and scattered into nothingness like dust, leaving him standing tall and victorious beside the shattered corpse of the Lion King. The system documented his crushing victory and announced, "Level up to 24, victory," and announced the precious loot. Obtained, Ghost Lion Bone, Ghost Lion Heart. Then a new notification appeared allowing him to devour the corpse of the fallen boss. He mounted the massive corpse with confident steps and extended his hand saying, "And now, tell me, Lion King." He activated the Devour technique and said in a low voice, "What is your combat class really?" He focused his mind to understand the monster's wondrous abilities in dodging and teleportation. He pulled a dark red energy vortex writhing from the heart of the corpse and condensed it forcefully into the palm of his hand to absorb it completely, to have the system show an amazing new class card. Acquired class, Astral Beast Tamer. The interface revealed its unique skills. Skill, Astral Soul Contract. Skill, Astral Path Leap. Confirming that his abilities relied on absolute control and spatial manipulation, he was stunned and said,
A tamer's class? This is the first time I've seen a class like this. Now I understand the full picture of the confrontation. He analyzed the previous combat situation, saying, "No wonder he never faced me head-on. The continuous evasion was for survival, not just a combat tactic." He acknowledged the monster's fundamental weakness. It turns out his base stats are too weak for direct combat, so he relied solely on his beasts to deal damage, and admitted the true power of his skill. The ability to travel through space is terrifying and very useful for teleportation and evasion, and classify it seriously, saying, "It is undoubtedly one of the most dangerous skills I have faced so far." He analyzed the other skill and thought deeply. The contract skill allows him to force monsters to sign contracts of loyalty with him, but it requires a deterrent force. Absolute submission must be imposed through intimidation to subdue any monster to my contract. Suddenly, the illusory astral void surrounding them shattered like broken glass, revealing the true reality of the first floor. Beneath him appeared a scorching, barren desert stretching endlessly beneath a blazing sun. He wondered with surprise as he contemplated his surroundings. The floor is changing. Is this the original form of this floor? It is very desolate. What happened here to crush it like this? His thoughts were interrupted by a strange clicking sound coming from a nearby sand dune. A glowing rift appeared and expanded to become a fiery portal. He said, "The door to the second floor has finally appeared. This is my next path." And before he took a single step, he was stopped by a faint, broken growl from behind. He turned around, prepared to fight, using his sharp senses to scan the area and ensure it was clear. He spotted a faint pink glow hidden inside the shattered ribcage of a massive monster, revealing a small white lion cub taking a desperate defensive stance, despite being bound by heavy rocky chains. He lowered his weapon in surprise, softening his intensity, and said, "A lone lion cub? It seems I missed one in the massacre." He formed his lightning dagger in his hand and approached slowly and cautiously. He analyzed the situation and thought with focus. "I killed the king and annihilated his pack, but this cub did not disappear. This means he is not his follower and does not have a contract with him." He looked closely at the glowing chains that bounded cruelly. He prepared to attack and said, "It is bound by astral chains. Did the king lock him here as a hostage or reserve food?" The cub froze in terror in its place, waiting for its inevitable death at the hands of this terrifying human. But Chen slowly raised his hand and shattered the chains with a light energy pulse, freeing the cub from its captivity. The exhausted cub collapsed onto the hot desert sand, breathing with difficulty. He turned his back and said with a calmness not devoid of empathy, "I will grant you your freedom." He asked the cub who was watching him in absolute silence, "Is this a ruined place your home?" He understood its pain and said in a warm tone, "A lonely and completely destroyed home. I know this feeling very well." He fell silent for a moment, remembering his past, and said, "It might be a bit lonely and you lose all purpose to live." He ordered it strictly without turning back. "But you will be able to survive and overcome this. I must head to the next floor now." And in that touching moment, the glowing system interface surprised him and popped up right in front of his face. The wondrous message shocked him. Astral Soul contract request. Since the other party initiated the request voluntarily, success rate 100%. Unlocking passive skills. 1. Shared experience for growth. 2. Vision through the beast's eyes in times of danger. He turned slowly and asked in disbelieving shock, "Huh?" Finding the white cub sitting completely still behind him, looking at him with steadfastness and loyalty, awaiting his decision, the system notification appeared to confirm what was happening. "The future Lion King, Leo, requests to sign the contract. Do you accept him to become your companion?" He turned towards the small lion and looked at him completely seriously, asking him in a deep voice, "Do you really want to come with me on this path?" The cub nodded his small head slowly and let out a faint roar to confirm his decision and determination. He warned him with strictness not devoid of worry. "I will storm the floors of the Tower of Darkness one by one, and with each new floor, the monsters will become fiercer and bloodier." He added to emphasize the gravity of the danger. "You might be severely injured or even killed at any moment. Have you truly thought about this?" The little beast replied with firm gestures unfitting for his size and roared steadily and confidently. Their eyes met calmly in the middle of that barren desert, and he smiled lightly, saying, "All right, then I accept the contract." At that moment, a hidden magical symbol flashed inside his eyes, announcing the completion of the agreement in the soul bond, and the system announced with a blue flash, "Astral Soul contract with Lion King Leo successfully documented." A holographic screen immediately appeared, displaying the cub's detailed status with coded data flowing before his eyes, and another glowing notification appeared. Shared passive skills activated. He looked towards his new companion and said enthusiastically, "All right then, let's head towards the unknown," and advised him like a seasoned leader, "Make sure to protect yourself and stay away when I'm in the heat of battle." To which the cub replied with a faint, obedient growl, "Ow." Then they stepped together through the glowing fiery portal towards the next floor, but he was shocked and froze in his tracks the moment he entered the second floor, for he found before him raging rivers of molten volcanic lava, emitting a suffocating heat that burned the lungs. He wiped the profuse sweat from his forehead and said with intense annoyance, "It's so hot, I feel like I'm going to melt and dissolve here." Meanwhile, the cub approached the edge with stupid childish curiosity, trying to touch the volcanic lava with his claws. He pulled him back and narrowed his eyes, wondering cautiously, inwardly cautious wondering, what kind of terrifying monsters will I face in this hellish environment?
And suddenly, without any prior warning, he was interrupted by a treacherous attack whose speed surpassed absolute human perception. And even before his eyes blinked or he showed any defensive reaction, an unknown fast object completely pierced his body, tearing him apart mercilessly in a fraction of a second. He thought to himself in terrifying shock before his breath faded and died. I was killed before I even saw what killed me. The scene shifted with a sudden sharp cut as he jolted in his bed, pushing the covers off, panting in terror and pouring cold sweat in the real world. He grabbed his chest, which was torn in the illusion, and thought with denial and awe. Such a terrifying and lightning-fast power! What demonic monster dwells on that second floor? His dark thoughts were interrupted by his sister's warm voice from outside the room.
"Brother, come out and eat your breakfast. I've prepared it."
The scene slowly transitioned to a dining table full of a luxurious meal exceeding their daily habit. He sat down and said, stunned with his eyes wide, This is too lavish for a normal breakfast." At the door, she put on her shoes quickly and said with gentle strictness, "Brother, don't forget to wash the dishes after you finish and hang the clothes on the balcony after half an hour."
Chen stopped her, surprised by her haste. "Xian, where are you going in such a hurry? Isn't this the time of your summer vacation?" So she smiled brightly and said, "My summer job is waiting for me." He said in bewilderment and refusal, "Didn't I tell you beforehand that I'll take care of all financial problems? We don't need money anymore." She interrupted him with firmness and determination filling her eyes. "My brother has made a great name for himself, so I can't fall behind and be a burden. Besides, it would be very boring to do nothing all vacation."
Closed the door behind her quickly, screaming a final strict order. "I'm off. Remember to wash the dishes and hang the clothes." He completed the house chores quietly and isolated himself in his room, drowning in a deep sea of thought. He thought to himself as he looked out the window, "She's always been like this, living with persistence and strength all the time, despite all the hardships." He continued in his heart with tenderness, "She's just a child who hasn't reached adulthood yet," and continued with a faint smile, "But whenever I'm with her, I feel like I'm the child receiving attention and care." Then his gaze grew cold and made up his mind seriously. "As soon as the school procedures are over, I will immediately go to face the Demon King, Wrath." He thought with worry about his upcoming period of absence. "I won't be by her side for a period of time," and admitted his deep worry for her. "And she's the only person in this world whom I cannot stop worrying about." Suddenly, a brilliant idea flashed in his mind, and he said enthusiastically, "That's right! Maybe I can use the Tamer's abilities in the real world, too." He activated the skill. A swirling astral portal appeared above his head, and the cub fell directly out of it into the middle of the room. He said in bewilderment as he looked at his hands, "For heaven's sake, can I really summon monsters from the Tower of Darkness to this real world?" Meanwhile, the cub began exploring the strange room voraciously and with excessive animality, and within a few seconds he began tearing the room's furniture savagely with sharp claws. He sighed internally and thought, ignoring the mess, "In this case, when I'm not around, I'll ask Leo to stay by her side as a hidden guard. This way, I can rush immediately using Astral Path Leap when she's in any danger." He added, relying on her sister's passion. Since Sion was a little girl, she has loved cats and dogs very much, and continued, confident in her acceptance of the matter. So she might accept a cute little lion in the house. Yes, she might accept him. And before he completed his thought, a massive and terrifying crashing sound echoed from the kitchen. There, he completely destroyed the kitchen. He muttered dryly and in despair, immediately backing out of his idea. "No, impossible. It's impossible for her to accept this mess. She'll kill me."
The comedic scene abruptly cuts, transporting us to a dark and cold night alley where a completely smashed security camera is lying on the ground, and beside it lies a dying human awakened, bleeding heavily on the filthy asphalt. Appearing before him out of nowhere, a terrifying demonic hand and black claws, perfectly matching the aura of the demon he faced earlier in the dream world. The defeated man coughed black blood and said in panic with bulging eyes, "No, don't come near me. What kind of monster are you?" With a merciless move, the demon pierced the man's body with his hand brutally, tearing his heart. The attack was fatal, fast, and absolutely inescapable. The man's soul was completely stripped, while the demon absorbed his vital energy in a suspicious silence. Devour. The scene cuts to his sister, who was on her way back from her hard summer job. She sighed of relief and wiped the sweat from her forehead, saying, "Work is finally over. Standing all day is very exhausting. So many people want to buy milk tea during the holidays." With careless steps, she entered the same dark alley infested with death. She felt a chill and a mysterious danger stinging her neck, but she took a cup from the bag and whispered, naively ignoring the danger, "I don't know if my brother will like this flavor." Suddenly, she sensed a suspicious, heavy movement from behind. She turned around in panic, dropping the cup from her hand, to hear a hoarse, demonic voice emitting from the pitch blackness.
"You've arrived, finally." In a dark night alley, she stopped suddenly when she sensed approaching danger, but it wasn't a monster as she had imagined. It was him, advancing with arrogant confidence, feigning kindness. "You finally arrived, Yoon." He reproached her with a fake, slimy smile. "You ran away so fast last time, you must have missed my invitation. I have renewed the reservation for the top floor at the Xifen Tower tonight, specifically for you." Her features clearly grimaced, and she took a step back, asking with anger and caution, "Jindu-sin, how exactly did you know my address?" He bragged with blind arrogance, exploiting his father's influence. "My father is the hospital director, and we have our own ways to access any information we need." She settled the situation with categorical anger, refusing his pursuit. "You and I are not from the same world at all. Do not look for me or follow me again." She turned to leave, but he grabbed her hand with force and annoyance, reminding her of his alleged effort. "Hey, do you know how much effort and money it cost me to reserve an entire floor at the Xifen Tower?" He protested by claiming he had invited his friends, saying loudly, "I invited many of my friends. You will embarrass me in front of them if you don't come with me now." She shook his hand off forcefully and said with sharpness and disgust, "So you're asking me to go to save your so-called dignity? On top of that, waiting for me like an obsessed stalker in my neighborhood makes you look disgusting." His fragile pride was wounded, and he abandoned his fake kindness, threatening angrily. "Disgusting? Who do you think you are? Do you think you're superior to me because I treat you with kindness and tolerance?" His threat escalated, promising dire consequences. "Will you believe me if I say I can make you—" But before he could finish his sentence, she surprised him with a sudden violent headbutt that landed right in the middle of his face. He staggered, losing his balance while holding his bleeding nose in pain. So she ordered him with biting sarcasm,
Go to your father's hospital and get your head checked.
She firmly dismissed him, holding him responsible for bothering her.
Don't ever bother me again. You've ruined my mood enough for today.
The scene shifted with a quiet cut to her humble dwelling, where her annoyance completely dissipated and all her worries vanished the moment she entered the door. Her face lit up with overwhelming enthusiasm as soon as she saw the cub, screaming with childish joy.
Oh my God!
She hugged the cub joyfully and asked her brother with shining eyes.
Brother, where did you get this cute little creature?
Her brother smiled calmly and gifted her the cub, saying, "This is Leo. You can keep him," causing her to freeze from sheer shock and happiness.
Whoa, can I really keep a real lion cub?
She examined him with curiosity, surprised by the thickness of his fur.
Wait, only adult lions have a thick mane. Leo's a cub, so how does he have thick hair? It doesn't matter. I'll get him an adoption certificate tomorrow. Little Leo will become a member of our family.
Her brother watched her sister's overwhelming joy with reassurance and warmth. He thought to himself, certain that his worry had dissipated. It seems Yoon really likes Leo. This way I won't worry about her at home while I'm gone. I will be at ease. Suddenly, the stillness of the warm moment was interrupted by the short ring of his phone. The screen revealed an official notification addressed to him from the supervisory office, stating that after careful review, his request had been approved. He read the message calmly and thought to himself with cold decisiveness. My request has finally been approved. He continued in his heart to pave the way for his next plan. Now my plan can proceed smoothly as I drew it. He announced the inevitability of moving to the next step seriously. The next step then, complete focus on winning the tiebreaker match 6 days from now.
6 days passed quickly to bring the decisive date in the Green Light Forest. The recruitment director stepped up to the podium to review the details. Ahem. Candidates, I will now explain the procedures for the tiebreaker match. The university has decided to hold the duel inside the demon lair in this forest, which is a dangerous lair classified as rank D. You will undergo the test in the same dungeon, and its layout is completely unknown. 3 senior guild members have been dispatched as official observers. Their task is to protect you in case of mortal danger and to immediately evaluate your field performance. Then the 3 observers were introduced to ascend the podium: Evan, Kat Uram, and Yu Sato. The director decisively stated that the final result would be determined exclusively and irrevocably based on their evaluation. In the background, the father watched with dark silence, weaving a twisted plan to ensure the observers performed their tasks to serve his interests. The observers must do their best to make everything look natural and without any trace pointing to us. The principal approached the vice president of the alliance with curiosity, inquiring respectfully. Vice President, your trip to the Eastern Kingdom ended 2 days ago. Why are you still staying here?
He justified his stay with passion and enthusiasm, smiling with thirsty eagerness. There is nothing more entertaining in the world than what is going to happen here right now. He expressed his thirst for a direct, bloody clash. It has been many years since I witnessed a direct, bloody conflict between 2 true geniuses. He confirmed the impossibility of missing such a rare opportunity. I am looking forward to this intensely. I will not miss this show. The director raised his hand high and launched the decisive starting signal. And now, let the tiebreaker match of year 2157 begin. So, the drums of the anticipated direct confrontation officially beat. The 2 rivals advanced in perfect synchronization and with heavy steps, penetrating the magical portal and crossing over to the unknown other side. The surrounding terrain changed radically the moment they entered, giving way to darkness and dread. The 3 observers delved behind them in silence. The flame archer looked apprehensively to deduce the nature of the place. What a dead and desolated forest. It seems we are dealing with a dangerous plant-type demon. But before they took a single step, an exceptional matter surprised them immediately upon entering. The system screen flashed before him with an eye-bleeding flashing red warning, indicating a high-risk monster had been detected nearby. His eyes widened in absolute bewilderment, and he said in a low voice, "What is this?" He thought to himself, realizing the uniqueness and danger of the situation. This is the first time the system has sent an actual direct alarm. What in the hell is in here?
As he frowned, thinking about the possibility of high-rank monsters lurking inside this lair, and said to himself in a cautious tone, "The warning has disappeared. Is it possible that high-rank monsters are lurking inside a rank D dungeon?" At that moment, the 2 candidates set off to delve into the depths of the dead lair like ghosts without stopping. His rival led the vanguard with confident, decisive, and arrogant steps. The observer directed the team seriously, warning via communication devices. "The fog here is very suffocating. Stay alert. Do not take your eyes off the candidates for a moment and focus your full attention." Suddenly, the earth split from beneath the vanguard with a sudden and destructive crack. Boom! A deadly monster emerged from it, its identity immediately revealed via the system interface. Poison Cage Ant, rank D, Flower Archer. One of the observers said in admiration of his reaction. "Amazing! Guangting's reaction is immediate and very fast." He drew his sword and lunged like a deadly arrow to cut the distance in the blink of an eye, the lead observer warned, praising.
But be careful, the monsters of this wild lair are completely different from the Institute monsters. They're much fiercer and faster, and far more lethal. His warning materialized immediately with a quick attack from the ant, consisting of burning acid shots aimed at him. He countered skillfully, tearing through the attacks with precise strikes, and said, "Fire soldier technique, sorrow blade explosion. Your attack is too slow." The monster launched a decisive strike with superior skill, fash, and despite the strength of the strike and its direct impact, the creature continued to hold out for a moment, defying the excruciating pain. He struck it with a clean, decisive, and knockout blow all at once. He completely crushed the monster in a fraction of a second, without any hesitation or retreat. His sword blades gleamed with faint flashes of flame, confirming the mighty power of his combat technique. Another observer evaluated his performance with admiration. Immediate counterattack, followed by perfect neutralization of long-range projectiles. I give him field response 10 out of 10. Her colleagues supported enthusiastically. Extreme precision in targeting and neutralizing the poison secretion organs. Combat logic 10 out of 10.
The leader crowned the final evaluation strictly. Cold, decisive, and clean execution with a single knockout blow. Finishing power 10 out of 10. He added, dazzled. His movement, positioning, technique, everything was as precise as a surgeon's scalpel. Seeing a student deal with a rank D monster with this coldness is exceptional. Her tone shifted to astonishment as she looked at the rear screen. Look at the other candidate, Si Chen. And she denounced his extreme indifference. He's wandering around there indifferently. He didn't show any reaction or response when the monster appeared. She judged him with disdain. This is a disastrous failure and a humiliating fall in the candidate's field evaluation. The scene shifted to the central monitoring room outside the lair, where the vice president and the principal followed the event moment by moment. He asked with curiosity while watching the screens, "Oh, Yuan Long, what do you think Si Chen is looking for with that field passivity?" The principal analyzed the situation calmly with a light smile, answering confidently, "I believe he is planning and searching for the fastest way to crush the entire pack and reap the highest score with a single comprehensive annihilation strike." Inside the lair, he stopped suddenly, brandishing his dagger. He smiled confidently and muttered that his search was over. Found it. Then he delivered a knockout blow, plunging his dagger forcefully deep into the earth. Stab! His strike triggered a destructive earthquake and seismic energy that shook the entire lair violently. The force of the explosion forced the monster packs hiding underground to emerge, while many of them were annihilated on the spot. The observer screamed, shocked. Is he crazy? He targeted the monster nests directly. Her colleagues screamed in panic. They're rank D monsters. He'll put everyone in mortal danger. Is he trying to commit suicide and wipe us out? His rival was shocked by the horror of the situation and said, "Is he trying to kill us all with this madness?" He manifested in the form of the Lightning Assassin as the system interface appeared. Lightning Assassin, Flash Ruler. He activated the technique without a shred of hesitation. The laws of battle changed. The system interface clarified that he had exceeded the natural speed limits. Speed equals 740, surpasses vision and impossible to track. He moved like a flashing golden lightning bolt, tearing through the fabric of the battle with his instantaneous appearance and disappearance. Severing the monsters in the pack one after another with skill, turning their bodies into simultaneous pieces under the weight of sharp lightning flashes in a bloody execution dance. He stood completely calm after the lightning execution ceremony, as the corpses of the entire pack collapsed around him in an epic scene falling like bloody rain. The three observers were completely silenced by the horror of the massacre they had just witnessed. One of the observers denounced with bewilderment and disbelief. What did he just do? Didn't the report say he's just a low-rank E awakened? How could he wipe out a whole rank D pack as if it were nothing? Another observer asked in confusion. How are we going to evaluate this miraculous show? We can't give him a low grade after what he just did. The leader suggested cautiously. Perhaps we consider his actions as dangerous recklessness, or that his tactic was too narrow to save the situation, while his rival remained frozen in his shock, completely unable to comprehend the terrifying power of his opponent. Euphoria of the event prevailed among the followers outside. The vice president laughed joyously and said, "Ha ha! I predicted this accurately, old man. The test has just begun and we're already witnessing a monster massacre." He expressed his extreme enthusiasm.
This is very exciting. I wonder how Guangting will respond to this supernatural show. While the father's face went pale with anger and resentment at his son's rival's sweeping superiority, a sudden malfunction surprised them as the monitoring screens flashed and vision distorted with blurriness and digital chaos. The previous test scenario repeated as the system announced in a robotic voice, "Signal loss." The principal flared up in anger and asked, Did the broadcast get cut off again? What is wrong with the signal system today?" Total chaos prevailed among the technicians outside the lair to try and restore the system and control. Alarms announced an abnormal signal malfunction. Abnormal signal malfunction detected. Terror escalated following the disappearance of the lair rating to suddenly change to danger level unknown. A technical employee screamed in absolute panic. "What's happening to the lair? The assessment disappeared. The danger level became completely unknown." Eyes turned in terror towards the lair gate, which began an unprecedented demonic transformation. The gate's green glow faded to be obliterated by a terrifying pitch-black darkness. Another employee screamed, pointing towards the entrance in horror. "My God! The entrance has completely disappeared from existence!" The scene jumps back to inside the lair, where he stands surrounded by suspicious and grim musical notes that send anxiety and echo in the atmosphere suspiciously. His features grimaced as he observed the signals, and he rumbled in a low, firm voice, signaling a disaster, heavy with certainty and dread. This sound, it is him, the voice of Wrath, the true king of monsters. The scene cuts suddenly to the outside. He screams in panic after the entrance to the lair completely disappears. "We've lost the entrance!" As technicians confirm in bewilderment that the equipment is paralyzed and the signal inside the lair has failed entirely. He becomes tense, sweat pouring down his forehead, issuing firm orders while anticipating an imminent disaster. "Contact headquarters immediately and request support." Inside, the weight of the suffocating atmosphere worsens as if every second were an eternity. She looks around with anxiety and panic, asking for the source of a strange sound. "Hey, do you hear that? What is that sound?" He answers while sharpening his weapon, his features grim. "Yes, it sounds like strange, menacing music." Inside, doubt gnaws at his mind, bewildered by the emergence of this melody. This is the sound of the Demon King, Wrath's music. Why do I hear the sound of Wrath inside this lair? He continues with astonishment and disapproval inwardly. It is not supposed to be his appearance time for another 3 years. Suddenly, the system interface releases a screaming, bloody warning of a high-risk creature detection. "System warning, high-risk monster has been detected." He grimaces immediately upon receiving the alarm and turns around with terrifying slowness, realizing the existence of an entity lurking for him. Wait, what is that thing? Right behind me! Everyone turned with extreme caution towards the source of the music emanating from the darkness. To find the area had been engulfed in thick, suffocating fog, and the sounds of heavy footsteps rose. He shouts a warning, aiming his weapon. What is that thing there, and this thick fog? His words are suddenly cut short as a demonic shadow emerges from the heart of the nebula. A strange and terrifying wolf advancing on 2 legs, slowly, exuding a bloody aura that surpasses everything they have ever known. The wolf shocks them by addressing them with frightening mockery and a wide smile revealing his teeth. "Humans, you are walking with your own feet directly to your doom at my hands. You have swallowed the bait." He is shocked, his eyes widening in absolute bewilderment. What the hell? What is this thing saying? A monster talking in human language? The lead observer analyzes the situation in terror and concludes with certainty. A monster capable of speech must be at least high-end C-class. How can something like this exist in a rank D dungeon? He realizes the situation exceeds the candidate's ability and decides to intervene immediately to prevent them from being torn to pieces. He forms his weapon and lunges, taking the lead to protect the 2 students. "Foul back. Monsters of this level are too dangerous for candidates. I will handle the..." And in the eye of a blink, and with a flash faster than sound, flack! His entire arm is severed in a sudden, terrifying attack by the wolf. The attack was lightning fast and clean to the point of paralyzing the mind's ability to comprehend it instantly, blending insane speed with crushing power. The observers froze in a state of absolute shock and total inability to comprehend the bloody scene and the fountain of blood. The strange wolf glares at the young master and the rest with disdain, mocking them and classifying them as weak clowns. "All of you must die here." The monster lunges without any warning, piercing his body with a brutal direct hand stab to his shoulder, announcing coldly their inevitable doom in this trap. Despite the brutal stab and the excruciating pain, his pride refused to break. He spits blood and responds with a quick counterstrike from his burning katana sword. Slash! As his sword severed the monster's limbs with a decisive blow. The monster is shocked by this violent response for a brief moment. He rushed the creature with a violent kick in the chest, forcing it to retreat. But the monster immediately regained his balance after a slight retreat, with a malicious and frightening smile forming on his face. He turns around, warning his rival haughtily, his eyes blazing with anger, considering the boss his exclusive prey. See, Chen, according to priority, the boss attacked me first, so this boss belongs to me alone. He warns him with strict sharpness. You are not allowed to interfere in my battle.
So he remains in absolute silence. He simply observes calmly, activating his abilities to assess the situation. The interface reveals the precise evaluation.
System evaluation. Guangting, Class C, Mid.
The interface completes, confirming the vast gap and certain danger.
System evaluation. Wolf Boss, Class C, High.
The observer lunges with his colleague, pleading with him in terror to suspend the exam due to their inability to keep up with the monster.
Mr. Guangting, you need immediate medical attention. I suggest suspending the exam and withdrawing immediately. This boss is too dangerous even for you.
He ignores the warnings with decisive coldness, directing the purity of his flames directly onto his open wound. He cauterizes his torn tissues mercilessly to close the bleeding with brute force and endure the pain. His rival narrows his eyes, watching his terrifying endurance in cauterizing his own wound with his own flames. He explodes in anger, rejecting the judge's recommendation to withdraw categorically.
I refuse your suggestion. This duel must continue.
And he lunges without a shred of hesitation toward the mighty monster. The two collide in a violent, direct clash that shakes the surroundings. The excitement reaches its peak, with both parties refusing to back down an inch. Outside, things were getting completely out of control. The Emperor's Guild raid squad leader analyzes the portal's disappearance with terrifying calmness. There are previous cases where the demon lair entrance disappeared. This indicates the lair contains demons with very high intelligence. He reveals the entity's cunning plan. They opened the portal as a trap to lure humans in, then closed it to trap them inside to die like lab rats. The director asks eagerly and tensely for a rescue method. What should we do now? Isn't there a way to open the entrance by force? Guangting is still inside. He replies with cold decisiveness about the existence of a single path to survival. There is only one path to open it, and explains the bloody path, which is the inevitability of tracking the lair boss and killing it from the inside to open the exit. He sighs with fake relief, arguing, "Thank God, a rank D lair can hold a boss of Class C at most, and their average strength is Class C as well. Eliminating it won't be too hard for our elite team inside." He interrupts him with a warning, his gaze darkening from this naive haste. No, the rank D reading of the lair is just a deception and a mask from the boss to hide its true nature, and confirms his terrifying conclusion. Based on my observations, this lair is the true culprit in the long-standing disappearances of Awaken's case. Blood freezes in their veins as they listen to his catastrophic, undeniable conclusion. He announces with ear-piercing decisiveness, "In reality, we are standing before a highly dangerous lair of Class B."
The monster lunged with unparalleled ferocity towards him, tearing the air with its claws. It quickly gained the upper hand, forcing him into continuous retreat under the weight of successive heavy blows. He suffered deep wounds, and his blood splattered as he desperately tried to block the brutal attack. The pressure reached its peak with a devastating direct attack that almost took his life and severed his head. But at the last moment, and with desperate agility, he escaped with a swift backward leap. His eyes gleamed with the flash of victory, and he screamed, raising his burning sword high, "Your defenses have finally been exposed." And with a quick knockout blow like a thunderbolt, he completely knocked off the monster's head. The massive body fell to crash against the ground, and the stillness of temporary death hung over the place. This miraculous scene silenced the observers, and they froze in their places in bewilderment. She said with admiration and shock, "Guangting, he was actually able to crush the boss alone. The young master's strength is truly not to be underestimated." He began reattaching his colleague's severed arm with a magical light and asked with concern,
How does it look? You can feel your arm, right? He sighed with relief and answered, Yes, fortunately you treated me in time. But they were interrupted by successive alarms on his bracelet. He looked at it in terror and his eyes widened. Huh? What is happening? My bracelet lost connection to the network and we're completely isolated in this hell. The other two checked their devices and said with a shock matching his, Wait, us too. Signals are lost and the navigation system is completely down. He looked up, surprised by the wreckage of drone cameras scattered on the ground. When did the cameras stop and fall like this? We are completely isolated in this hell. He stood watching this disaster in silence, panting from the exhaustion of the battle. A silent terror caught them from behind, where the monster's headless body began regenerating and moving hideously. The regenerated creature lunged with deadly ferocity to assassinate him from behind when he was oblivious. But before he realized his doom, a golden phantom pierced the field and tore the monster into scattered pieces in an unseen flash. The monster completely evaporated thanks to his mythical speed and decisive intervention. The system message appeared. EXP plus 2,000. Struck by the monster's revival, he screamed in disbelief. I clearly cut off its head. How was it able to move again? He stood with terrifying calmness, his sword dripping with blue energy, and said with icy coldness, This monster was never a boss. It was just a hypnotized puppet from the start, and that's why it was able to move after its death. He warned them strictly with sharp looks. You must leave this lair immediately, or else you will be the next to fall under this hypnosis. He glared at him with doubt, his pride wounded, and asked, How do you know all these details? The observer interrupted him angrily, refusing to believe the matter after losing his arm to it. This is nonsense. This monster is at least high-end C-class. How can it not be the actual boss of this lair? He had barely finished his sentence when the bloody system warning message appeared before his eyes. High-risk warning. A high-risk monster has been detected. The sound of suspicious, gloomy music rose from the depth of the nest, dominating the entire area like fog. The terrifying sound wave immediately began subduing minds, gradually dragging the attendees into the vortex of deep, dark hypnosis. Realizing the magnitude of the disaster, he calmly and professionally adjusted his protective earpiece to isolate the deadly frequency. He muttered with dark certainty, It's too late. I recognize these sound waves very well. He thought to himself, his features covered in darkness, completing his thought with hatred and ending his recollection with a bloody image. In my previous life, the Demon King Wrath employed this demonic frequency to impose his absolute hypnotic control, to commit a massacre that claimed the lives of millions of humans around the world. The companions and his rival fell one by one into the grip of the monster's total control, and their arms went limp, their gazes wandered, and their bodies moved slowly like wooden puppets towards the unknown. He thought with absolute certainty as he feigned stiffness, declaring the inevitability of confrontation inwardly, while following them like a hypnotized person. The boss of this lair must have a close connection with Wrath, declaring the inevitability of confrontation inwardly, while following them like a hypnotized person. The boss of this lair must have a close connection with Wrath. I must investigate the matter myself and face him. The procession, stripped of its will, slowly arrived at the dark epicenter of the nest, only to discover a nightmarish area teeming with swarms of disgusting serpentine creatures writhing everywhere, surrounded by fields of deformed glowing eggs scattered throughout the slimy cave. He advanced cautiously among them and thought with a cold, tactical mindset. Exactly like Wrath. He detailed his tactic intelligently. The hypnosis here relies exclusively on alpha waves, so I pre-prepared an audio track with a counter beta frequency to completely neutralize its effect on my mind. He assessed the condition of his companions with danger. But these people are unprotected, and they might die or hatch at any moment, which necessitates taking down the boss immediately.
His eyes spotted a pale, white, deformed creature bending its back over a pile of corpses and whispering disgusting, incomprehensible words. He froze in his place, directing his absolute focus towards the entity, ready with his dagger to slay it, listening carefully to everything that creature was trying to convey. The sheen transitions with a dark flashback, displaying a small wooden stick gripped tightly by someone. There was a young boy standing alone in the darkness, surrounded by an aura of fear and exhaustion. The father clearly declared this boy's victory from a high balcony. "Good, you won today too." The system suddenly announced with infinite clarity. This child was Guang Ting in his 8th year, and he was panting heavily from the sheer exhaustion and the battle. The father ordered with utter merciless coldness, "Only the winner in this family has the right to come here to eat," and sentenced the loser to severe punishment. As for the loser, he will kneel there in the darkness until dawn breaks. He sneaked out later in the night, offering some bread to the defeated boy with hidden mercy and fear. The younger brother warned him in panic, tears streaming down his face. "Brother, if father finds out, you will be severely punished." He calmed him quietly and urged him compassionately. "Eat this, stop talking, and eat quickly." But his good and sincere intentions never succeeded in escaping his father's strict and sick surveillance. He received a severe beating as immediate punishment for his empathy, falling to the ground coughing blood and pain. His father imposed his terrifying presence over him, asking in a hoarse voice, "Do you know how the Guang family got to where it is today at the top?" And answered with arrogance and vanity, "Because your father is always the winner, and only the winners make the laws and rules in this world," and confirmed it as an absolute, indisputable rule. "While the losers obey in humiliation, therefore you must obey only my rules." The young boy faced him boldly, eyes overflowing with anger and tearful defiance despite his pain, and he asked bitterly, "So, if I win against you one day, won't I be the one who makes the rules?" In a later advanced flashback, the teenager faced the one called Lin Wu-Q, who had simply shattered his weapon. He denounced angrily while bleeding from his wounds. "You were the one I challenged, father. Why did you bring someone from the Imperial Guild to fight me instead of you?" And protested strongly, saying, "The challenge was just between you and me." The father silenced him and looked at him with disdain, explaining the reality of the world. "My power is not just in my individual physical skills, you fool," and continued, confirming his ignorance, "but lies in my resources and influence too. The rules of this world are not as simple as you imagine with your small mind," and established an absolute and cruel truth. There is only one absolute truth: victory. The means do not matter at all against the result. And reminded him of the inevitability of staying on top. Rather, the result is everything. As my son and heir, you must ensure that you are always number one. And demanded that he win even if it required crushing his humanity. You must abandon your responsibilities, your loved ones, and even your dreams and your mind if it means winning. Victory is the sole justification for your existence in this world. This cruel and sick doctrine was etched in his mind like an eternal echo haunting him. Is winning really the only value of my existence? The scene returns to the dark present in the nest, where he muttered to himself seriously, "I must take down this boss before it's too late." And before he initiated the surprise attack and drew his dagger from its sheath, his rival surprised him by grabbing his hand tightly to stop him, as he looked at him surprised. "Wait, you're awake?" he breathed with difficulty and said in a low, tight voice. "Si Chen, I don't know how you managed to avoid this terrifying hypnosis," and continued, declaring his resistance. "But I also have my own solid ways of maintaining my consciousness. Listen to me carefully." And warned him strictly, saying, "If you move and expose yourself now, everyone will be in certain mortal danger."
And he pointed calmly and cautiously towards the strange, glowing eggs and said, "Do you see those eggs?" And confirmed that stimulating them is very dangerous. If we touch them or wake them, along with the boss, we will face dozens of Class C monsters all at once. And added, confirming certain annihilation. And we will die in either case without a doubt. And deduced the boss's malicious intent. The boss deliberately faked this place as a low-rank lair to lure awakens and devour them alive. And suggested the ambush plan. So I suggest we continue hiding and lying in wait. It will wait for us until we come to it like puppets, and once it approaches us, we kill it with a surprise attack.
He thought to himself, praising his opponent's intelligence. I never expected him to put this much tactical thought in this critical and deadly circumstance. He immediately blew up his plan, coldly explaining the boss's terrifying ability of remote mind control to destroy their plan, and he said, strictly refuting his plan. Your plan will never work. The boss will not move itself. A single abstract thought is enough to force a hypnotized person to kill themselves.
And Chen's warning materialized immediately and terrifyingly with the disturbance of the 3 hypnotized observers, where they completely lost total control over their movement and bodies, and prepared, raising their hands with terrifying slowness towards their necks to execute a forced mass suicide.
He lunged like a lightning bolt, directing precise and calculated strikes to their necks, causing them to fall to the ground unconscious, saying coldly, "Go to sleep." The pale monster went crazy in the middle of the nest and flared up in anger after its mass suicide plan was thwarted, its sunken eyes turning hatefully towards them. The pale monster shouted in a terrifying, choked voice that shook the cave. "Something else has entered with my food. Kill them." The eggs cracked immediately in response to its command, responding to the call of its ominous master to hatch identical copies of strange and disgusting monsters. The system immediately announced Scythe Mantis, rank C, and a whole army of bloodthirsty monsters was formed to fill the arena of the dark cave. The massive entity roared with an absolute, total annihilation order, and hordes of monsters blocked all exits and closed off the escape route. He realized the inevitability of activating the suicidal emergency plan to face this absolute hell. He turned towards his rival with one decisive order, reflecting a change in his personality.
And asked him to evacuate the observers at his expense. I want you to get these 3 out of the demon lair safely, while I distract the monsters and face them. He was stunned by his unexpected suicidal decision. What? He drew his burning sword and said firmly, taking it upon himself to buy time. Although I cannot annihilate them all alone, but I can buy precious time for your escape. He rushed fearlessly and fiercely engaged with the first monsters, bearing the responsibility of this hell, but the sheer number of monsters quickly overcame him, and a massive monster crushed him with a mighty blow that threw him far away onto the rocky ground. He stood up struggling, coughing blood, and rushing back into the heart of the bloody battle. And he said, determined to end this predicament and atone for his mistake. This all started because of me, by stipulating this tiebreaker round, and it must end with me. He thought to himself, and his view of his opponent completely changed. It seems I really misunderstood you earlier. He manifested as the lightning assassin with a blue flash, brandishing his dagger, digging in beside him to block the crowd side by side, smiling with cold confidence. But you are not the only one who agreed to this tiebreaker match. He stared with absolute focus and sharp eyes at the terrifying entity lurking before him in the darkness. He became absolutely certain that this creature was the actual boss of the lair, slowly drawing his blade with deadly calmness, saying, "This boss, let me handle it." His rival jolted in panic behind him and grabbed his shoulder tightly, affirming the impossibility of victory. "You can't do that, Sichen. We can never win against it," he added, sensing the monster's overwhelming aura. "I can sense that the power of this boss far exceeds ours. It is at least Class B. No, it might even be Class A." He acknowledged that this was the boss and coldly confirmed that they were trapped in a deadly cage. "Dealing with it will be difficult, but the entrance to this lair has been completely sealed off. Otherwise, the Imperial Guild would have stormed it long ago." The young master was shocked and his eyes widened in absolute disbelieving bewilderment. "What? The entrance to the lair sealed off?" He immediately activated his special eye ability, scanning the monster with a faint light to accurately assess its rank. He thought to himself with hidden terror as he analyzed the data. "I cannot fully read its power level, and this stirs true terror within me." He continued thinking, evaluating the catastrophic power of the monster. If this boss is truly Class A, then its power would rival the Ghost Lion King in the Tower of Darkness.
The rest of the Class C monsters rushed towards them in a fierce, frantic attack. One of them leapt with predatory jaws towards him, so he blocked it with his blade, sending bright sparks flying, and his companion shouted in warning. "Watch out!" A second monster ambushed him from the dark side in the critical moment of the clash, so his ally intervened immediately without a shred of hesitation to protect his back, and intercepted the creature with a quick strike, skillfully cutting it with a burning sword. The danger escalated with the presence of countless hordes of Class C monsters surrounding them from every side like a ring of death. He warned desperately, panting. "No, facing this massive number of monsters, we'll be finished sooner or later."
And he initiated gathering dense blue lightning energy between his hands and activated a deadly technique, shouting with a voice that pierced the silence. "Lightning Blade!" Dozens of sharp lightning blades materialized around his body in a single second, like a glowing storm, and he released them all at once, piercing the monsters' bodies and striking them dead in pools of their blood. He activated his ultimate technique, transforming his body into a lightning phantom, unseen by the naked eye, and dashed through the hordes with a supreme speed that the monsters were unable to pursue or comprehend. His ally watched in bewilderment his solitary annihilation of the battlefield and screamed. How is this possible?" he thought to himself with tactical shock. Assassins are the weakest class in group combat. Given their lack of physical strength, their inevitable fate is death if cornered. And completed his thought with utter disapproval. His rushing into this horde is outright suicide. For assassins rely on stealth and assassinating individual targets, not direct clashes with dozens of raging monsters. But he continued his movement like a flashing lightning storm, tearing through the enemies relentlessly. His performance amazed his ally, every strike targeting a lethal point with unerring surgical precision. He thought in bewilderment, his eyes tracking the flashes. His movement is unrealistic, making up for the lack of strength with supernatural speed and skill, and became certain that his power rivaled Class A. His current speed equals the speed of an A-class awakened at least. He gathered his resolve and raised his weapon, believing in victory for the first time. Maybe we actually have a chance to win. The boss flared up at the annihilation of its pack, and a terrifying pressure aura exploded from its body, shouting, "So annoying! Absolute enhancement!" The aura shook the entire lair, and the boss proceeded to enhance the abilities of its remaining monsters, saying fiercely, "Hurry up and get rid of him." The monsters' bodies grotesquely swelled to become harder and more lethal, turning the battle into a true closed-off hell. He stood alone, surrounded by an army of enhanced bloodthirsty beasts. They rushed towards him with a terrifying speed that exceeded their previous speed many-fold. He formed lightning blades charged with maximum energy in both hands, preparing for the clash, and launched like a flash of light towards the enemies to engage with them. He pierced their bodies, but the wounds were very superficial due to the difficulty of penetrating their new hides. His companion watched the scene from behind, sweating and clenching his fist, encouraging him while charging his own energy to the maximum. "Hold on, Saishen!" He continued his fierce attacks with supreme speed and deadly maneuvers. Maneuvering with intense slashing strikes, he tried to direct towards vital points and joints. He discovered that the enhanced creatures acquired an armor hardness that vastly exceeded regular Class C monsters. They almost ambushed him in several critical moments, nearly knocking him down. So he evaded death by a hair, immediately appearing behind them to counterattack, leaving severe wounds that barely affected their weak points. He coldly analyzed his enemies, panting visibly during the grueling fight. He thought to himself while blocking a heavy strike, "These enhanced monsters now possess stats that actually approach Class B," and continued his tactical observations. And more importantly, their hides have acquired the hardness of solid iron, and realized the impossibility of direct penetration. It has become very difficult even for me to pierce their armor to reach vital points, and searched for a loophole amidst despair. I must find a quick way to shatter this armor. Suddenly, a strong and decisive voice echoed from behind him. "Thank you, Sishen. You have bought me enough time." He turned around to find his ally charged with overwhelming fiery energy, opening his glowing ember-like eyes, announcing his absolute readiness to settle the battle. The scene shifts with a quiet cut as the clock strikes 5:30 p.m. in his rented apartment. Her colleague entered, panting and carrying heavy bags, apologizing.
Sorry, Sion. The drinks took longer than I expected.
She reassured her with a warm smile and said,
Don't worry about it. My brother hasn't come home yet anyway.
Her colleague wondered and asked,
Wait, He's still not here?
She asked with curiosity.
Does he even know that you passed the Art Academy exam?
She denied.
Not yet, but I told him I have a big surprise today. He might just be delayed on the way.
She suggested starting and checked the table, saying,
Let's start eating without him. Oh my, when did we run out of garlic sauce?
She quickly stood up and said enthusiastically.
Anna, wait here. I'll take Leo to get the sauce and some snacks to celebrate.
Later, she appeared in a nearby store, picking out her missing items happily and calmly. As they were leaving, she affectionately praised the cub's calmness.
Leo is a little angel. He didn't make a single sound the whole time.
He sat completely docile inside the bag, quietly chewing cookies. Munch, munch. She laughed at his cuteness and patted his head.
I will get you more biscuits next time, I promise.
A secret surveillance lurking for them from a hidden spot in a nearby dark alley was suddenly revealed. Tap, tap. An unknown man fixed his gaze at her and spoke through his earpiece coldly. Yes, I have identified the target. She is in sight. He precisely matched her picture on his phone and inquired, Do we move now? A strict voice ordered him through the earpiece. Stay behind her like a shadow. Wait until she is out of the camera's range. Then get rid of her immediately. She continued her peaceful walk on the lit street. The two men followed her like silent, deadly shadows. Her senses picked up their suspicious movement, and her features grimaced, realizing the surrounding danger. She thought to herself with deep concern, These two men have been following me since I left the store. What exactly do they want? The cub let out a faint, cautious growl, so she turned to him and whispered, You sense them too, right, Leo? She hid him completely inside the bag and warned him strictly, Stay hidden. Do not come out no matter what happens to you. She resumed her slow walk and muttered with a sharp look unbefitting her age, It seems tonight will take an exciting turn. The scene sharply jumps back to the heart of the bloody lair, where he stepped forward announcing the start of his turn. Thank you, Si-Chen. You bought me enough time. He fiercely and raised his burning energy to the peak. Here it is, my ultimate attack. The system interface confirmed maximum power, maximum endurance. He screamed, vowing to crush the boss. Whether you are a Class A boss or not, I will turn you into nothingness. Extreme nuclear explosion. He detonated a rapid attack like a firestorm, sweeping the battlefield and annihilating every monster that crossed the path of this mighty flame. The destructive force violently shook the corners of the lair. Boom! As the explosion continued creeping towards its main target. But the pale boss remained sitting at the front, motionless, watching the approaching death. The massive burning strike crashed directly into it with all its power. The explosion swallowed the entire arena in a sweeping, dazzling flash of light that illuminated the cave. The young master fell exhausted to his knees. As a result of completely depleting his energy tank in this final attack, he was panting violently, reflecting the total exhaustion of his energy tank. He let out a tired exhale and smiled with relief, thinking he had settled it. It's over. Finally, his fragile assumption was shattered by the echo of demonic laughter that shook the place. The pale boss's mocking, cold voice emanated from the heart of the rising smoke. Human, is this really all you have? What a disappointment.
They two of them were shocked and their limbs froze in disbelief of this nightmare. The smoke slowly cleared to reveal the boss standing without a single scratch behind an impenetrable bloody barrier, coldly mocking the human's disappointment. He trembled in terror and admitted with absolute bitterness, I gave everything I had, every last drop of energy, and realized his total helplessness and surrender. And I couldn't even scratch it? Is this really the end? His rival fixed his gaze on the monster and analyzed the mechanism of its sick endurance, right before it was struck, and deduced how it blocked the attack. It absorbed all the life energy from the demon eggs and completely drained them to crystallize this absolute barrier to block the attack. His face went pale, drowning in despair and final brokenness, waiting for his death. But the other shattered this despair by suddenly stepping in front of him, pitching a deal with categorical coolness in the face of death. Let's make a deal. First place will be entirely yours. In exchange, the 1 million prize comes to me. The moment the stunned young master agreed, a terrifying, dark purple energy exploded around him. The system interface appeared, class switch, as his class began a radical and public transformation before him. He imposed a condition with a terrifying look that pierced the soul. There is only one condition. Do not say a single word to anyone about what you are going to see now. A massive Class S sword materialized in his hand, radiating an overwhelming power. The system interface confirmed, level 24, Hellish Raksasa. He was shocked and inwardly denounced this impossible breach of the laws of nature. He is a dual-class user?
The remnants of life essence began flowing from the scattered monster corpses in the cave arena, heading like a terrifying tornado towards his body. The system interface revealed the nature of the bloody power. Passive skill activated, graveyard collapse, which strips the power of corpses and turns it into pure energy for the user. His power surged at an insane rate beyond reason, and the system interface warned with red flashes, energy overload, as his body emitted a crushing pressure that cracked the walls. His ally was completely paralyzed by the horror of this scene and the tyranny of this cursed class. Even the tyrant boss abandoned his mockery and sarcasm, standing to watch this dark transformation with real fear. He directed in his new demonic form, his eyes glowing the color of blood, his direct threat to the monster with the calm that precedes the storm. He said, announcing with deadly coldness, "As I said before, I will handle this boss myself."
The pale boss screamed with hysterical anger, its hands trembling after seeing its shield break before his power. "Requiem of the Enigma." The monster's anger reached its maximum peak and exploded, raging madly and unleashed overwhelming dark hypnotic waves that could not be repelled. The waves swept every inch in the lair, completely flooding its corners like a silent, deadly flood. His ally collapsed completely and coughed black blood as he kneeled, writhing in pain. Damn it, the hypnosis again. But he stood firm as a great mountain, completely immune to the waves that did not touch him with a single scratch. The monster was struck by this impossible resilience, and its eyes widened in absolute bewilderment. It asked with terrifying bewilderment in a trembling voice, Why doesn't the hypnosis work on you, human?" The monster gathered the last ounce of its demonic energy in a desperate attempt for annihilation, exploding a terrifying energy that filled the horizon, shouting with an ear-tearing voice, "Absolute sonic hell." The destructive waves amassed a massive aura that distorted the fabric of space from the sheer intensity of its crushing pressure. His companion fell to his knees, bleeding profusely and leaning on his broken sword, and was certain of the inevitable end under the weight of pain that almost exploded his skull, while he stood firm without retreating a single step, and his eyes glowed with a sweeping red flash in his Rakshasa form. He stomped the ground with a force that shook the surrounding sonic aura and completely shattered it. He advanced terrifyingly amidst the storm with heavy steps, blandishing his weapon to sever the boss's head. The cowardly boss retreated in terror and screamed in shock. How is this possible? Why is it impossible to hurt you?" It flared up in anger and screamed in despair, ordering its giant snakes. Bite him to death." A massive snake lunged like a lightning-fast arrow, opening its venomous jaws to swallow him alive. But he dodged the deadly attack with an unseen tactical lightness and severed the snake's head with a single precise strike. And the first corpse had barely hit the ground before two other snakes treacherously lunged from behind to assassinate him. He excelled with lightning-fast speed and a body exuding hellish red energy. He spun his weapon like a destructive tornado, severing the attackers' heads in fractions of a second, then capitalized on the momentum with a towering leap towards the ceiling and delivered a crushing vertical strike towards the monster. The cowardly boss hid behind its suspended green shield and said with terror and blind confidence, "It's useless. My defense is absolute." He descended like a bloody thunderbolt, making the monster retreat desperately behind its shield. He mocked its illusory immunity and said, activating his forbidden skill, 100 skeletons return to ruin. He devoured the power of the surrounding corpses to raise his energy to its maximum destructive, maximum power, maximum endurance, and delivered an earth-shattering strike. Bam! Shattering the green shield into scattered fragments like cheap glass. The monster was shocked by the collapse of its impenetrable shield and muttered in bewilderment and helplessness. What? His companion froze in bewilderment and asked himself in disbelief. He shattered its shield with a single strike? Si-Chen, who the hell are you? He activated the hyper mode of his skill to annihilate his opponent. 3-stage tribulation of destruction hyper heavy mode, and pierced the monster with a sweeping lethal strike that ended its existence and erased it from the battle. The thick dust cleared, revealing the boss fallen and defeated, fighting its last breaths. He advanced with confident and calm steps towards the dying corpse and ordered it strictly with a look piercing the soul. "Tell me, what is the nature of your connection to wrath? Speak." The dying monster coughed black blood. "You? How do you know the King of Wrath?"
He glared at it with a decisive red look, repeating his order to speak and confess. It confessed with its last breath and despair. If I knew his location, I would have gone to break his cursed seal. He was struck and asked himself with doubt and suspicion. Break the seal? So he's been sealed by someone? The dying monster let out chilling, hysterical laughs. Just wait, human. The King of Wrath will definitely return. And added, promising a disaster. He will lead the demon army once again, and completed with a promise of mass annihilation, and wipe your miserable human race completely off the face of this world. The corpse faded, leaving behind a pure, glowing energy core. He activated the Devour skill to absorb the core immediately. The system interface crowned the process with success. Process complete. Acquired class, Tyrant Mage Deceiver of Abyss Souls. And announced his new level. Level 25, Victory. And announced the rare loot. Black Obsessed Snake Gallbladder 3. He concluded firmly in his heart. It seems that Wrath did not appear for the first time after 3 years as I thought. He came to the human world a long time ago, but he was sealed for a mysterious reason, and became certain of the occurrence of grave events that altered history. There are many things that happened I am completely ignorant of in this life. Suddenly, he sensed a weak movement behind him, so he turned with sharp features from the heart of the dust. He found his rival exhausted, admitting with bewilderment and weakness. God, I never expected that you were a dual-class awakened. He admitted the crushing defeat with his pride broken. I admit it. You were much stronger than me. This match, you won it well-deserved, and pledged to keep his secret truthfully. Everything that happened today, I will keep it a secret for you. To be met with his understanding silence. He collapsed to the ground, leaning against the wall, coughing violently in pain. He reassured him, saying coldly, with the boss gone, the exit should open now. Hold on, the guild team will be here soon to rescue you. But at that exact moment, a purple flash suddenly illuminated his eyes. Flash, for the system interface to announce. Activating Leo's passive skill, vision through the beast's eyes in times of danger. He was shocked by a sudden bloody vision that swept his mind without warning. The vision revealed a dark alley and a mysterious, scary man approaching. He became absolutely certain, without a shred of doubt, that his sister was under a direct, deadly threat, and it became apparent that the attacker possessed glowing green eyes and terrifying tentacles. Blood froze in his veins as he saw them drowning in terror, to scream with a throat-tearing panic.
Ash flared up with blind anger after seeing the horrifying scene, his eyes glowing with a deadly gleam, vowing to tear apart anyone who dared to target his family. The reality of the situation had actually begun to unfold shortly before this moment. Yoon had carefully hidden the cub Leo in her bag, expecting a quiet journey on her way back. She realized as she walked that suspicious strangers were tracking her like sticky shadows. She thought to herself with rising concern. These men have been following me since I left the store. What do they want? She decided to take cover in the crowded shopping street to mislead them and whispered to Leo softly, "If someone is really tracking me, I must head to a crowded place." She immediately delved into the thick crowds, thinking to herself, "The shopping street is teeming with people right now. I'll use them as cover to escape." Behind her, the trackers struggled with extreme difficulty to follow her among the shoppers. Yoon became certain of the success of her initial plan. She thought to herself confidently, "I'll slip away quickly before they notice my disappearance." She managed to masterfully vanish from their lurking sights. The men were shocked by her sudden disappearance. One of the gang members turned sharply and asked in frustration, "Damn it, where did she go so fast? We've lost her." Meanwhile, Yoon ran panting and hid behind an isolated dark corner. Confirming her success in misleading them while catching her breath, she said to herself, "Ha, I survived." But as soon as she reached a completely isolated spot and stopped to rest, she was surprised by a mysterious man smoking right in front of her. The gang leader blew smoke coldly and smiled maliciously. "I've waited for you here a long time, little one." Yoon retreated backwards in panic and asked him with a trembling voice, "How did you know where I live? Who are you?" She was interrupted by the appearance of the other trackers from behind, tightening the siege around her in the dark alley like a deadly trap. Yoon turned, running in the opposite direction in despair. "I must run away!" One of the men activated his magical ability, forcefully freezing her leg to the ground with a sharp crack of ice. He said sarcastically, "This girl really knows how to run, but I've exhausted my energy on you."
She immediately lost her balance and fell harshly to the ground, sending the bag flying from her hand. She suffered minor injuries and groaned in pain, while the man glared at her from above with a predatory look. The gang leader asked mockingly as he approached, "Are you tired already, little miss?" The other glared at her with a malicious look and ordered her, "Be an obedient girl and play with your big brothers for a while." Yoon stared in absolute terror as they tightened the noose around her, waiting for her dark fate. Suddenly, a giant white claw blindsided the leader out of nowhere, landing a crushing blow right on his face. The brutal impact threw him high, smashing his head into the concrete stairs. The gang leader screamed in tearing pain. "Arrgh!" The other man was stunned and froze in his place from this sudden, terrifying violence. A massive claw struck the ground with an earth-shattering force, shaking the entire alley. A giant white lion emerged, taking the lead with beastly majesty to protect Yoon. Yoon was stunned, wondering how the small cub had transformed into this mighty entity. She stared at the beast in bewilderment. "Leo?" The struck leader staggered, screaming in terrifying bewilderment. "Where the hell did this giant lion appear from? When that scoundrel hired us, he never told us we'd be dealing with this beastly thing." The men trembled in terror following Leo's deafening roar that almost burst their eardrums. One of the attackers recklessly charged his electrical ability to strike the beast, but Leo suddenly reverted to his original small form before the attack even reached him. He fell unconscious on the cold asphalt, his energy completely drained from the forced transformation. Yoon screamed in heart-tearing panic, calling his name. She rushed to hug him tightly and asked with worry, "Leo, what happened to you?" The attacker mocked the weakness of the collapsed beast. "I thought he was a fierce monster. Turns out he only barks and faints from exhaustion." The attacker charged his dark energy again, summoning thick tree roots twisting like snakes. He advanced slowly and maliciously towards the helpless Yoon. He directed the Envines to completely encircle and capture her. "Don't come near me!" The attacker glared her sharply, warning her. "Don't waste my time. Will you submit quietly, or will I break your bones?" In that desperate moment, a spatial portal split open with a tearing sound, accompanied by a systemic glow announcing the activation of the astral path leap. The portal opened right in the corner of the alley, fueled by his soul bond with Leo. Ash rushed out of the portal like angry lightning, landing a devastating kick that crushed the attacker's face before he could even touch Yoon. The sheer force sent the man flying through the air like a broken doll. His back crashed into the brick wall with bone-breaking violence. The attacker screamed in pain. "Ah!" Ash stepped out of the light portal, apologizing to Yoon for his delay and reassuring her. "Sorry I'm late, Xiao Yoon. Something came up on my way back. Don't worry, you and Leo are not hurt, right?" The struck attacker staggered, screaming in bewilderment. Where did this little scoundrel suddenly appear from? Yoon called her brother, crying, expressing her ignorance of how they were tracked. "Brother, I don't know how they found us, but they're all awakened. What do we do?" Ash turned to her, smiling with an absolute calmness unsuitable for the madness of the situation, and reassured her that the danger had disappeared simply with his presence. At that moment, the gang leader grabbed the edge of the brick wall with his trembling hand. He pulled himself from the rubble with demonic anger and a blood-stained face, justifying his fall. "Cough, I just lowered my defense for a moment, you scoundrel." The leader charged his mana with massive intensity, causing thick plant vines to appear, but this time they were lined with sharp serrated spikes like a bloody saw. The leader screamed, vowing with hatred. "You little scoundrel, you really angered me now. I will cut off your head and make my client pay triple for this nuisance." Ash slowly turned towards the source of the threat and ordered Yoon calmly. "Stay safely in the back, Yoon." Ash advanced with confident, deadly steps towards the alley, announcing with a terrifying calmness that preceded the storm. "I will clean up this whole mess in the blink of an eye." His mind drifted back to a painful memory from before the time regression, a moment when Ash was severely beaten in a dark alley by a gang of his bullying relatives. His cousin cursed him strictly, kicking him brutally in the stomach and saying, "Hey, does this failed parasite really think he can rebel against us?" He ordered his gang to double the brutal beating. "Hit him harder!" They rained blows on Ash's head and body without a shred of mercy. A sudden, desperate scream from the corner of the alley interrupted them, demanding they stop immediately. His sister, the young Xiao Yoon, appeared crying bitterly and said to them with a trembling voice, "You guys, stop that! Leave my brother alone!" The boy turned mockingly and looked at her with disdain, saying sarcastically, "The little parasite wants to save her brother? You came yourself asking for a beating." The boy advanced towards her threateningly. Ash screamed in warning, blood completely covering his face. "Don't you dare come near her! You promised you would never touch Xiao Yoon!" The boy ignored him coldly and smiled maliciously. "So what? I will break that promise completely right now! Today I will teach my arrogant cousin a harsh lesson for her intrusion!"
At that decisive moment, Ash picked up a nearby brick in the blink of an eye, his eyes glowing with deadly anger. He smashed the head of the boy who was pinning him down with a strong, sudden blow that echoed loudly. The rest of the boys panicked and retreated backwards, turning in terror towards the sound of the impact. Ash rushed towards them with a crazy scream of anger, like a wounded beast. Ah! He threw the brick accurately at another boy, knocking him to the ground immediately unconscious. Then he lunged like a predator at the bullying leader, reprimanding him harshly for daring to curse his sister and break his promise. The boy was unable to speak from terror and retreated. Ash rebuked him with a scream that shook the alley. "How dare you go back on your word!" He delivered a brutal blow with the brick that smashed his face directly without mercy. The boy collapsed to the ground amidst an expanding pool of blood. Ash took the lead in the scene, protecting his sister like an impenetrable shield, while the bleeding boy screamed. "Ah! You're a psychopath!" Ash reassured his sister gently with blood dripping from his hand and said calmly, "Xiaoyun, don't be afraid. Stay right behind me. I will end this quickly."
The scene grounded itself firmly back in the present. Ash ordered his sister to take cover behind him with deadly calmness and said to the attackers, "Stay safely behind me, Yun. I will clean up this mess in the blink of an eye." Yun strongly recalled the memory and felt reassured, while Ash prepared to end the attackers' matter quickly. The attackers lunged all at once towards Ash like a raging pack. Yun thought to herself with concern as she saw their terrifying appearance. "These men, they are awakened. How will my brother deal with them?" One of them charged his hand with electricity, attacking with a loud crackling scream. The first attacker mocked Ash, saying, "You little scoundrel, what are you trying to do here? You are just a worthless, impudent student." Ash knocked him away with a crushing hand strike before he could finish his words, sending him crashing hard into the wall as his blood splattered. Yun was completely shocked by the speed and power of this lightning-fast counterattack. The second attacker rushed towards Ash, his eyes blazing with anger. He jumped high, brandishing his weapon to deliver a downward strike to split his head. But Ash paralyzed his hand's movement in the air before the strike could even land. He crushed his face with a violent, unblockable knee strike, sending his teeth flying in the air. The man was thrown far away, his head harshly hitting the wall near a trash can with a heavy thud. A sudden serrated plant vine shot by the group leader out of nowhere blindsided him. Ash dodged the attack with absolute fluidity, as if he were dancing. The deadly vine crashed and shattered into the wall behind him, scattering into pieces. The leader flared up in anger and said mockingly while moving his hands, "You brat!" He unleashed a barrage of vines, vowing with hatred, "I will pierce your body and make it full of holes." Ash glared at him with an icy look devoid of emotion. He evaded the flood of attacks with a lightness and supernatural speed that exceeded sight. As soon as he touched the ground, he lunged like lightning towards the leader. He raised his fist right in front of the leader's face before the latter could even comprehend the attack. The leader screamed in bewilderment, his eyes widening. Impossible! What kind of movement is this? Yun watched in awe, remembering her brother's achievements. She thought to herself, "Right, my brother is the champion of the university exam. He is an incredibly powerful awakened." Ash brought down his fist, crushing him mercilessly. The single blow shattered the leader's face, causing his blood to explode in the air. The leader was thrown backward by the sheer force of the momentum. He hit his head harshly on the brick wall, shattering it. He collapsed unconscious amidst the rising dust and rubble. Ash ended the threat and completely crushed the three attackers in mere seconds. He turned to his sister, his terrifying aura fading, to say gently, "Xiaoyun, take Leo and go home first. I will hand these people over to the security squad, then I'll return." Yun complied and headed home while still processing the shock, and said, "All right."
Late at night, in an unknown place completely isolated from the world, the attacker's leader slowly and with difficulty regained his consciousness. He opened his eyes, exploring the dark place, and groaned in pain. "Oh, my head is exploding. Where are we?" The leader was shocked to find himself and his comrades tightly bound to a solid pole by Ash. He screamed in panic, trying to break free. "Why did you bring us here, you scoundrel?" Ash initiated the interrogation with deadly coldness. "You are from the Black Mountain Society, aren't you? The Black Mountain only moves for money. Tell me, who is funding your operation?" The leader mocked him despite his situation. "Ha, so you know we work for money? If I snitch on the client, how will I be able to survive on the streets later? I'd rather die than talk." Ash exhaled coldly and said in an emotionless tone, "So you are not ready to talk. That's fine." He added, his eyes flashing with a frightening glow, "It seems I will have to extract the information from you my own way." Ash immediately shifted his aura as the system confirmed his transition to the Ghost Mage class, activating his illusion skills to drown the leader in a terrifying nightmare until he revealed all his secrets.
The hypnotic and gloomy melodies of the ghost mage suddenly took control of the interrogated leader's mind. He instantly turned into a completely will-less zombie, his eyes blank, so Ash moved his hand coldly, signaling the start of the punishment. Ash summoned a thick, serrated plant vine from underground with a sharp slicing sound and said calmly, "First, your leg." The vine hovered around him like a snake amidst the bewilderment of one of his tied men in the back watching in absolute terror. Ash ordered the vine to strike his leg first, without a shred of hesitation or mercy. The vine twisted with crushing force and completely crushed his right leg with a sickening, bone-crushing snap. The hypnotized leader let out a faint, will-less groan, devoid of pain. Ugh. Ash looked at him with a merciless, icy calm and ordered the vine to strike his hands next. Then your arm. The vine fell violently on his hands, echoing with a harsh break, while the man froze, unaware of the severe pain and bone-breaking due to the deep hypnosis. Ash watched him coldly, confirming in his mind his complete deservingness of this brutal punishment. Ash said coldly for his audacity to harm his sister. "This is the price you pay for threatening Xiao Yun." The gang member tied in the back screamed in hysterical terror, tears filling his face. You scoundrel! What did you do to him? What did you do to our leader?" Ash glared at him with a cold, blank look like death. He announced his turn had come, directing the thorny vines towards him. "Next, your turn. If you don't talk, your fate will be much worse than his." The man collapsed, crying and losing his dignity, and confessed terrified without hesitation. "No, I will talk. I will tell you everything. It's the son of the first hospital director." He screamed his name as if uttering a curse. "And his name is Jin Duxin." Meanwhile, at a loud, debauched party on the top floor of the Purple Pig Tower, Jin Duxin looked very angry and displeased. His friend laughed, mocking and provoking him. "Duxin, I heard the same girl rejected you twice in a row." He mocked his helplessness in front of everyone. "The prince of the campus can't even seduce a middle schooler? Your skills are declining, man." Jin Duxin's features changed, and he flared up in a blind anger, vowing with hatred as he squeezed his glass. "Damn it, that bitch embarrassed me twice. Tonight, she will pay very dearly." He stood up annoyed, heading to the restroom and asking to be left alone. "I'm going to take a leak. Leave me alone." Jin stood alone inside the quiet restroom, washing his face. Suddenly, the lights began to buzz ominously from behind him. They turned off completely, plunging the place into pitch darkness. He denounced the outage, complaining arrogantly. "Damn it, even the damn bathroom light is against me today." But he froze in sheer terror the moment he turned around, hearing the faint creak of the door, only to see Ash standing directly behind him in the darkness, like the calling phantom of death. Fear completely swept his eyes, and he backed away until he was glued to the wall. Ash glared at him with deadly coldness, demanding confirmation of his identity, as a statement, not a question. "You are Jin Duxin, aren't you?" Down in the lower monitoring room of the tower, a guard pointed out the deactivation of the cameras on the fully booked top floor and said with displeasure, "So the top floor is fully booked for those rich people again. No wonder all the surveillance cameras there are disabled." The first guard shook his head in regret and helplessness. "I heard many girls inside were lured and dragged against their will to the party." The second guard was shocked by the ugliness of the matter. "Huh? They seriously dare to do that?" The first confirmed the suicide of a student previously due to their crimes. "Yeah, there was a student they raped there. She killed herself later out of shame, but their scumbag fathers covered up the scandal with money and influence." He warned him not to be fooled by their appearances. "Don't be fooled by their clean faces on TV. They are ravenous monsters behind closed doors." Back in the dark restroom, Jin screamed in hysterical terror. "You! Who the hell are you?" He threatened him with calling the police stupidly. "The top floor is closed to strangers. I will call the police and drag you out." Ash replied coldly, taking out a slightly cracked phone from his pocket to call a number. Jin's phone began to ring loudly in his pocket, and he was struck upon seeing the screen, shockingly recognizing the number of the mercenary he had sent to attack Yoon. Ash settled the matter, confirming the truth. "So you really are the one who sent them after Xiao Yun?" Jin screamed in panic, asking with bulging eyes, "This is Black's phone. Why do you have his phone? What did you do to him, you maniac?" As the only answer, Ash crushed the phone with his fist, shattering it instantly into pieces with a harsh crunch. Jin retreated terrified, asking about his identity. "Who are you?" And before completing his desperate question, Ash crushed him with a devastating heavy impact, sending his body flying to completely shatter a glass wall. He fell like a lifeless corpse onto the floor of the top level. Jin crawled weakly and feebly among his friends in the party hall. He screamed desperately for rescue at the top of his voice. "You fools! Help me!"
But he realized with shock a terrifying, cold truth, which was everyone outside breathing in deep, frightening snores, as if they were dead to the world. He thought to himself in bewilderment, what happened to them all? Ash advanced from amidst the glass debris, imposing the hypnotic ability of his ghost illusion on the entire place. Jin glared at him with pure terror, asking from amidst his blood, "Why are you doing this to me? What grudge is between us to destroy me like this?" He begged him to stay away while crawling. "Please, stop!"
While Ash advanced with steady, deadly steps, Jin screamed, appealing to his influence. "My father is the director of the first hospital." He threatened to bury him if he harmed him. "If you touch me any more, I will kill you and wipe out your family." Ash silenced him strictly and activated his ability immediately, his eyes glowing with a terrifying purple flash piercing the mind. "Shut up." The magical melodies took control of Jin, cutting off his crying and screaming, turning him stiff like a zombie. He was completely stripped of will and movement, submitting to his new master. Ash glared at him, ordering him in a voice that accepts no disobedience. "Pick it up." Jin extended his hand with mechanical slowness and blank eyes. He grabbed a large, sharp piece of glass from the floor. At that moment, Ash recalled the memory of the suicide girl following their heinous crime against her, as narrated by the guard. He remembered how they used her without the slightest care for her consent to her life. And then, Jin coldly ordered his companions to invent a story of her accidental fall from the window, entirely confident in forging the medical autopsy on the orders of his director father, embodying the absolute tyranny of wealth to escape any divine or worldly punishment. Ash realized the truth of this human monster standing before him, and his eyes completely darkened from any mercy. He ordered him to execute definitively. Execute. Causing Jin to slowly raise his hand holding the sharp glass directly towards his neck, amidst Ash's strict and cold observation, determined to protect his family forever and purge this human filth without a shred of hesitation or regret. Before the final attack, Ash quietly informed Cole about the death of the actual lair boss, asking him to hold on until the guild teams arrived for rescue. Cole coughed weakly, pledging with sincere gratitude. "Ash, when we get out of here, I will tell everyone the truth, that you were the one who saved us today." Without warning, Ash was struck by a sudden and frightening vision broadcast directly through Leo's eyes. Through that connection, he glimpsed a suspicious figure preparing to launch a treacherous attack. He immediately realized that a grave anomaly had occurred outside, and imminent danger was threatening his sister Yoon. He vanished from his place in the blink of an eye, without leaving a single trace, utilizing the astral path leap. Cole was stunned by his sudden disappearance, wondering with wide eyes. He disappeared? Does he possess more than 2 classes at the same time? He remembered the flashing and destructive lightning class the boy had used previously. He also recalled the terrifying Rakshasa class that had utterly crushed the boss. He asked himself with absolute wonder, how many secrets does this boy hide? He became certain that the young man still hid more unknown powers up his sleeve. The echoes of heavy footsteps and loud shouts grew louder as the rescue teams finally stormed the lair. Logan shouted with a booming voice, desperately searching for any survivors among the rubble. The teams quickly located Cole and the other observers. They immediately began treating him, while Logan demanded an urgent report on what had transpired in this hell. Logan considered surviving a rank B boss to be a true miracle. The paramedics confirmed that the condition of the other observers was stable, despite their severe injuries. Logan asked about Ash, completely rejecting the idea of his easy escape or death, and ordered his men to comb the place thoroughly. Boiling with intense anger, Logan said, "A rank B boss? The foolish inspection agency. Cole was injured because of their miserable failure." He firmly vowed, "I will fire them all from their positions." Soren interrupted him, speaking maliciously with a cunning smile. No, actually, this failure is absolutely perfect." Exploiting the situation to his favor, he added, "An unexpected accident, professional observers defeated, and in a moment of absolute despair," he continued with a greedy smile, "my son steps forward to save everyone. Is there a better scenario to create a legendary hero?" Cole objected in a weak voice filled with a guilty conscience. "Actually, Ash is the one who took care of every monster here, including the boss." His father silenced him with a harsh, resounding slap to his injured shoulder, forcing him to lie and fabricate glory. Soren said strictly, "You are the one who took care of the matter. Understand that." With a threatening look, Soren stressed that everyone who was present would support this fabricated story. They saw it with their own eyes, and they will testify to it. He pressed harder on his son's shoulder to cement the idea that he was the sole hero of this play. He ordered him with decisive coldness, "Now, clean yourself up. The graduation ceremony tomorrow is where you will step into the spotlight as our sole hero." Later in Ash's room, the cheerful clinking of glass bottles echoed around a table filled with food. Anna congratulated her friend Yoon with a wide smile. "Congratulations on your acceptance into the International Art Academy, Yoon. You will become an amazing artist someday." Ash drank to her health silently, his features adorned with a gentle, warm smile. Yoon asked with childish surprise, "Hey, Ash, why do you look unsurprised? It's like you knew about it all along." Ash smiled wider and said sincerely, No, I am truly happy for you." Anna said with positive envy, "Studying in Sandhaven City is the opportunity of a lifetime." Yoon sighed, her worry masking her joy. "But it's very far, and the living costs there must be insane for us." Ash reassured her with a confident smile that erased all her doubts. "Don't worry about any of that. I will take care of it." He then announced his own surprise. "After my graduation tomorrow, I will be working in Sandhaven too." Yoon and Anna screamed in bewilderment and overwhelming joy. "What? You were recruited by an elite guild there? That's wonderful!"
Yoon was overjoyed, almost crying at the thought of reuniting with her brother in the same city and securing her future. Ash looked at his sister with profound relief, thinking to himself with deep tenderness, "Xiao Yoon, this time." He completed the definitive pledge in his heart. "You won't have to give up your dreams for anyone or anything." Meanwhile, in the quiet solitude of the restroom, the faint sound of dripping water echoed off the tiles. Ash washed his face with cold water, focusing intently on what he had accomplished in eliminating the threats and passing the bloody assessment. He thought to himself with precise calculation, "First place for Cole and the million for me. I will finally be able to settle my debt to Theo." His analysis took a serious turn. But more importantly, the boss's words about wrath. If he is truly sealed in the human world as he claimed, then I must quickly find a strong and reliable ally to look for him before it's too late. Looking at his reflection in the mirror, he made a firm decision. The graduation ceremony tomorrow is the perfect opportunity to make a move. In another location, completely enveloped in tension, Arya spoke seriously to Carl Cavendish. Gluttony has been spotted in the Everfield district. Holding his glass, Carl quietly ordered her to narrate the full details. Arya confirmed that she had personally gone to the horrific crime scene immediately upon receiving the report. She explained that the recordings were professionally erased, leaving nothing behind but blood traces and strange scratches. She described his consistent and brutal tactic. "It's the same method. He kills awakened with rare abilities, then devours them without a trace," she confirmed with a sense of creeping dread. His power is escalating dangerously and very rapidly with each victim. She anticipated an imminent attack, knowing he would never stop devouring more prey. Carl poured his drink with an utter coldness that completely masked the gravity of the situation. He asked with focused interest, "His appearance at this timing is very suspicious. What is interesting in your report?" Arya placed a photographic report on his desk, revealing a much more exciting and terrifying detail. She said with obvious distress and tension, "The attack occurred in a poor alley, less than 100 meters away from Ash's house." Carl was struck by this terrifying fact, his hand freezing mid-air, entirely stopping the flow of his drink. Arya delivered a cold, logical analysis. The lack of any prior records for gluttony coincided perfectly with the mythical evolution of Ash's abilities that defies logic, she concluded, narrowing her eyes. There are only two possibilities. Either gluttony is targeting Ash as an exceptional prey. The second possibility, however, overshadowed all doubts and worse nightmares, she added with blood-freezing certainty. Or, the second possibility is that gluttony is none other than Ash himself.